does not result in violation of any essential feature of the Constitution of India and does not cause any damage to the basic structure of the Constitution of India on account of breach of the ceiling limit of 50% because that's...
Anisha is getting us more details on that story. It's crucial from several aspects on whether this reservation by itself, Anisha, is going to be in contravention to the Constitution, is going to be against the Constitution.
Well, yes, Neha, this is a very, very important verdict for India as of right now, because this is what will determine the shape and form of reservations in the country going forward. Now, there are 4 opinions that are being read out by the Supreme Court. It's a 5-judge bench verdict. And at the moment, Justice Dinesh Maheshwari is reading out his opinion that he's giving on behalf of himself and Chief Justice of India, UU Lalit. Now, we need to remember that there are multiple issues on which the Supreme Court is giving its opinions. It is a question of whether a 50% quota can be exceeded as far as reservation is concerned, whether inclusion of only economic criteria for reservations is constitutionally valid or not, whether the government can impose reservation criteria in this form on educational institutions which are not government funded, because this, remember, this 103rd amendment had very clearly said that this will apply to all educational institutions except minority educational institutions. So all of these are issues that have to be considered by the court. Justice Maheshwari, of course, in his verdict has said that the reservation is an instrument of affirmative action. But I will repeat again, this is the opinion being given on behalf of Justice Maheshwari and Justice UU Lalit, and we are still waiting to get clarity on what the final verdict of the 5-judge bench is going to be, because there are 4 opinions that have to be given, and the Chief Justice, while introducing the opinions, has not said which is the majority verdict.
You know, also take us to the position of the government in all of this, because the counter from the petitioners, essentially, Anisha, has been that economic criteria could not be the basis for granting reservation. What has the government said in this aspect?
Well, Sneha, the government has been saying that this reservation should be held valid, because this is something that is done for the sake of social welfare, because of the fact that a large part of the population is living under poverty line. And I'm just getting to know my colleague Srishti Ojha is inside the Supreme Court getting us the minute-by-minute updates, even as we are also listening to the live stream of the Constitution bench verdict. Justice Dinesh Maheshwari and Justice Bela Trivedi have given concurring opinions, which means that at least 2 judges on the bench have said that the EWS reservation is valid. But we'll have to wait and see what the other opinions are there. The questions, or whether there are opinions that are differing on different questions of the law. But at the moment, Justice Dinesh Maheshwari and Justice Bela Trivedi, 2 of the judges, have given concurring opinions saying that the EWS quota law is in fact correct, that this is something that is for that is requirement for affirmative action. But what Justice Maheshwari also said, that this amendment cannot be said to breach the basic structure for excluding the socially and economically backward classes, because this is justified, and this is something that if this is something that is the majority opinion of the court, then this will be a big win for the government, because they have been trying to say that a reservation only on economic criteria does not violate the rights of SC, ST, OBCs, which is what a major issue that had been flagged in this particular set of arguments, in this particular sets of petitions was. And we are still waiting to hear from the other 2 judges as well on the bench. So Justice Bela Trivedi and Justice Maheshwari have given concurring judgment. So we'll have to see how exactly this is going to work out. What are the contours of the decision that have to be taken? Because remember, there are multiple questions of law involved. What happens with EWS quota, whether SEBCs can be included or not, whether this can be imposed on private educational institutions and private jobs as well. These are 3 separate questions that the judges have to answer. And we are listening to Justice Bela Trivedi. We're listening to Justice Bela Trivedi reading out her opinion as we speak. And she has, while she's saying that she's agreeing with the principle, the exclusion of SEBCs, that is SC, ST, OBC criteria, is something that she does not believe she can agree with. So, as I said, very nuanced, very complicated judgment coming from the Supreme Court today. We will have to hear every line, every sentence that comes from the Honorable Supreme Court. Because as we speak, and I'm going to ask my cameraman Ankit to try and zoom in and show you, and we are in fact at the moment trying to hear what the court is saying. Justice Bela Trivedi, in her opinion, is talking about whether the procedure to be followed, whether the decision that was taken by the Parliament was correct or not, and at the moment we will, as I said, we'll have to wait and see every line, every nuance of this order, because different questions may be answered differently by the different judges. Justice Trivedi has said that this cannot be struck down as discriminatory if the state can justify it. The benefit under EWS is not discriminatory. That is what the Justice Bela Trivedi is saying, because this is an issue of equal justice. And Justice Bela Trivedi, as I said, has upheld the amendment, has concurred with Justice Dinesh Maheshwari's verdict. And so therefore, it seems at this stage, of course, Neha, that at least 3 judges of the 5-judge bench have said that the EWS quota is valid. But as I said, we'll have to wait and see for the Chief Justice to read out the conclusion of this entire verdict. If there are any dissenting opinions, if there is any separate opinion being given by any person so far, but for now, the verdict of Justice Maheshwari and Justice Trivedi have both upheld this EWS quota, which means that this is a major win for the government of India, which has been trying to justify this quota. They've been trying to say that there was nothing wrong with excluding SC, ST, OBCs from this extra 10% quota criteria, that there is this kind of a verdict is not discriminatory, this kind of exclusion is not discriminatory, because we're trying to bring in some sort of an affirmative action, particularly for persons who are living below poverty line. So at the moment, what we are seeing is that at least 2 judges have concurred on this. But Justice Trivedi, as we speak, is also speaking.
Sure, just go through the hearing in the court right now as we speak, and I'll just read out for our viewers what has been said in court. Remember, it is 2 Supreme Court judges upholding the 10% quota right now, with Justice Maheshwari saying the quota is on for all classes. We're getting in details from the court, with Justice Maheshwari saying that EWS reservation and the 103rd Amendment does not violate the basic structure. Justice Trivedi is concurring. Can't be struck down as discriminatory. It is not discriminatory if the state can justify it. And by state, they mean the government, who in fact in this case have put forth their argument saying that they are in favor of 10% quota or reservation in education institutions for the economically weaker sections of the society. The amendment required to be taken as affirmative action for advancement of EWS citizens. Take them as different class, and that is justifiable. Unequals can't be treated equally. SEBC form separate categories, can't be treated at par with unreserved category. Benefit under EWS can't be said to be discriminatory, can't be called travesty if equal justice is sought to be submitted by the petitioners. I'm going to try and go back to Anisha Mathur for more on that story as she is listening in to the live streaming from the Supreme Court right now, which we've put out for our viewers as well. But Anisha is listening to that. Anisha, what more can you tell us? What are the last updates?
Sneha, now we can say that Justice Pardiwala is also reading out his verdict, and he is also concurring. So now we have a clear verdict from the Supreme Court. 3 judges have concurred with saying that the 103rd Amendment can be upheld. The Justice Pardiwala, as we speak, is talking about what his lines of argument, what his line of reasoning on this issue is. He's talking about the fact that reservation is for the upliftment of the community, that reservation is not the end end of social justice, but it is a means to achieve social justice. And therefore, Justice Trivedi, Justice Maheshwari and Justice Pardiwala have all said that the time span of reservation is also something that needs to be looked at. Justice Trivedi, in fact, and this is a very important point read out by Justice Bela Trivedi in her opinion on this particular issue, that age-old caste system in India was responsible for reservation system, for historical justice, injustice done to backward classes and to give them the level playing field, and that a timeline can be provided to bring egalitarian, classless and casteless society. And this is a hope and expectation that is being expressed by Justice Trivedi. Justice Pardiwala, of course, concurring with this. So we have a clear verdict coming in from the Supreme Court. It is a big win for the government of India that the Supreme Court is saying that the EWS reservation can be upheld. It is not invalid as far as the Constitution is concerned, but the judges have given certain comments, certain observations regarding the extent to which you can continue with reservations. The judges are raising this issue of caution that how far can these reservations continue, that we need to work towards a more egalitarian society, that this is something that this is a means, we can quote, and my colleague Srishti Ojha is inside giving us the minute-by-minute updates as well, and I'm also connected to the Supreme Court hearing as we speak, and we're here listening to the verdicts being read out. And
story that we're getting at this hour, and we're going across to that where the Supreme Court is upholding the EWS reservation, which is a reservation 10% quota in education institutes for the economically weaker sections of the society. The story is being brought to you, viewers, by Anisha Mathur, also Shrishti, my colleague who's inside the court. Nalini Sharma also tracking all of those details very closely. With Justice Pardiwala just saying that while upholding validity, I've thought fit to observe reservation is not end, but means to secure social justice. So a beginning has been made in terms of assuring quota for the economically weaker sections of the society. I'm going to go straight back to Anisha Mathur for what has been said by each of these judges while upholding 10% quota for poor. Anisha.
Well, yes, Neha, if you look at what has been read out so far, and as we speak, Justice Bhatt is now reading out his part of the opinion. It is very clear that the Supreme Court is upholding the EWS reservation. It is a big win for the government. It is a big change for our country, as the Supreme Court has said that it is valid to have a purely economic criteria for reservation. But what is also interesting to note is that the judges have also made certain observations, certain hopes and opinions about the reservation system itself. What Justice Pardiwala in particular has said that it is necessary to take into a review the method of identification and determination of backward classes. Reservations should not be allowed to become a vested interest. And this is a very important point that has been made by Justice Pardiwala. Justice Bela Trivedi also has pointed out that the time span for reservation is something that needs to be looked into, that you cannot keep to the idea that the age-old caste system is the only was responsible for the reservation system itself, that historical injustice is the reason for creating a level playing field. Anglo-Indian reservation, she's raised an opinion about that. Anglo-Indian reservation has ceased to exist through the 104th Amendment, and there could be a similar timeline provided for how long reservations can continue. So this means that the Supreme Court, while upholding this EWS reservation criteria, is also expressing the hope that reservation will not be something that goes on indefinitely. But at the moment, they have said that the EWS reservation cannot be struck down on the basis of constitutional principles. What is also important to note is that Justice Dinesh Maheshwari, in the opinion that he had read out, had said that this amendment does not breach the basic structure for excluding the socially and economically backward sections. And as we've been discussing, Sneha, we are going to have to read every nuance, every sentence of this judgment in detail and analyze this threadbare to find out exactly what this means. Of course, the basic news point at this moment and the basic point for the country right now is that the EWS quota has been upheld, that the government's argument that this is something for affirmative action, this is something for to uplift the poor population of the country, to ensure that everybody gets the equal opportunity to access jobs and education.
Justice Ravindra Bhatt dissenting there, and while dissenting, Justice Bhatt has said, I disagree with question 3. This court has for first time in 7 decades sanctioned a discriminatory principle. Anisha, take us to the details of what has been said by the dissenting judge here, and what does this really mean for the judgment per se? Does it mean anything at all?
Well, Sneha, at the moment, since it is a 4-1 verdict, which means that Chief Justice UU Lalit, Justice Dinesh Maheshwari, Justice Bela Trivedi and Justice Pardiwala have all concurred. So the EWS quota will remain upheld. This means that it's a big win for the central government as the EWS quota will continue. What Justice Ravindra Bhatt has said in his dissent, however, is also an important point for the country to consider as a principle when we are looking at the reservation system as such. And this is something that the other judges have also pointed out, whether there is something of a discriminatory principle. And I'm reading the update that my colleague Srishti Ojha has sent from inside the courtroom. Justice Bhatt in his dissent has made a very important point. This is the first time in 7 decades that the court is sanctioning a discriminatory principle, that language of exclusion undermines the basic structure, which is something that an argument was made, that why is it that even if you are creating an EWS criteria, why is it that SC, ST, OBCs are being kept out of this 10% extra reservation that is being given right now to the economically backward sections? And therefore, Justice Bhatt is dissenting, but he is the lone dissent on the bench, which means that out of this 5-judge bench, 4:1, EWS quota has been upheld. The Supreme Court has given its stamp of approval to the 103rd Amendment, which means that state governments and at the central level, educational institutions and jobs will now have a 10% quota for economically backward sections, economically weaker sections. Now remember, the central government in its response to the court had very clearly said that there is a criteria, income criteria of 8 lakhs as a cutoff. So if a family's annual income is less than 8 lakh rupees, only then will they be able to access this 10% reservation in education and in government jobs. But the court has also made certain observations regarding the timeline and the extent to which reservations can be guaranteed. The court has expressed hope that there could be a casteless society created in India at some point, and has questioned how long a timeline for reservations can be given. However, Justice Bhatt, and we are still, he has just, as we are speaking right now, Sneha, Justice Bhatt has just concluded his reading out his opinion, and he has said that the government is describing these as benefits, but it cannot be understood as a free pass for SC, ST, OBCs. This is a reparative mechanism, according to him, to have a level playing field, and which is why, according to Justice Bhatt, the exclusion of SC, ST, OBCs from this 10% extra EWS quota violates basic structure because it discriminates the basic code of equality that is there in Article 14, 15 and 16. So very, very important observations are being made even in this dissenting verdict that has come out from Justice Bhatt here. But it is very clear that the Supreme Court is upholding the EWS criteria for reservations for economically backward sections, and this is a very, very important principle that is going to affect reservation system in India for the next several years, in fact even decades in now, because this will change how reservations are viewed in the country per se. Sneha.
Yes, Anisha, you know, you rightly mentioned that, but you've also said that Justice Pardiwala has added some caveats as well, talking about the fact that this can't essentially be endless in a way that the idea for reservation was the idea of Dr. Ambedkar was to bring reservation for 10 years, but it has continued. Reservation shouldn't be allowed to become a vested interest, an important say from Justice Pardiwala today.
Well, yes, Sneha, this is, as I said, we will have to see all the observations being made by the Supreme Court, because even as this EWS reservation has been upheld, the court has inserted some words of caution, some words of hope, some opinions from the judges about how this reservation system works. As you just quoted, Justice Pardiwala has said that the idea by Dr. Ambedkar was to bring reservation for 10 years, but it has continued so far, even 75 years after independence, and the reservation should not be allowed to become a vested interest. And that is a very, very important point that also Justice Trivedi had made, that 75 years after independence, we are still reviewing this entire situation, that unequals cannot be treated equally, that benefits, however, Justice Trivedi has said that benefits under EWS are not discriminatory. But at the same time, both judges have questioned the issue of whether a timeline can be provided under Article 15 to create some sort of better egalitarian society. So this question of timelines is something that both these judges have raised in their concurring opinions on this EWS quota issue. And we'll have to, as I said, wait and see how this nuance of the debate has worked out in the court, because whether or not these observations directly affect policy, because this is not something that is a direction, these are observations where the court is saying that there could or should be some sort of a timeline, there needs to be a review, that the mechanisms by which these criteria are identified, and this is also very, very important, that the mechanism of identification also needs a review. And this is something that Justice Pardiwala has pointed out in his opinion, that while he is upholding the EWS reservation as a principle, as a law, these criteria need to be considered and reviewed. So whether the government will then look at all of these cautions, look at all of these caveats that the Supreme Court judges are pointing out, that is now going to shape the rest of the debate around this entire system of reservations in our country. So this is also going to be very important to see what the judges are really saying about all of this. Back to you.
Important points by the dissenting judge, Justice Bhatt, who's saying that their exclusion discriminates equality code and violates the basic structure. This can't be understood as a free pass, but as a reparative mechanism to have a level playing field. This is an important point that, Anisha, is being made by the dissenting judge here, Justice Bhatt. Anisha, in fact, I was talking to you about the opinion of the dissenting judge here, who says that this can't be considered as a free pass, but as a mechanism really to have level playing field.
Well, yes, the dissenting judge, and as we speak, Justice Bhatt is still reading out his opinion on the other questions of law. Now, remember, what Justice Bhatt has done is that he's given an opinion on all three questions of law, which is regarding whether the amendment is constitutionally valid or not, whether the imposition of such a provision in private educational institutions was valid or not, and whether this is per se discriminatory. Now, what Justice Bhatt has said is, while this is a discriminatory provision, because this amendment practices something that is constitutionally prohibited, and I'm quoting the Justice Bhatt's opinion here, that my colleague Rishi is telling us from inside the court, that this amendment practices constitutionally prohibited form of discrimination because it has, and Justice Bhatt has quoted that the Sinha Commission that was set up to examine the condition of economically backward persons in the country in July 2010 had given a detailed report which says that out of the EWS sections, 37% are SCs, 14% are OBCs and 5% are of general category, which means that according to Justice Bhatt and the Sinha Commission report, the bulk of economically weaker sections also belong to these backward categories, which are the socially and economically backward categories of SC, STs and OBCs, which is why Justice Bhatt is saying that what is being described as a benefit is not a free pass, that this kind of an exclusion of these categories violates the code of equality and the basic principles under the Constitution. However, he is also saying that reservation in private institution is not per se violative. And this, and I will reiterate this once again, Sneha, that because of all of these three questions that have been considered by the court, the contours of the reservation policy going forward are also going to be greatly affected, because here even Justice Bhatt, even though he's dissenting, even though he's saying that he does not agree with the EWS, the way the EWS quota has been created and the fact that SC, ST, OBCs have been excluded from this, he, however, has said that reservations in private institutions are not per se violative, that these institutions constitute a material resource of the community and the state has a vital interest. So this also means that with all 5 judges concurring on the principle of state being able to include reservations even in private institutions, this will also affect the contours of how reservation in education and reservation in jobs is going to go on moving forward, because this is going to be an important point of contention by the private schools, etc., who have been questioning whether this economically weaker section criteria is something that can be imposed. Because remember, the EWS category in school admissions is already there under the Article 21, the right to education. But here, apart from that RTE, here once again this 10% EWS criteria for reserved seats is also something that is now going to impact the education system in the country. And we'll have to see what the other judges have also said about this particular issue, because all 5 judges have concurred on this one point, that 50% the institutions, educational institutions, are a material resource of the community. And I'm quoting Justice Bhatt here, who has, while he has given a dissenting opinion for the general principle, has still agreed that reservation in education can be done even for private institutions. So now what we are seeing here today is that the EWS quota for the general category for socially forward but economically backward persons has been upheld by the Supreme Court, which is saying that the reservation so far has been only for historically oppressed communities, that are the SC, ST, OBC, but that also cannot go on indefinitely. That reservation per se cannot go on indefinitely is something that the Supreme Court judges have observed. So now we'll have to see how this verdict is going to affect going forward the reservation policy in the country. What happens here now, because remember, now that this policy has been upheld, it is now for the states and the central government to notify the rules by which these reservations will be implemented in the educational institutions and in the government jobs, etc. So a lot of things now hinge on how this entire system is being looked at by the government, by the courts, and what kind of issues are considered when the state governments and the central government is going to be framing the contours of the actual rules of the policy for implementation. So a lot of these points that we're talking about, Sneha, and my colleague Srishti has just sent us another update that the 50% limit breach was the principal ground of attack. That, and he, at least Justice Bhatt has said that the Tamil Nadu backward class amendment was held to be violative earlier, and the view of this bench that the creation of another class over and above has a direct bearing on the challenge in that proceeding, which means that the Tamil Nadu Act that was struck down, that is also under consideration by the court, is also going to be affected by this particular verdict of the Supreme Court. And this is something that Justice Bhatt has pointed out in his opinion that is still being read out by the Supreme Court, by the bench right now. And I'm going to request my cameraman Ankit if he can zoom in and show you the 5 judges are still sitting together. The bench is still sitting there, and Justice Bhatt is still currently reading out his opinion. I'm not sure if Ankit is going to be able to show you the visuals from the ongoing hearing, which is also being live streamed by the Supreme Court. So if anybody, any of our viewers wants to hear what Justice Bhatt is saying, they can also watch the proceeding. And the visual is, of course, we're also showing the visuals on our screens to our viewers right now. The Justice Bhatt is still reading out his opinion on what, on all of these contours, all of these nuances. But it is a very, very clear verdict from the Apex Court that the EWS quota has been upheld. 10% extra reservation for economically weaker sections from the general category has been upheld by the Supreme Court. And now the cautions and the observations of the Supreme Court should serve as some sort of guiding principles about the debate that is going to now start in the country regarding the future of the reservation policy, how this reservation is going to be framed, in what contours. Because as we've been discussing, at least 3 judges have raised the issue of how long can reservations really last. What Dr. Ambedkar had wanted was reservations for 10 years.
Yes.
But the reservations for SC, ST, OBCs are going on even till now. Justice Bhatt, I beg your pardon, Justice Trivedi also pointed out that this cannot be become a vested interest, that it has been 75 years since independence. Justice Pardiwala has also said that the principles by which the identification of persons for reservation is conducted also have to be reviewed periodically. This is not something that can go on continuously.
Yes, but I want to ask you, you know, Anisha, this is an observation that has been made by Justice Pardiwala also, that you rightly pointed out, that the idea was to bring reservation for 10 years, but that has continued. Also saying it shouldn't become allowed to become vested interest. But these are oral observations. If they find a place under written order, what is the legal implication of it? If these observations do not find a place in the written order in that sense, just clarify this for us. How does it work then?
I beg your pardon, Sneha, could you please repeat that?
You know, what I was asking you was that Justice Pardiwala has spoken about the fact that the idea of reservation was to have it for 10 years or so, but it has continued. Is there any legal sanctity to this observation that has been made, in the sense that when rules are drafted and formed, then is this something that the government is going to consider in terms of the period for which reservation can be granted? Or is this going to be endless reservation like we've seen since 1952?
Well, Sneha, that is something that the government only can answer, because as I said, these are observations, these are cautions, these are caveats being given as opinions by the Supreme Court judges that this kind of endless reservation cannot continue. Now, whether or not the government actually accepts that line of argument, whether the government actually create some sort of a timeline, is something that only and only the government can answer. What we can, however, discuss right now is the fact that Chief Justice of India, UU Lalit, has agreed with Justice Bhatt's opinion. This is not a 4-1 verdict, it's a 3-2 verdict. Justice Maheshwari, Justice Trivedi and Justice Pardiwala have upheld the EWS reservation, while Justice Lalit and Justice Bhatt have said that this reservation is constitutionally invalid because it is discriminatory. So by a 3-2 verdict, this judgment has allowed the 103rd amendment to continue. It's a 3-2 judgment where the judgment by the majority is by Justices Dinesh Maheshwari, Justice Trivedi and Justice J.B. Pardiwala. And this is a very important point, because as we've been discussing, and to continue to answer your question, Sneha, the observations that have been made by the judges today, and as we've been discussing this for the last few minutes, they the legal sanctity as such, the legal force of these observations is only to shape the debate in general, whether the government actually follows this suggestion of having some sort of a timeline, whether this government actually looks at an overhaul or a review of the system by which identification of backward groups or groups which need this kind of help is something that we'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, this quota has been upheld by the Supreme Court, and these observations, and very, very crucial observations by all three judges, even the ones who have upheld this quota, have been that in reservation is not a vested interest. There has to be some sort of a timeline. There has to be some sort of a review by which identification of these communities and reservation of the persons who are entitled to these benefits is concerned. There's also a caution that has been given by by the two dissenting judges, which is Justice Bhatt and Chief Justice UU Lalit, that the exclusion of SC/ST and OBCs from this EWS quota is discriminatory. So all of this is something that in the next few days and weeks we will see shaping the debate around this entire issue of reservation policy in the country. So now we are seeing that the Chief Justice and Justice Bhatt have concurred with each other, while the three other judges, Justice Trivedi, Justice Pardiwala,
be with me. I'm just going to come back to you for more on that. In fact, Rajiv Gandhi, spokesperson of the DMK, is also now joining us. Mr. Gandhi, the court has said today, particularly the dissenting judge, that the 50% limit breach was principal ground of attack in Tamil Nadu backward class amendment was held to be violative. In that context, what is your view on what has been said by the court today in terms of upholding reservation for the economically weaker sections of the society?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everybody. The judgment is a black day for social justice movement. The judgments are against in Article 15 and 16. Constitutionally very clear stay is only for reservation in socially educated people. But BJP government is voluntary country to economic difficult section. The judgment is against social justice and against basics of constitutional. DMK held on a review or revision petitions filed more than Supreme Court. But today is judgment law and confirmed the law of Parliament. So DMK and social justice parties only for based on legally and review petition against any futurely in constitutional amendment and any other bill in passed in Parliament. But today is a black day for social justice, black day for Indian constitutional based on reservation.
Yes, the court in fact has also said, Justice Pardiwala to be precise, that reservation was for 10 years is what B.R. Ambedkar had wanted, but this continues. So these are caveats that have been given out by court. Do you feel that there will be time-bound reservation given by the examples of the past?
No, again, justice most probably court on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar authority. But Ambedkar was very clear, only for 15 years in limited reservation constitution only. No other in equality for justice and employment. No more reading. So even though it's in 1951, Ambedkar says that they found that born unconstitutional. Yes, Ambedkar is born. Ambedkar is held on in the resigned for law minister post. Ambedkar in the world, law is a making of father of constitutional. In the verdict in parliamentary call, I am coming from born on constitutional. Any justice that speech?
Be with us, Mr. Gandhi. I'm also going to bring in Kovai Satyam of the AIADMK. Kovai Satyam, the DMK says that this is a black day with the court upholding reservation for the economic weaker sections of the society. What is the AIADMK's position?
So this controversy is raked up for political benefits and mileages, and primary member is DMK. While they were the opposition, they were saying that this EWS will be implemented at any cost, whereas the discretion was with the states. Tamil Nadu, having the highest reservation of 69%, made it very clear that EWS shall not be implemented by taking out the existing reservation system. So what needs is more transparency and clarity. But what other political parties are doing is trying to take this as a reason to do some vote bank politics.
How would you like to respond, Mr. Gandhi? All right, we'll try and connect with the DMK's Rajiv Gandhi also. I'm thanking Kovai Satyam for his views on that big story that we are tracking with the court essentially. And we're seeing that play out politically as well. DMK says this is a black day essentially. The AIA-DMK is accusing the DMK is doing politics on this entire matter. It's an ongoing war with a demand for reservation. 10% of the economically weaker sections must, in fact, or 10% reservation must be granted to the economically weaker sections of the society, and that is the verdict that has been upheld by the Supreme Court of India today. Kovai Satyam continues to be with us. Kovai Satyam, the DMK has linked this to the politics of the centre. What do you have to say, given that, in a sense, it's a victory for the government with this nod from the court today? Anisha Mathur continues to be with us. Anisha, expectedly, we're already hearing from DMK and the AIDMK, and politics is breaking out on this very sensitive issue of reservations, isn't it?
Well, it is a verdict that is going to create a lot of political upheavals, a lot of political waves in the country. Sneha, we've been seeing this kind of questions being raised about the reservation policy, about the quotas by various political parties in the last several months since the 103rd Amendment was passed by the Parliament. Now, what we need to look at, however, is the impact of this verdict on the state politics as well, because what we do know is that in some states, particularly in Tamil Nadu, the population figures, if you look at the population of OBCs or SCs is significantly more than the population of OBCs or SC, STs in some other states.
But Anisha, I'm coming back to you for more on that. And Anisha, I'd like you to ask a few questions also, if you can hear me, to Senior Advocate Shekhar Napade. First of all, sir, thank you for your time. You were, of course, representing the Tamil Nadu government on this entire matter. Your take on the Supreme Court of India upholding the pro-poor quota verdict today?
As far as the political implications are concerned, I don't think I'm competent to comment on that.
No, I'm asking you about your take on what the court has said in terms of upholding the 10% reservation.
According to me, the majority judgment runs counter to the ratio of basic structure doctrine laid down in Keshavananda Bharati's case. The reason is that equality is held to be a part of the basic structure. And the reservation provisions have been upheld by the Apex Court on number of occasions only on the ground that reservation for scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, OBC, etc. is a part of equality. Now, as far as the impugned amendment is concerned, it excludes scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, and the OBC, and which means that this reservation is for the upper caste, the upper layers of the social structure, and therefore, in my view, it does not conform to the principle of equality laid down in Keshavananda Bharati's case. Therefore, the judgment is contrary to all settled notions of constitutional jurisprudence laid down by the Apex Court from time to time. That's all I have to say, madam.
Okay. You know, I also want to ask you a question, and this, of course, has got to do with the legal aspect of what has been said by Justice Pardiwala and court just now, and it's an observation. What could be the legal ramifications of it? Please do explain to us. Justice Pardiwala has said in court that reservation at the time of conceptualization also, decades ago, was for 10 years as was envisaged by B.R. Ambedkar. And that clearly has not happened because it's continued for years together now. Does this observation have any bearing on what the government is going to do next at all?
As far as these aspects are concerned,
okay.
At this stage, I don't think I can comment on that because until I read the full text of the judgment, it's not proper on my part to give my response.
I
Whatever
understand.
that I wanted to say, I have put it already. At this stage, I can't say anything more because the full text of the judgment is yet to be read by me.
Understood. Understood. I'm thanking you. Thanking you. Yes, all right. Shekhar Napade, he was representing the Tamil Nadu government, and essentially the point that he's made, Anisha, is that this is excluding, or rather, this is reservation for the so-called upper caste. This is the general category, but who are the people who've been left out? These are upper castes who've been left out. That again is an argument.
Well, yes, Neha, that was exactly the line of argument that Senior Advocate Shekhar Napade had also taken in the court hearing, because we saw the detailed arguments over 6.5 days before the constitutional bench just a few weeks ago, where all of these issues were carried out or were raised. And this is also an argument that has been considered by all the judges in their opinions as well. We just saw what Justice Bhatt had said about discriminatory provisions, and I will quote this, and I will quote what Justice Bhatt has said in his opinion, in his dissenting opinion, which he, has been which Justice Lalit and Justice Bhatt have given, that reservations is this kind of exclusion discriminates the equality code that is there. Justice Bhatt has also very clearly in his opinion said that the Article 16.1 and 16.4, which is the affirmative action policies for SC, ST, OBCs, for women, those are facets of the same equality principles. We need these for equality of opportunity, and they cannot now be undermined to say that it allows exclusion on this very basis. And that this is what Justice Bhatt's argument for dissenting and saying that this is not something the EWS quota is wrong. That is what his line of opinion was, and this is exactly what Justice or what Senior Advocate Napade has argued in the courtroom and spoken to us today. Is the question of, if you are giving reservation to forward castes, to upper caste persons, then does it really conform to the principle of discrimination and equality that this entire question of reservation was based upon? And this is a question that has been asked also by politically inclined persons. We saw the kind of comments that have come out from certain political parties on this question of reservation as a policy for upliftment of backward castes and the historically backward, historically oppressed castes, versus reservation as a policy to help forward caste persons who also happen to be extremely poor. The government, of course, in its arguments, and the Supreme Court's other three judges, the three-judge majority opinion, has said that affirmative action is something that is necessary to create a more egalitarian society. We saw the Attorney General and Solicitor General in their arguments also very clearly saying that this kind of reservation is required to ensure that persons who are extremely poor, who cannot access proper education or proper jobs, are given help in the country, so that this kind of discrimination on the basis of poverty does not continue. And here we are seeing all of these, and we've been discussing this for the last several minutes, Neha, that there are several nuances, several contours to this debate on reservation, on what it means for the caste system in the country, for the class system in this country, whether you are poor because you are poor, or whether you are poor because historically your ancestors were not allowed to make money, whether your poverty today is something that is creating a kind of discrimination for you today. Was it, or is it that poverty is a result of a historical wrong? All of these are contours of this debate. All of these are very, very crucial political critical questions that have been raised by political parties in this debate as well as the lawyers in this debate. But today what we are seeing from the Supreme Court, Sneha, is that by a 3:2 majority opinion, the EWS quota, the 10% forward reservation, has been upheld. Now this is also, and we've been talking about this when this matter was being heard. In the Jat reservation case, the court had said that the Jats may be economically backward and educationally backward, but they're certainly not socially backward because they have been in power. They are people who have political power as well as social power, and that is why at that point the Supreme Court had said that we cannot uphold this proposal, and even the government at the time had been on this question, had been considering this question of how exactly do you define poverty, how do you define deprivation.
Yes, just coming back to you, as expected, politics has erupted over the quota for poor or not. Congress Neta's shocking attack on the top court. Congress's Udit Raj calls top court casteist. Udit Raj has tweeted, Supreme Court is casteist. Still no doubt when it came to the economically weaker section reservation. How is it reversed that the 50% limit is not a constitution obligation? But whenever it came to give reservation to the SC, ST, OBC, the 50% limit in the Indra Sawhney case was cited, is what is being said by Dr. Udit Raj. I'm going to go across straight to Anisha on the nuances of the argument of the Indra Sawhney verdict that the Congress leader who is now citing. Anisha.
Well, Sneha, the Indra Sawhney judgment is the seminal verdict from the Supreme Court that had laid down the contours of the reservation policy as it has been followed till date. And I'm reiterating this for our viewers. This 50% quota and the fact that subsequent judgments from the Supreme Court had very clearly said that the government needs to get data. The government needs to get population figures, census figures to find out exactly who are the persons entitled to any kind of reservation, how many persons from each category that gets reservations is actually getting the benefit. How do you identify creamy layer? How exactly do you define somebody backward? That is something that Indra Sawhney and its subsequent judgments have raised repeatedly as far as the reservation policy is concerned. And the Indra Sawhney verdict was very clear that EWS, that reservation cannot exceed 50% of the total seats available. But here what the government has said is that we are not touching this 50% criteria. We are creating this EWS criteria as a separate vertical of reservations. Now, how this is going to work out, Sneha, is something that we'll have to wait and watch, because as I said, the observations that have been made in this verdict and the political war that is now erupting around this verdict and the 103rd Amendment is going to shape the reservation policy in the country for the next several years. Because remember, even for what we accept as reservation policy so far, which is the SC, ST, OBC quotas, particularly with regard to OBC quotas in the country, we have seen over the years and in the Supreme Court itself, the question coming up of how do you identify the relevant beneficiaries, how many of the categories of the beneficiaries are already getting the benefit. Can you say that X category or Y category is getting too much of the benefit while somebody else is being excluded from this category? So all of these are issues that have come up even in the implementation of the SC, ST, OBC reservation in the country as well. And I'm now being joined by Advocate Shadhan Farasat, who was appearing in court for one of the petitioners. Sir, how do you see this contour of this verdict, particularly? What does this mean for the reservation policy, and how do you see the states now implementing these policies?
See, one aspect is clear that the amendment has been upheld, so by a majority of 3:2. But I think there are very clearly divergent views of what is the meaning of reservation and equality in the Constitution between the 3 judges and the 2 judges. And that debate itself in other reservation matters. This is, of course, the EWS constitutional amendment has been upheld. And the exclusion has also been upheld by a majority. But that debate will continue in future reservation matters, and I think the dissent is a very strong dissent on the logic of the Constitution, on the logic of what is meant in the Constitution, what is the anti-discrimination principle.
If you could explain this for our viewers who do not understand legal principles here. The court, of course, by a 3-2 majority has upheld the amendment, but there are several observations involved that are questioning the extent of reservation, how long can reservations last, whether there should be some sort of a review of the methods of identification, etc. At the same time, there's a political war erupting over exclusion of OBCs and SC/STs and discrimination as such. So what does this really mean for a layperson?
See, so what has happened is there were two fundamental questions before the court. Question one was whether on economic criteria alone reservation can be granted in the Constitution. So on that, all the 5 judges are agreeing that yes, it can be granted on economic criteria alone. Then there was a second question, and the second question was whether the exclusion of the backward classes, that is SC, STs and OBCs from this EWS, in effect making it a forward class economic reservation, was that constitutional or did that violate basic structure? On the second question, 2 judges, Justice Bhatt speaking for himself and for the Chief Justice, have dissented and said that did violate the basic structure because it violates the anti-discrimination principle because they are the poorest. In fact, factually also the backward classes are the poorest. So even if you take economics as a sole criteria, why exclude the ones who are the most deserving? That's really the argument which we had. That was our argument, and that has been accepted by the 2 judges in toto. Now, the question whether how this will play out in other reservation matters, I think the dissent is a very strong dissent. It espouses a very egalitarian vision of the Constitution. So I think in other reservation matters, it's equally possible that the dissent will have more impact than the majority view today. But of course, as far as the amendment's constitutionality is there,
what about the issue of 50% ceiling limit as such? Because so far, every judgment, every verdict, every opinion has been you cannot cross that 50% limit. Now what happens?
So on the 50%, again, the majority has said that the 50% is not a rule of basic structure because that by itself, 50% by itself envisages exceptions. And if something envisages exceptions in the rule itself, then how can it be form of a basic structure? That's effectively the majority. Justice Bhatt seems to have, at least what he read out in court, seems to have expressed some reservation on that aspect, not a complete disagreement, but some reservation. So that exactly the extent of his reservation on that aspect we'll know when we read all the opinions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farasat, for speaking to us. So, Sneha, we just heard from Advocate Shadhan Farasat, who has been one of the counsels arguing in the court. He's been representing several of the petitioners as well. Back to you.
All right, important point that has been made as far as the 50% criteria is concerned, and this has already been raised politically, that why is that double speak, Anisha? Explain to us once again with Udit Raj, essentially, who belongs to the scheduled caste category, has said that how has this been reserved? That 50% limit is not a constitutional obligation. But whenever it came to giving reservations to the other categories, like the OBCs, STs and STs, this limit, 50%, was cited in the Indra Sawhney case.
Well, yes, Sneha, we are seeing this kind of politics being played out, this kind of questions that are being asked now, because this is something we just asked Mr. Farasat as well, that so far the 50% quota, 50% limit to reservations was seen almost as sacrosanct. Every kind of reservation, even OBC reservation when it was introduced, this argument was made that if there is a 50% limit, then you cannot cross it, which is why we have this split in the 50%, which is 25% and 27% quotas that have been given to the various categories. Now, what Udit Raj is saying, of course, is from the point of view of these oppressed backward classes, the historically oppressed classes of SC, ST, OBCs, who are questioning now that when we asked for higher quota, and remember this is an argument that had come up in a different case before the Supreme Court, where the Tamil Nadu Backward Class Reservation Act and the Karnataka judgment case had come up. There are several states in the country where the proportional population of OBCs or SC/STs versus the general population is a lot more than the general population. So those states had raised this question that when our proportional population is higher, then why can't we give, and I'm again going back to the Tamil Nadu example.
I'm just going to come back to you for more details on that, Nisha. We have a reaction that has come in. Let's go straight to that.
जिस तरीके से आज जो जजमेंट आया है, जो 103 अमेंडमेंट था उसको चैलेंज किया गया था, क्योंकि 103 अमेंडमेंट में ये एक्सक्लूड कर दिया था ओबीसी एससी एसटी को, तो ये वायलेट कर रहा था आर्टिकल 14 को, राइट टू इक्वलिटी को। इस इशू को लेके याचिका फाइल हुई थी कि आप आर्थिक आधार पर आरक्षण दीजिए, मगर जिस तरीके से एक्सक्लूजन हुआ है ये गलत हुआ है, जिसको माइनॉरिटी जो व्यू आया है चीफ जस्टिस और जस्टिस रविंद्र भट्ट का, उन्होंने इस चीज को माना है।
अब आप लोग इस फैसले को कैसे देखते हैं?
ये फैसला एक नए युग की शुरुआत कह सकते हैं कि जिस तरीके से ये 91 में इस तरीके का रिजर्वेशन दिया गया था, मगर 91 में जब ये इंदिरा साहनी का जजमेंट आया तो ये माना 9 जजेस ने कि जिस तरीके से आर्थिक आधार अगर आप रिजर्वेशन का लेते हैं तो ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल फ्रॉड है। उस इशू को उसके बाद में कभी फिर इसके बाद गुजरात में एक बार जरूर दिया गया था 10% रिजर्वेशन थ्रू नोटिफिकेशन, मगर वो भी हाई कोर्ट ने स्टक डाउन कर दिया था। उसके बाद में एसएलपी यहाँ पेंडिंग थी। इलेक्शन के पहले आनंद फानन में 10% आर्थिक आधार पर आरक्षण दिया गया, जिसको आज यहाँ पे मेजोरिटी व्यू है जस्टिस महेश्वरी के साथ में जस्टिस बेला त्रिवेदी एंड जस्टिस पारदीवाला, इनके व्यू ने अपहेल्ड किया है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट को।
क्या कोई रिव्यू वगैरह का भी
हमारे क्लाइंट का अभी कहना है, अब लीगल एडवाइस लेंगे। बाकी जो हमारा जो व्यू था, जिस बेसिस पे हम लोगों ने पिटीशन फाइल की थी, वो माइनॉरिटी जजमेंट में बिल्कुल झलक रहा है और इसमें अच्छी संभावना बनती है कि इसमें रिव्यू फाइल की जाए।
शुक्रिया।
ओके।
All right, big story. Anisha, in fact, is with us. Anisha, we'll just come back to you in a moment from now, but the petitioners, lawyers just said that a review is something that we're looking at very closely. And also on the phone line, we're being joined right now, if I could get that name once again, from Desh Ratam Nigam is now joining us. What do you think of the judgment of the court today? Of course, it's a 3:2 verdict upholding 10% reservation for the economically weaker sections, with a certain section of the political class already saying that this is in violation.
No, Sneha, certainly not. In fact, this reservation does not even breach the ceiling laid down in Indra Sahni's case of 50% reservation. That was for socially and educationally backward classes. This is for economically weaker sections, which has been carved out from the remaining 50%, which is an unreserved quota, and therefore it cannot be doubted. In 50% ceiling is not the basic structure of the constitution, because that has been carved out by the Supreme Court through a judgment. So it was not even mentioned in the constitution. And secondly,
so the Indra Sahni matter essentially is incorrect, is what you're saying.
No, what I am saying, it was for the socially and educationally backward classes. Okay. So that would not apply in this case, because this was for, here the criteria is economic. So there is a difference between the two. So that judgment will not apply in this particular case. And therefore 3:2 majority is upholding it is perfectly all right. And secondly, this is a reasonable classification. And the governments have the power to do a reasonable classification. So it is not violative of any of the principles, and therefore this was done through an amendment of the constitution. Earlier, Maratha reservation was attempted, some other reservation was attempted, but then there was no constitutional amendment, and therefore they were struck down earlier. So this was done. First, the constitutional amendment was brought in, and then the reservation, 10% executive decision was taken to grant 10% reservation to EWS category. So this stands on an absolutely different footing, and therefore the poorer sections of the remaining 50% will get the benefit. They have not done any harm to anybody, and therefore they do require such kind of affirmative action. And the judgments, the 3 judges who are in favor, who have upheld the constitutional validity, have also held that the equality is among equals, not among unequals, and therefore they have said this the deprived section, the 10% deprived section of the economically weaker section, should get the reservation. In my opinion, it's
okay.
a very good
Be with us, Mr. Deshrathan Nigam. I'll just come back to you in a moment from now. SP Singh Baghel, The Minister of State in the Ministry of Law is now joining us. शुक्रिया इंडिया टुडे के साथ बात करने के लिए। आप कैसे देखते हैं इस वर्डिक्ट को? सरकार, गवर्नमेंट का स्टैंड ये रहा है कि ये इम्प्लीमेंट होना चाहिए, कोर्ट को इस पे ग्रीन सिग्नल देना चाहिए। इन दैट सेंस एक विक्ट्री है ये सरकार के लिए आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट की तरफ से।
जी, मैं माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के इस बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक और महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय का स्वागत करता हूं और अभिनंदन करता हूं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2020 में EWS जो सवर्ण समाज में आर्थिक रूप से पिछड़े लोग हैं उनके लिए 10% का आरक्षण किया था, जिसमें शर्त लगाई थी कि 100 वर्ग फुट से ज्यादा उनका आवास नहीं होना चाहिए और 1000 वर्ग फुट से ऊपर का फ्लैट नहीं होना चाहिए, 5 एकड़ से ऊपर जमीन नहीं होनी चाहिए और 8 लाख रुपए से ज्यादा उनकी आर्थिक स्थिति नहीं होनी चाहिए। ऐसे लोगों को 10% आरक्षण दिया गया था और जिसमें संविधान में संशोधन करना पड़ा। इसके खिलाफ कुछ लोग माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए। सुप्रीम कोर्ट की संविधान पीठ ने ये महत्वपूर्ण, बल्कि मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि यू ललित साहब जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के मुख्य न्यायाधीश हैं कल सेवानिवृत्त हो रहे हैं और मैं जाते हुए उन्होंने एक महत्वपूर्ण फैसला किया है जिसको लोग याद रखेंगे और 3 लोगों ने इसके पक्ष में और 2 लोगों ने इसके खिलाफ किया है। तो ये कोई भी व्यक्ति जन्म का अधिकार उसके हाथ में नहीं होता है कि वो वाल्मीकि के समाज घर में पैदा हो या ब्राह्मण के घर में पैदा हो। तो ये गरीबी जो है पाप नहीं है, ये एक अभिशाप है। तो ऐसे में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय के अंत्योदय को आरक्षण में लागू किया है। 10% आरक्षण EWS का जो सवर्ण समाज के लोग होते हैं और मैं उसका स्वागत और अभिनंदन करता हूँ। और खास और ऐसे समय जो लोग प्रतिकूल टिप्पणियां माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट पर करते हैं वो डेमोक्रेसी को कहीं ना कहीं कमजोर कर रहे हैं, जिनका डेमोक्रेसी में विश्वास है, जिनका डेमोक्रेसी में विश्वास नहीं है।
जी, पूछना चाहूंगी बघेल साहब, इस समय कोर्ट में ये भी बोला गया है, जैसे जस्टिस पारदीवाला ने कहा है कि ये तो केवल 10 साल के लिए था, कि एक कैविएट है। BR अम्बेडकर ने एनविसाज किया था कि रिजर्वेशन जो है वो लिमिटेड पीरियड के लिए होना चाहिए, लेकिन हमारे देश में जो हमने देखा है कि रिजर्वेशन बढ़ता ही गया है, परसेंटेज बढ़ता ही गया है और टाइम भी बहुत ज़्यादा लैप्स हो गया, लेकिन रिजर्वेशंस कंटिन्यू हैं। ऐसे में सरकार का क्या मानना है ये रिजर्वेशन को लेके, इकोनॉमिकली वीकर सेक्शंस के रिजर्वेशन को लेके?
सरकार जब महसूस करती है कि शैक्षिक और सामाजिक रूप से जो लोग पिछड़े हैं और अब तो आर्थिक पक्ष भी उसमें आ गया है और जो पिछड़े हैं, जो आज़ादी के 75 साल में भी अभी अपनी बड़ी आबादी के बाद भी कई ऐसे परिवार हैं जो शेड्यूल कास्ट के 75 साल देश की आज़ादी हो गए और संविधान को लागू हुए भी जो है 72 साल हो गए हैं, लेकिन अभी उनके घर में एक चतुर्थ श्रेणी कर्मचारी भी नियुक्त नहीं हुआ। इसी प्रकार से अति पिछड़ों में भी देख रहा हूँ, कुछ के लड़के हैं वो सभी लोग नौकरी पा जाते हैं, उसमें अभी एक भी व्यक्ति कंडक्टर, ड्राइवर या क्लीनर या फोर्थ क्लास भी नहीं बन पाता है। हालांकि ये निर्भर करता है कि जो रिजर्वेशन में नौकरी पाए हैं और जो रिजर्वेशन में नहीं पाए हैं उनमें एक लाइन का अंतर है शिक्षा के स्तर का। तो जिस दिन हमारे देश की शिक्षा अगर समान शिक्षा ये रही होती आजादी के साथ ही, कॉमन एजुकेशन होती कि राष्ट्रपति भवन में श्री राजेंद्र प्रसाद जी प्रथम राष्ट्रपति जी का ग्रैंडसन, राष्ट्रपति भवन के चपरासी का लड़का, दिल्ली के कमिश्नर का और सिपाही का लड़का और नगर सेठ का और अधिकारी का लड़का और प्रधानमंत्री का और मंत्री का लड़का जो एक ही कमरे में एक ही छत के नीचे अगर कॉमन एजुकेशन ले रहे होते तो मुझे लगता है कि फिर बहुत लंबे समय तक इसकी आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ती। अब हमारे यहाँ आप ये देखो कि शिक्षा के भी कई स्तर हैं। देहरादून का दून स्कूल, अजमेर का मेयो कॉलेज, ग्वालियर का सिंधिया और नैनीताल का शेरपुर, ये पहला स्टैंडर्ड होता है। फिर पीटर्सबर्ग, चार्ल्स जार्जी, जीटी गोयन का DPS टाइप के दूसरे स्टैंडर्ड होते हैं। फिर उनसे नीचे अंग्रेजी नाम रख करके पढ़ाते हैं वो होते हैं। फिर चौथा स्टैंडर्ड होता है जो गाँव देहात में विद्यालय होते हैं। तो चौथे प्रकार के एजुकेशन लेकर के पहले प्रकार के बच्चों से कंपटीशन में आना बहुत कठिन है। 10 साल के लिए होता है, रिव्यू करते हैं, तो देखते हैं अभी अगर और आवश्यकता है। और घर में भी माँ भी जो बच्चा शारीरिक रूप से कमजोर होता है उसको दूध और दवा की व्यवस्था पेरेंट्स भी करते हैं।
जी बघेल साहब, ये भी पूछना चाहूंगी मैं आपसे,
महसूस करती हैं कि अभी बढ़ाने की आवश्यकता है तो बढ़ाती हैं।
पूछना चाहूंगी आपसे, अभी हमने लॉयर्स से बातचीत की, जो पिटिशनर के लॉयर है वो कह रहे हैं कि ये ऐसे कैटेगरी को बेनिफिट करेगा क्योंकि ये जनरल कैटेगरी के लोगों को रिजर्वेशन देगा। ये ऐसे कैटेगरी के लोगों को बेनिफिट करेगा जिन्हें हिस्टोरिकली रिजर्वेशन की कोई ज़रूरत ही नहीं है, कास्ट से इसे जोड़ा गया है। क्या बोलेंगे आप इस आर्ग्यूमेंट को, क्योंकि वो कह रहे हैं कि वो एक रिव्यू पिटिशन भी फाइल करेंगे। जी,
किनका आर्गुमेंट है? किसका आर्गुमेंट है?
जो पिटिशनर्स के जो लॉयर्स हैं जिन्होंने रिजर्वेशन को अपोज किया था।
ओके
जी
हाँ जी नहीं, मैंने फिर अपनी बात की भी पुनरावृत्ति करना चाहूंगा। ये माननीय वकील साहब जो खुद कह रहे हैं, ये किसी समान समाज में पैदा होते और जो महागरीब परिवार होता, क्योंकि जन्म पर किसी का अधिकार नहीं है, वो चॉइस नहीं है कि हम पैसे वाले घरों में ही पैदा होते। और ये जब दोयम दर्जे की शिक्षा लेते, दोयम दर्जे की चिकित्सा होती, दोयम दर्जे का भोजन उनको मिलता, तब इस प्रकार की बातें इनके, तब मैं समझता कि तब कहते तो कोई बात सही है। मुंशी प्रेमचंद की पूछ की रात एक कहानी है, इसको डल्लप किलो पर सोने वाले और एसी में रहने वाले याद करके 90% नंबर ला सकते हैं। उसके दर्द और मर्म को वही समझ सकता है जिसने पूछ की ठंडी रात एक सागर में काटी हो। तो ऐसे समान समाज के तमाम उन गरीब बच्चों से पूछेगा कि उनकी शिक्षा, दीक्षा, चिकित्सा और आवास किस प्रकार से गरीबी में गुजरा है, जिससे वो क्वालिटी एजुकेशन भी नहीं ले पाए हैं।
जी, अब भी पूछना चाहूंगी आपसे कि इस ऑर्डर का, आज इस वर्डिक्ट का एग्जिस्टिंग रिजर्वेशंस पर क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा? ऑनगोइंग केसेस हैं ओबीसी रिजर्वेशन पे और डिलेज इन इम्प्लीमेंटिंग रिजर्वेशन, ये भी मामला आया है, इस पर क्या इम्पैक्ट रहेगा?
ओबीसी का आरक्षण आप देख ही रहे हैं कि 27% का। मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा कि गत वर्ष उन्होंने इसको एमबीबीएस में, पीजी में, यूजी में और पीजी में और सेंट्रल स्कूल्स में, नवोदय में, कस्तूरबा में, इनमें भी आरक्षण करते हैं। अक्सर राज्यों में मैं देखता हूँ कि बहुत से राज्य इसमें जिसमें 50% ओबीसी अपने आप में उनकी आबादी रहती है। डॉक्टर लोहिया जो खुद सवर्ण थे, लेकिन उन्होंने 60 के दशक में नारा दिया था कि संसोपा ने बांधी गांठ, पिछड़े काम में 100 में 60, तो वो तो 60% के आरक्षण की बात करते हैं। लेकिन मंडल कमीशन ने इसको 27% लागू किया है और हमारे एससी का 15% है, 7.5% एसटीज का है और 10% ईडब्ल्यूएस का है। इसमें दिव्यांग और भूतपूर्व सैनिकों का है। तो कुल मिलाकर संविधान की मूल आत्मा है, उस पर कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
जी, ये भी पूछना चाहूंगी कि आइडेंटिफिकेशन कैसे होगा ये इकोनॉमिकली वीकर सेक्शंस का, और ये कितने सालों तक सर रिजर्वेशन ना देंगे? आप इसे रिव्यू कब करेंगे?
इस समय हम वर्तमान में सरकार माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी चला रहे हैं और वो पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय ने जो कहा था, अंत्योदय आखिरी व्यक्ति के चेहरे पर मुस्कान आए। माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अंतिम सवर्ण व्यक्ति जो अंतिम पायदान पर खड़ा है, जो 70-72 साल से कृषि भवन, रक्षा भवन, नॉर्थ ब्लॉक, साउथ ब्लॉकों में नहीं आता था, उनके लिए भी 10% ईडब्ल्यूएस का आरक्षण करके लाल कार्पेट बिछाने का काम किया। और बहुत खुशी की बात यह है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने केंद्र सरकार की समस्त नौकरियों में जो ग्रुप ए, ग्रुप बी, ग्रुप सी और डी में होता है, इंटरव्यू केवल ग्रुप ए में होगा, ग्रुप बी के गेस्टेड अधिकारियों का होगा, ग्रुप बी के नॉन गेस्टेड अधिकारियों का इंटरव्यू नहीं होगा और सी और डी में नहीं होगा। सी में बहुत बड़े पद होते हैं रेलवे के और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के। मैं इसलिए इंटरव्यू समाप्त करने का महिमामंडन कर रहा हूँ कि अक्सर पूर्ववर्ती सरकारों में इंटरव्यू लेने के लिए नहीं होते थे, सब कुछ तय होता था, इंटरव्यू निकालने के लिए होते थे। लेना है तो आगरा की स्पेलिंग बता दो, नहीं लेना है तो चेकोस्लोवाकिया की बताओ। और चेकोस्लोवाकिया की स्पेलिंग बता के भी लोगों को इसलिए नौकरी लगती थी कि वो बंदरबाट हो जाती थी। ऐसा अपने उत्तर प्रदेश में अखिलेश जी, मुलायम सिंह जी की सरकार में और बहन जी की सरकार में देखा होगा, केंद्र में भी इसी प्रकार से वक्त होता था। आजादी के बाद अगर मेरे से पूछा जाए कि कौन सा बड़ा।
बघेल साहब, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। You heard from the MOS law, and we are going straight across to Congress leader Udit Raj speaking to India Today.
Saying that 50% limit cannot be exceeded. How could it be exceeded? Again, I'm reiterating that EWS, I'm in support of EWS. I'm not opposing it. However, the mindset is getting reflected in the judgment.
But your party had supported in 2019.
I'm telling you on the basis of the facts. I'm telling you. Why are you dragging the party into it?
But you represent your party.
No. What happened? I represent the voice of SC, ST, OBC. For 25 years, I've been fighting for them.
So, are you going to challenge this in court?
No, I'm not. I'm questioning the mindset. What I'm going to challenge that there should be reflection of diversity in the Supreme Court and High Courts, judges. Is there an example of appointing judges?
But where would, upper caste or upper class, poor people would go if there is no EWS quota?
Say it again.
If there are poor people from upper caste or upper class.
Am I opposing it? Why are you asking the question? Am I opposing it?
No, you're saying that
this is not a question made out. I'm saying I'm not against the EWS. I'm not saying. But the fact is that the mindset, the same Supreme Court has been always holding the stand that there is a limit of 50% which cannot be crossed. How could it cross today? That is the question I'm saying.
So you're saying the same rule should be applicable for ST, OBC and other communities as well?
That's what I'm telling you. Then why for 30 years they have been denying and citing the example of Indra Sawhney, shilling imposed by Indra Sawhney case.
Thank you. So that was Mr. Udit Raj putting clear words that judges who delivered verdict in EWS quota have casteist mindset. In fact, he also said that he is not per se opposing the EWS quota. Okay. In New Delhi, this is Rahul Gautam reporting for India Today.
All right, Nisha Mathur continues to be with us. The argument that the court and the judges here are casteist is a very strong point that has been made, Anisha, and we'll talk to you about this in a few moments from now. We're continuing to keep a very close eye on that big developing story from the Supreme Court of India. Has wide political and social ramifications. It's time for a quick commercial break here. News continues in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals. Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
watching India Today.
It's been 15 long years.
In the air, Rishab takes it. India win.
Since Team India got their hands on the ICC T20 World Cup.
Will 2022 be the year, the moment the entire country's been waiting for?
It's in self-room, and that is 50.
Join us on India Today as we follow the men in blue.
And bring you all the latest news and analysis with our cricket experts Harbhajan Singh, Sunil Gavaskar and Pragyan Ojha.
Watch the Battle of Champions at these times throughout the World Cup on India Today.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. Supreme Court upholds 10% quota for poor in in fact, a judgment where Modi government's caste-free quota move that's been upheld. Poor in general category get reservation. Political ripples over Supreme Court verdict on Garib quota as Prime Minister Modi's government welcomes the move to empower the poor. Congress leader makes shocking comments, calls Supreme Court as casteist. And conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar writes another letter to Delhi LG, alleges involvement of Kejriwal and Kailash Gehlot. Says facing constant threat from Satyendra Jain. And Parali politics intensifies as BJP now tweets a video of crop burning in Chief Minister Bhagwant Man's turf, Sangrur. In fact, says that Kejriwal is forcing farmers to burn stubble. Supreme Court relief for Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Top court allows Soren's plea against the High Court order in a mining case. And after backlash over animation and Hindu anger, Adipurush makers now delay the release of the film. In fact, the makers hint at a mega VFX rehaul to pacify viewers. New release date is all set on June 16th, 2023.
न्याय के दो पैरों से अन्याय के 10 सर कुचलने।
All right, some big news coming in. Big relief coming in for Hemant Soren right from the Supreme Court, as the Supreme Court now allows a plea by the Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren against High Court order for allowing investigation into the stone mining lease allegations. A bench of justices, Dinesh Maheshwari and Sudhanshu Dhulia, has pronounced the verdict. Some big relief coming in at this point for Hemant Soren. In fact, a Jharkhand Chief Minister who's been in the dock ever since there were central agencies knocking at his doors over mining scandal. Let me quickly cut across to Anisha joining us live. Anisha, Supreme Court now, some relief coming in the way of Hemant Soren from Supreme Court as the court allows the plea of the Jharkhand Chief Minister against the High Court's order of allowing investigation into the stone mining lease allegations. Tell us a little more in this case.
Well, Nabila, this is a relief from the Supreme Court for Hemant Soren, but whether this relief translates to any actual relief for the Jharkhand Chief Minister who's facing an ED probe into this mining lease allegations is something we'll have to wait and see. Now, the Supreme Court, what they have done is that they have set aside the High Court, Jharkhand High Court hearing and the PIL that had been moved in the Jharkhand High Court, where the Jharkhand High Court had said that yes, we can hear a PIL raising allegations against against the sitting chief minister, against the Jharkhand government about the stone mining lease allegations, and we will allow investigation into the matter. But if you look at this entire issue so far, in July when this matter had come before the Supreme Court, the court had in August put a stay on the High Court proceedings, but had very clearly said that we are not stopping the Enforcement Directorate or any other legitimate government agency from conducting any proper investigation into the allegations or into any evidence that comes before them. So that basically means that while Hemant Soren, the PIL against Hemant Soren, which had raised these issues where the High Court had been given sealed cover information by the Enforcement Directorate, those proceedings are now set aside, but the agency, since they have registered an FIR, whether or not Soren gets any relief in that issue is something that we'll have to wait and see for now. Back to you.
All right, as we see, Hemant Soren at this point has been embroiled in this controversy where he has taken use of his office and issued tenders for mining. And one of those companies appears to belong to his family. In fact, Anisha, you said that this is a temporary relief, but things could change in the days to come. Give us some clarity on that.
See, Nabila, the issue before the Supreme Court was the fact that the Jharkhand government as well as Hemant Soren himself had come to court challenging the Jharkhand High Court's verdict where it had taken note of a PIL by a resident of Jharkhand saying that Hemant Soren has misused his office of a minister as chief minister. Hemant Soren as a chief minister has granted mining leases to companies associated with his family, and Hemant Soren as the chief minister has taken advantage of his power to get these leases given to companies linked to his family and earn a lot of money that he was not entitled to. So the Enforcement Directorate had initiated its investigation, its inquiry into the matter. So the issue here before the Supreme Court was whether the High Court could have at any point of time taken up such an issue in a PIL and then directed an investigation. One line of argument that had been raised on behalf of the Jharkhand government by senior advocate Kapil Sibal was also whether the High Court could have taken note of a sealed cover reports filed by the Enforcement Directorate with regard to these issues. Now, the allegations against Soren are, I beg your pardon, with regard to laundering money through shell companies, securing stone mine lease for companies linked to him, and therefore the Supreme Court had so far at least not stopped the ED from investigating these money laundering allegations. And we've seen the kind of political imbroglio it has created with Hemant Soren raising allegations against the ED, raising allegations against the centre, with the BJP also asking for Soren to be disqualified and the Election Commission coming into the picture. All of that is still going on, but the PIL in the High Court has now been set aside. The High Court will no longer be monitoring this issue.
All right, Anisha, thank you very much. For now, as it appears, may have come as a temporary relief for Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, but the fight is uphill. He's got to prove his innocence, but investigations still continue into these allegations of mining, which he is said to allegedly have misused his power in office. All right, cutting across to Gujarat. Gujarat High Court now takes suo motu cognizance of the Morbi bridge collapse. A notice has now been issued to the state government officials, including the Home Department, Urban Housing, Morbi Municipality, along with the State Human Rights Commission. Now, the court seeking a report on the entire incident from the state within next week. The next hearing on this matter will be conducted on the 14th of November. Now, Gujarat High Court taken up this issue. Remember, it's a poll-bound state. Elections just barely a month away in Gujarat. And at a time like this, the Morbi bridge collapse has also been politicized largely. At a time when there's blame game that continues, we see that the Gujarat High Court has taken up this case and has sought a report, a detailed report from several government bodies itself. Gujarat High Court, taking suo motu action, has issued notices to the state government officials, including the Home Department, including Urban Housing, Morbi Municipality, the State Human Rights Commission, seeking a report on the entire incident from the state within the next week's time. Let me cut across to Nalini joining us for a little more on that, who tracks court for us. Nalini, a quick word. We hear that the case will be next scheduled on November 14th. Until then, the Gujarat government has given, the High Court has given the government bodies, including the municipality of Morbi, 1 week's time to give out a detailed report on what really happened.
Well, absolutely, Nabila, and this 1 week's time has been given to give out a comprehensive report of how this exact incident took place. And what's important to highlight over here, Nabila, is the fact that the Gujarat High Court has taken suo motu cognizance of this entire case. There was no petition that was filed before the Gujarat High Court, but despite that, they have called for a response from the Home Department and all of the other state authorities to get for details of exactly what underwent before this entire bridge collapse that led to the death of over 100 people in Morbi in Gujarat. They have also issued notices, like you correctly pointed out, not only to the state authorities but also to the Human Rights Commission to come forth with their response. And they've said that in the next 1 week they want a comprehensive, detailed report on exactly what happened before the incident, how the construction was done, and how the bridge was allowed to be reopened. This essentially means that Gujarat High Court has now stepped in to investigate this entire matter, to inquire it, and to get to the root of exactly what caused this entire devastation in Gujarat, because of which several lives were lost. And directly the Home Department as well as the other state authorities are being held responsible for that. They are the ones who are being pulled up for answers by the Gujarat High Court, and they are being asked to file the report and get forth all the details. Now, the next hearing on the 14th of November is going to be extremely crucial, because that is the first time that we are going to see the official details coming from the Gujarat government before the Gujarat High Court, giving details of exactly how this bridge was allowed to be reopened after the reconstruction was conducted, and exactly what went on right before that entire bridge was collapsed. So big answers expected from the state authorities before the High Court. Suo motu cognizance has been taken, and likely an inquiry will be initiated into this entire matter now.
All right. Thank you very much, Nalini, for joining us. Enough of passing the buck. In fact, the government, along with the private agency, a thorough investigation is being conducted, with the court itself now taking suo motu cognizance on where were the exact lapses, right from the government bodies issuing those licenses, all the way to the private company carrying out works or substandard works and opening it up without a fitness certificate. India Today continues to track those details. All right, cutting across to Delhi's Tihar Gate that's currently exploding with each passing day. Conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar continues to put Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi in the dock. At this time, we see another letter has come out from Sukesh Chandrashekhar, which is the third letter within a week's time, which is an extension of the second letter that was released on Saturday. Sukesh Chandrashekhar has claimed in the third letter that he's submitted 50 crores to jailed Aam Aadmi Party Mantri Satyendra Jain at the behest of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal at Transport Minister Kailash Gehlot's farmhouse. Sukesh has further rubbished the defense of the Aam Aadmi Party, that he is being used by the BJP for some kind of settlement. Remember, in his earlier letters itself, Sukesh Chandrashekhar had claimed that he was being constantly threatened by Satyendra Jain through Tihar jail officials, despite him having paid 10 crore rupees as protection money. The conman has further accused Kejriwal of forcing him to pay up 50 crore rupees for a big role in southern cinema, or rather in politics itself, a plum post, including a Rajya Sabha berth.
Mr. Kejriwal once again plays the victimhood card and tries to skirt the issue. Mr. Kejriwal must tell us that ये कौन से चार यार थे जो मिल रहे थे तिहार में और कर रहे थे भ्रष्टाचार. These 4 years of corruption, Satyendra Jain, Sukesh, Kailash Gehlot and Kejriwal must answer these questions very, very specifically. And today, instead of running away, Mr. Kejriwal must tell us that why doesn't he allow a free and fair probe by asking these ministers to step down.
All right, now conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar has written a letter to Delhi LG VK Saxena claiming that he was threatened by jail administration after his last letter to LG about Satyendra Jain went public. After Delhi Chief Minister has rubbished Sukesh's previous letters, calling this man the biggest thug, the jail conman has now shot yet another letter spurring the BJP to demand for a thorough probe into these allegations that he's made. Let's cut across to what's really transpired.
India Today's conman Sukesh and Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendra Jain newsbreak has just got bigger. First, the 200 crore extortion racket accused wrote a letter to the Delhi IG claiming that Jain sought protection money from him while he was in Tihar jail. Now Sukesh has shot off another letter, this time to the Delhi Chief Minister. The conman has put direct questions to Arvind Kejriwal. He's asked the Delhi Chief Minister why he allegedly took 50 crore rupees and asked him to bring in 30 people for party positions. Sukesh further questioned why Kejriwal has constantly kept contact with him even after his arrest. India Today questioned the AAP chief on Sukesh's latest letter bomb.
आम आदमी पार्टी के दक्षिण भारत में कोई पोजीशन देने के लिए 50 करोड़ रुपए मैंने दिए। मैं आज कह रहा हूं, मैं और भी पोजीशन देने को आप दिलाती हो तो 50-50 करोड़ दिला दो। मैं कई सारे मतलब हमारी तमिलनाडु का कोई अध्यक्ष बनने के लिए 50 करोड़ अगर देने को तैयार है तो यार हम तो बड़े माला माल हो जाएंगे।
Sukesh in his previous letter had alleged that he paid 10 crore rupees to incarcerated AAP Minister Satyendra Jain as protection money in jail. Sukesh had also alleged he was promised an important party position in South India. The conman's fresh letter has triggered a new round of political slugfest, with the BJP demanding a thorough probe into the allegations. However, AAP has dismissed these charges, calling Sukesh the BJP star campaigner for the Gujarat polls.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बड़े बड़े नेताओं को सुकेश चंद्रशेखर जैसे महाठग का सहारा लेना पड़ रहा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्टार कैंपेनर कौन है? सुकेश चंद्रशेखर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्टार कैंपेनर है।
किसी भी मुख्यमंत्री पर इस प्रकार का आरोप कि जेल में अपराधियों को शरण दे रहे हैं, उनके लिए सुविधाएं मुहैया करा रहे हैं, और सुकेश चंद्रशेखर तो एक ठग है, लेकिन तिहाड़ में तो आतंकवादी भी बंद है। तो सत्येंद्र जैन और केजरीवाल अगर सुकेश चंद्रशेखर से पैसे ले रहे हैं तो इसका मतलब ये और आतंकवादियों से, देश के दुश्मनों से, उनसे भी पैसे की डील कर रहे होंगे।
हमारा भारतीय जनता पार्टी से यही दो सवाल हैं कि पहले आप हमें बता दीजिए कि आपके अनुसार क्या सुकेश चंद्रशेखर ठग है या सत्यवादी राजा हरिश्चंद्र है। दूसरा सवाल, क्या सुकेश चंद्रशेखर को तिहाड़ जेल से छुड़वाकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अमित शाह जी और नड्डा जी ज्वाइन कराने वाली?
ऐसा है कि अभी सत्येंद्र जैन नए डॉन बनकर दिल्ली में सामने आए हैं। ये आम आदमी पार्टी का जो पहला गनौना चेहरा था उससे भी भयानक चेहरा सामने दिख रहा है।
The BJP has now leveled bigger allegations, claiming Sukesh and Jain maintain contact with Kejriwal from jail and have demanded the AAP conveners call details.
Sukesh has spoken to Arvind Kejriwal as the Chief Minister and has also said as AK2, the number of Arvind Kejriwal is stored in the phone book of Satyendra Jain, and if AK2 is recorded and there's an extortion racket and money racket operating out of Tihar jail, a strict action needs to be taken.
Not just that, the BJP is also lobbying for the AAP minister to be shifted out of Tihar jail.
ये व्यक्ति खुद जेल मंत्री है, जेल में बैठा है और मुख्यमंत्री को कुछ गलती नहीं दिखाई देती। आप बताइए, दुनिया बताए ना। अरे किसी भी जेल में भेजो, यहाँ नहीं रह सकता, कहीं भी भेजो, काला पानी भेजो भाई।
Between the money laundering case, massage gate, and now this Sukesh salvo, trouble is only mounting for Satyendra Jain and AAP.
All right, cutting across is pollution due to stubble burning continues to choke the national capital, Delhi. India's available solutions are not helping as much. India's largest compressed biogas plant in Punjab's Sangrur, which converts stubble into biogas, is now being operated at 41% capacity, even as the peak stubble burning season is currently underway. In fact, the plant, which is operated by Verbio, was inaugurated on 18th of October in the presence of Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri and Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. And it has the capacity to tackle at least 300 tons of paddy per day. The plant started its operations in March this year. Farmers continue to show reluctance in providing stubble to the plant as they don't want to delay this sowing of rabi crop. Officials of the plant has told India Today that they would need government's assistance to remove the hesitation that farmers have at this point. In fact, the plant currently has 23-member ground management teams and over 1,500 farmers who are registered with it. India Today, in its ground report, has found out that the plant, which is aimed to manage the paddy in 10 kilometers radius, has failed in reducing stubble burning.
I'm right now in front of India's largest biogas plant based on paddy straw. This is supposed to be actually solving the problem of the paddy burning menace in the state of Punjab. But the irony is the farm just in front of the same plant is right now on fire because the farmers, they are reluctant to wait for this company to procure their paddy and convert it into biogas. And this is nothing less than irony. That is the truth of Punjab. Yesterday we heard the Punjab Chief Minister speaking about this plant that is pegged to solve the problem of stubble burning in Punjab. But unfortunately, just in front of this very plant, which is supposed to convert the paddy into biogas, on the left-hand side, you see a farm on fire. There could be nothing more ironical than this in the state of Punjab to show that what is right now required is good intention and solid involvement on the part of the local administration to ensure that the farmers also stop this menace, which is obviously contributing to hazardous pollution levels here in Punjab and obviously in the national capital. With video journalist Shagun Bharadwaj, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India Today.
निश्चित रूप से पंजाब के किसान भी यही पूछ रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, जब आपकी सरकार पंजाब में नहीं थी, आपके पास सिर्फ पंजाब ही नहीं पूरे नॉर्थ इंडिया के लिए सोल्यूशन था। आप उत्तर प्रदेश को, हरियाणा को, पंजाब को कहते थे कि मैंने सोल्यूशन बना दिया है, आप क्यों नहीं किसानों को दे देते। आपको ध्यान होगा सेम लैंग्वेज वो कहते थे ये इतना सस्ता है कि पंजाब के किसानों को अगर दे दिया जाए तो पूरे प्रदूषण की समस्या हल की जा सकती है। लेकिन आज लोग पूछ रहे हैं, किसान पूछ रहे हैं, भाई कहाँ गया हमारा बायो डिकम्पोजर। और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने लगता है वो सारा पैसा जो बायो डिकम्पोजर का था यहाँ तो चुनाव के प्रचार में खर्च कर दिया, या आजकल जो राजनीतिक टूर लग रहे हैं भगवंत मान जी और अरविंद केजरीवाल के, उसमें खर्च कर दिया है।
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, after backlash over animation and Hindu anger, the film Adipurush, the makers of the film have now decided to postpone the movie. The release date has been pushed to June 16, 2023. Reasons for that? On the other side of a short break, do stay with us.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Right now, after massive uproar, Adipurush release date has been postponed by 6 months. The director of the film, Om Raut, in his note has mentioned that the technical teams will have to be given a lot more time to work on the project, post all that criticism that came its way. Prabhas and Saif Ali Khan's Tarar, which was earlier scheduled to release on Jan 12, 2023, will now grace theatres on June 16, 2023. Defending his film, Raut has said that the team is committed to Sanskriti and history. He's also said that team needs more time in order to give a complete visual experience to viewers, hinting at a mega VFX rehaul to placate viewers. This comes after Adipurush's massive backlash over the VFX. In fact, the teaser was mercilessly trolled for its poor animation and visual effects. Few right-wing groups have also objected to these objectionable content, according to them, objectionable, that the film boasts of, and moved the Delhi High Court against the makers of the makers of the film as well as the actors who essayed those roles. Many have pointed out that Saif Ali Khan's Ravan avatar looks like Khilji. Director Om Raut's Adipurush is a 3D film that's based on Ramayana.
This film was supposed to arrive on the 12th of January initially, if you all know. And on the 25th of Jan, there was Pathan, Shah Rukh Khan's film, and there was hardly any breathing space, 13 days. And a film like Adipurush, with a budget like that, would definitely require a longer run time or screen time at the cinema hall. So I guess this is a better time. Well, of course, there's no holiday on the 16th of January, but on the 16th of June. But the fact is that there are not many big films that are coming in that particular period. Of course, there's Shah Rukh Khan's film on the 2nd of June, but this is on the 16th of June, 2 weeks after Shah Rukh Khan's film. And on 23rd, there is Dream Girl 2, which is Ayushmann Khurrana, and on the 29th June is Satya Prem Ki Katha, which is Kartik Aaryan. So they are not, of course, they are big stars, I'm not denying that, but there is enough breathing space for Adipurush to, if at all it works, to complete the business.
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, the Kantara craze continues even at the box office. India Today caught up with the crew of the Kannada film as they got candid on the success of the film. I had a chat with the star cast. I'm going to take you through some snippets of that on the other side. To stay with us. More than a month after its release, the film Kantara continues with its dream run. Quite a global phenomenon, a movie that started off just as a Kannada film with quite a humble release. A month later has now become a pan-India, a global success. And I'd like to welcome here in Delhi, Rishab Shetty, thank you very much. Saptami Gowda, fabulous portrayal of your character. So delicate, so beautiful for a swimmer like you. Didn't expect it, but I think you've proved every critic wrong. And you come from my school, my city, my everything. I'm so proud. I'm from Karnataka myself, and I can't tell you how overwhelmed I am that a Kannada film, yet again, after KGF has made us so proud across the world, right? Rishab.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು, ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯಿತು.
ನಾನೇನೋ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂ, ಬಟ್ ಆದರೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಚಾನಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು?
ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ, ಇಮೋಷನ್ಸ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು ಯಾವತ್ತು.
ಆಯ್ತಾ? But what are people really saying about your movie, Rishab? I know that you never expected it. I've heard your interviews. You've been saying that it has taken us by surprise. But your craft is so perfect. You have essayed it with such, stellar perfection that you should have imagined that this would have been the outcome.
Too much of English. So
ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ,
ನಾನು ಹಿಂದಿಲಿ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು.
ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್.
ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ, ಸಾರಿ.
ಮಾತಾಡಿದೀರಾ?
ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದೊಂದು ವರ್ಡ್ಗಳು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಹೇಳಿರ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ फील्स गुड, क्योंकि ये ऐसा एक कन्नड़ा कंटेंट लेके आके हम लोग रिलीज़ किए हैं. उसके बाद जो वर्ड ऑफ माउथ के हिसाब से जो स्प्रेड हुआ और उसके बाद दूसरे लैंग्वेज में भी रिलीज़ हुआ है, तो सारे दुनिया से इतने सारे अप्रिसिएशन आ रहे हैं, देख के बहुत खुशी हो रहा है.
Now, you expected it or what? Tell me honestly.
No. I didn't expect this kind of a success. So I think वो फिल्म का है वो, मतलब एक सिनेमा हम नहीं कर सकते, वो हो जाएगा वो. So एक जर्नी होता है उसमें. So we are just part of that journey.
I'd like to ask you about your lungi that you've worn today, and you've been maintaining this look for a while.
So it's from
Nard style.
ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಹೀಗೆ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. So and one and a half
from morning to evening you're in a lungi in your village.
ಈಗ sometimes ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಪ್ಯಾಂಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ.
But I want to know if this lungi is fully worn or does it have a clip?
No, ಕ್ಲಿಪ್ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಅಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ನೆಸೆಸಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಯಸ್ಸಿಂದ ನಾವು ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಲುಂಗಿನೇ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ಸೊ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಲುಂಗಿಲಿ ಇರ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ಸೊ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಾಗೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಇದು ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂ. ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋ ಥರ ಸಮಾಧಾನ, ಖುಷಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
Rishab is so relieved that he can speak Kannada with me, but Rishab, try a little bit of English. I know you can. But what he's basically trying to say is that lungi is your attire.
See, it's a dubbing cinema. It's a Kannada cinema. We have dubbed into other language. So you are all dubbing.
Rishab, none can even imagine that you have such a funny, light, warm side to you from what we saw, the portrayal of yourself in the film.
No, Shiva has that, idalla, majmajವಾಗಿ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ. Except that daiva portion ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ. So
happy-go-lucky. Is that who you are in person?
Some percentage.
थोड़ा बोलिए आपके बारे में, हम सब जानना चाहते हैं. शिवा के अलावा
जो शिवा का जो रेज है वो तो है मेरा अंदर, तो वही तो बचपन से मेरा सोच था कि ऐसा कैरेक्टर पोर्ट्रे करना है. तो बाहर तो ऐसा हम लोग डेली लाइफ में ऐसा बिहेव नहीं कर सकते. ठीक है, जो सिनेमा में लेके आ सकते. और बहुत सारे लोगों को मैं देख के वो कैरेक्टर को बिल्ड किया था. शिवा इन पर्सन एक बिलो एवरेज स्टूडेंट था स्कूल कॉलेज में, एंड मज़ा करके
below average student. Saptami, you tell us the real side of
you want my mascot? You want my mascot?
As a student,
apparently he is below average. No, what is this above I mean,
but as a director, actor,
number one successful film in the country today. And I can't think that the guy or the actor was any substandard in even during his childhood.
आपको मेरा मार्क्स चाहिए?
नहीं, मगर शायद
5th स्टैंडर्ड में फेल हुआ था मैं.
मैं भी थोड़ा मॉडरेटी थी, मगर
ना 5th स्टैंडर्ड में फेल हुआ था मैं.
No way.
Seriously फेल हुआ था मैं. तो उसके बाद
अब क्या, you always thought I'll be an actor, forget studies.
वो क्या ना, एक मतलब सिनेमा देख के टीवी पे डॉक्टर राजकुमार के गाना आते थे, वो देख के मेरा माँ भी बहुत बड़ा फ़ैन है अन्नोरू का. सो वो देख के मुझे भी बहुत अच्छा ब्लेजर लगा कि वो एक एंटिक कार, ब्यूटीफुल क्रॉप, एक मीस है, चंद मीस है. ಸೊ ಬಾನಿಗೊಂದು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಸಾಂಗ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ ನಾನು.
Rishab is a great mimic. He's going to mimic Dr. Rajkumar for us.
स्टोरी ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಿಮಗೆ. ओके. सो वो देखे अन्नोरू ऐसा ब्यूटीफुली ड्राइव करते थे. मैं सोचा अगर मुझे भी ऐसा हीरो बनना है, लेकिन क्या करना है. मैं सोचा कि ड्राइविंग सीखना है. अगर ड्राइविंग सीखा तो हीरो बन सकता हूँ. एक्टिंग सीखने का तो वो आइडिया नहीं था.
Oh gosh.
सो ऐसा कुछ चाइल्डहुड में ऐसा आइडिया था.
ड्रीम्स था. मगर
हाँ.
अंत में आप सब कुछ बन गए. If you are an actor, you can do everything, driving, action, everything.
हाँ.
And yeah, you know, I should highlight before I come to your mimicking skills that you've done every scene here without a body double.
हाँ.
The most amazing action scenes which is spoken about across the world, mind you, it's all without a body double. And that fitness levels, I don't know where you get it. You're what, judo champ or wrestler champ, I heard?
No, I was a wrestler and judo player also. मेरा national भी हुआ था judo.
Wow.
So छोड़ दिया बाद में एक bone crack हो गया, छोड़ दिया.
अच्छा. सप्तमी के साथ कभी लड़ाई हुई?
नहीं नहीं, ऐसा लड़की के साथ हम लोग ऐसा नहीं करते.
स्विमिंग चैंपियन है.
हाँ, इसलिए.
इसका भी बोन डेंसिटी सॉलिड होगा.
सॉलिड तो है.
Did you ever try getting into a judo competition with him?
I just watched the action sequence. I said, okay, this is not for me. I will stand and watch.
उनका भी एक्शन सीक्वेंस था ना, क्लाइमैक्स में एक 2-4 सीक्वेंस रखे थे हम.
हाँ.
तो बहुत अच्छा एक्शन भी किए हैं.
What got you to select Saptami, if I can ask you?
Sir,
Because you're
मतलब मुझे
you've worn so many hats. I know that you've taken every decision for the film, including Saptami's role.
डेफिनेटली वो लीला एक ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी से आ रही है और पहली एक एजुकेटेड थी और फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट में ट्रेन होके ड्यूटी ज्वाइन होने आ रही है. सो फिजिकली शी शुड नॉट लुक लाइक वन, आप बोलते हैं ना, मतलब बबली क्यूट वाला हीरोइन जैसा लगना नहीं चाहिए था. सो इसलिए हम लोग ज़्यादा इनको डिटैन किए हैं तो टैन किए. सो पूरे कलर पूरा निकाल के या दो दिन का है. उसके बाद जो उधर का जो समर में हम लोग शूट करते थे, बाहर आ गया तो स्किन टोन मैच हो गया उसके बाद. सब लोग सो उसके साथ ही वो एक फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट में गार्ड का ट्रेनिंग हुआ तो वो फिजिकल अपीयरेंस भी वैसा ही होना चाहिए था. सो और लुक एक नॉर्मल लड़की का जो लुक चाहिए था वो मैं सर्च कर रहा था. उस समय इनका एक इंस्टाग्राम के फीड में आया जो साड़ी पहन के एक टेंपल में इन्होंने फोटोशूट किए थे. वो देखा मैं. देखने के बाद वही तो एक ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಚಾಮುಂಡೇಶ್ವರಿ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದು. ದೇವಿದ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಇರಬೇಕು ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ.
I know. Look at this, and God's blessings for you.
I know, divine into has to be.
So you put a casual picture on your Instagram profile. Yes. Tell me what happened.
So and then that picture, Sir saw on his Instagram feed and said he then remembered my dialogue from my first movie had gone viral. So he remembered, oh, this girl, no, and then he called me to his office and we did 3 days later, a look test happened. Then auditions happened on the same day, I think 27th of July. And then we did workshops. And on the day of Muhurta at Anegudi temple, I got to know I'm selected. Now we are sitting here today and we're talking about the movie.
Yes, a swimming champion. What all? She's done engineering, then a great swimmer.
ಸ್ವಿಮ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಚಾಂಪಿಯನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಅಪ್ಪ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸೊ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಕಳಿಸಿದಾರೆ ಮೆಡಲ್ ಅಂತ.
No, 100%.
No nepotism in swimming.
No. I worked really hard.
Or influence.
No.
So हम DOP अरविंद कश्यप एंड हम लोग बात करते थे कि अगर वो ऑन योर मार्क गेट सेट गो बोलते हैं ना, सो वो ऑन योर मार्क गेट सेट ये जंप मारती है तो मेडल मिला ऐसा. तो पुलिस का बेटी है तो क्या करते हैं, दे दो एक मेडल ऐसा. नहीं तो 240 मेडल्स जीते हैं इन्होंने.
I know, that's what I said. For someone like you, an ace swimmer, you know, they say that usually sports women are not as feminine, but look at the way you've craftfully.
No, it was like, I mean, we went through a workshop and everything, so the workshop helped a lot. Yeah,
sanitized.
Yes, I had to leave completely, let go of myself, let go of Saptami, the swimmer, the athlete, everything, and become Leela. So that happened in those 2 months. So whatever you see,
have you been a tomboyish?
Yes, I've always been super active. Keep jumping, rolling around. That's what I keep doing. I enjoy myself. I mean, self-harm myself a lot, hurt myself a lot. So I'm very clumsy also that way. So that's who I was. So I had to let go of that completely, that entire characterization of what I am.
and then convert myself into
I mean, so craftfully delicate your performance
I
was.
wanted to do that.
And yet with so much power. Yes. And that was really such a delight to see. But, you know, getting to you, before I get to anything else, I want your mimicking skills right now on full display. I know you can do Annavaru.
ನೋಡಿ ನೋಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಕಾಂತಾರ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಿನಿಮಾನ ದೇಶದಾದ್ಯಂತ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಾದ್ಯಂತ ನೀವು ತಗೊಂಬಂದು ಈ ನೋಡಿ ಹಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಿರಲ್ಲ, ನೋಡೋಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚಂದ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಖುಷಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳಪ್ಪ, ಭಾಳ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ.
Dr. Rajkumar came alive.
ಅಯ್ಯೋ.
Fabulous. You know, Appu also, we remembered him just, you know, on his anniversary. And, you know, you have spoken of Appu so many times about what kind of inspiration he's left behind. Would you want to tell on this occasion of your success?
Definitely, वो है तो बहुत सेलिब्रेट करते थे. So, that was a missing part. So, लेकिन उसका जो blessings तो है इस फिल्म में, क्योंकि मैं एक बार एक सिचुएशन भी आया था, उनको भी मैं कहानी बताया था, वो भी करना चाहते थे, और लेकिन उसका डेट के इशू से कर नहीं सकते हम लोग. लेकिन एक स्केड्यूल ख़त्म करके मैं और एक इवेंट में मिला था, लास्ट में अपू सर को मिला. सो उन्होंने उस समय भी जो स्टोरी तो मुझे कहा था, तो वैसा ही आ रहा है ना, तो ऐसा कुछ पूछ रहे थे, और उस समय मैं उनको कुछ विजुअल्स का जो इमेजेस दिखाया था, जो दैव का जो प्रोसेशन जाता है वो इमेज, और कुछ एक्शन सीक्वेंस का भी कुछ.
So Puneet Rajkumar has vetted your film.
डेफिनेटली इसलिए मैं ये फिल्म उनको मैं डेडिकेट करना
really?
चाहता. हाँ. सिर्फ ये फिल्म नहीं,
dedicates Kantara to Puneet
नॉट ओनली
Rajkumar.
कांतारा, मेरा जो आगे क्या क्या काम करता हूँ वो सारा काम अपू सर को मैं डेडिकेट करना चाहता हूँ.
Wow. ये सच्चे नहीं, a piece of our heart.
उसको अभी हम विश्व मानव कहते हैं. अभी गंधदगुड़ी रिलीज हुआ, सो देख के इतना इमोशनल हो गया हम लोग. मतलब such a pure soul he is. So
can't say enough. Right, but Rishab, what a success, you know, from the film that was made at a budget of 16 crores to what it is today. We hear global connection 300 crores, your Hindi release itself 50 crores. So we're looking at a whopping 1,300% jump from what you spent to what you earned. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman spoke about this as an ideal business, you know, model. How would you look at that?
मतलब नो रिएक्शन. क्या बोलूँ मैं, मतलब बहुत नॉट ओनली ऑडियंस, सेलिब्रिटीज़, पॉलिटिशियंस, जर्नलिस्ट, सब लोग इतना एक अप्रिसिएशन दे रहे हैं, तो देख के बहुत खुशी होता है. और जो कंपैरिजन्स, जो बजट के बारे में हम लोग तो नंबर नहीं बताते हैं, और लास्ट में पूरे कलेक्शन के बाद होमबाड़े फिल्म्स will reveal officially.
Yeah, it's closing into 500 crores, and I know that there's been a series of southern films, and one thought at one point that this is just a fad, you know, this south spice and this excitement will go down very quickly, and then from nowhere came Kantara. We were all caught by surprise.
अच्छा रहता है सरप्राइज देने का. अच्छा रहता है. और ये सब ऑडियंस की वजह से वो लोग इतने, अभी भी जो हमारा जो प्रमोशंस कुछ नहीं है, मतलब वो लोग अभी वर्ड ऑफ माउथ इतना स्प्रेड कर रहे हैं. मतलब आज हमारा PR टीम हमको इंडिया गेट लेके आके उधर फोटोशूट कर रहे थे. उधर भी बहुत सारे नॉर्थ इंडियन लोग फिल्म देखा है वो लोगों ने. इधर भी होटल में भी बहुत सारे लोग रिकग्नाइज कर रहे हैं. मेरा थोड़ा ऑन स्क्रीन और ऑफ स्क्रीन का थोड़ा अलग रहता है, मतलब उधर कुछ अलग दिखता हूँ. सो
हैंडसम दिखते हो ऑन और ऑफ स्क्रीन.
अच्छा, थैंक यू.
ठीक लगते हो.
थैंक यू. सो तो इतना रिकग्निशन और इतना अप्रिशिएट कर रहे हैं, बहुत एक
You know, but I'm from Karnataka and from Mangaluru, so I know very well what the capability and the craft Rishab Shetty always displayed, even in your many other successful films in the past. But today, I'm so glad that the world has got to see it, because you don the hat of a filmmaker, director, and actor. Every little nuance of the film is what you get yourself, immerse yourself into, and I think that's what shows. You know, he has full control over what he does. That it absolutely shows.
Definitely teamwork is there. So मेरा टीम के वजह से एक it can't be one man show.
No doubt.
क्योंकि एक प्रोडक्शन का जो लड़का है उसका भी कंट्रीब्यूशन रहता है. सो सब लोग का कंट्रीब्यूशन, एनर्जी, वाइब सब मिलके एंड प्रोडक्शन हाउस, ऐसा एक प्रोडक्शन हाउस मिला तो डेफिनेटली विल वर्क लाइक दैट. एंड वो एक एनर्जी आता है ना, तो वो आके ऑन स्क्रीन ट्रांसफ़र होके वो ऑडियंस को ट्रांसफ़र होना एक बहुत अच्छा एक जर्नी है. So I have to thankful to all my team.
God, how are you so humble, but Rishab, after so much of success? I mean, I was just talking to my team here, Aishwarya and our unit, that you are the same.
And I तो क्यों चेंज क्यों होना चाहिए?
होता है ना, थोड़ा एयर आ जाता है.
मैं कंफर्टेबल रहता हूँ, मैं आराम हूँ, मैं क्यों एक्स्ट्रा
क्या एक्स्ट्रा क्या?
मतलब एक्स्ट्रा कुछ आप ये मतलब इंटरव्यू में देखता हूँ कुछ ये सब बोलते हैं ना लोग, तो वो मतलब एक जमता नहीं है.
स्टाइल में कूलिंग ग्लास डालना, एक फैंसी कार से उतरना,
ये भी एक मतलब ये भी सो रही हूँ मतलब 3-4 महीने 5 महीने से मेरा नींद इतना कम हो गया मतलब टाइम नहीं है, so इसलिए मैं कवर करने के लिए ये डालता हूँ बस.
Okay, now that you pull your glasses down, do that squint tight.
No, I won't do. You will make it a thumbnail out of that.
I promise I won't. I promise. But you know, Rishab has another talent. He can do the squint eye stunt.
No.
I swear we won't. I swear. I'm saying this on air. We won't.
No. ये करने के बाद वो स्क्रीनशॉट लेते हैं लोग. स्क्रीनशॉट लेते हैं, लेने के बाद उसमें ट्रोल कर देते हैं.
No. I will ensure that won't happen. Please. I know you entertain.
कैमरा बंद होने के बाद आपको मैं दिखाता हूँ.
Damn.
It's caused problems for me. You are finding it funny, but it's caused problems.
Okay, so he did this squint eye thing in front of me. I'm sad that the audience can't see
आपको
it.
देखना है तो मेरा एक फिल्म है कथा संगमा, which I have produced it. It's an anthology.
Where you go all squint eyed.
जो Amazon में है, तो उसमें एक कहानी है, उसमें मैं एक कैरेक्टर क्या हूँ, उसमें पूरे कहानी में मैं स्क्विंट आइज में हूँ.
Fine. What else is Rishab's talent? I want to know a little more about you, Rishab. All of us want to know more about you.
ना talented आदमी नहीं हूँ मैं.
Oh, please.
सिर्फ फ्लो में जाता हूँ, यही मेरा सीक्रेट यही है. एक कंटेंट आया, मुझे एक पुश मिल रहा है, एक्साइटेड हूँ वो कंटेंट के ऊपर, तो फ्लो में जाता हूँ मैं बस. इसलिए मेरा बीवी बोलते हैं थोड़ा स्लो सोच समझ के करो. मुझे एक आइडिया मिलने के बाद वो शूट करना है बस, वैसा जाता हूँ बस.
Your passion is visible. I say that again. But in the film, Rishab, we see your performance towards the fag end of the movie, that 20 minutes hair-raising climax. I mean, we were all at the edge of our seats, and I know that the entire focus was around that and how to get that perfectly right. And gosh, I mean, I can't even imagine how you actually delivered that performance. Would you want to tell us something about that?
Even I don't know.
No, but you know what?
लेकिन
I could really imagine that you were really possessed.
वो बात नहीं कर सकते हम लोग वैसा, मतलब वो क्या है ना, वो जो म्यूज़िक है, जो दैव कोला का, जो आप भी मैंगलोर से है, जो वो म्यूज़िक ज़्यादा आपको एनर्जी देते हैं. दैव आने का जो प्रोसीजर है उसमें ये रंग अलंकार जो करते हैं और म्यूज़िक जो प्ले होता है और लाइट्स जो रहता है और जो प्रोसीजर जो रिचुअल का जो करते हैं, वो सारे मिलके वो सब होता है. ओके, सो वी शुड, मैं एक बिलीवर हूँ, वो पूजा भी करता हूँ मैं.
So you are very religious?
Yeah, definitely. मैं एक वही मेरा वे ऑफ लाइफ, मेरा सब कुछ वो है.
How many temples you visited right after your release?
कम, धर्मशाला गया था मैं. और एक दैव स्थान गया था. ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं मिला. एक अभी मैं और प्रगति इतना बड़ा लिस्ट किया है और कम से कम 30 है. 30 टेम्पल है.
30 temples post the release of Kantara. Religious man.
वो एक ये
You've had God's blessings on you.
लेकिन मैं वैजाग में एक टेम्पल गया था. मुंबई में सिद्धि विनायक का टेम्पल गया था. बहुत ब्यूटीफुल एनर्जी फील हुआ था मुझे उधर. So
you know, Rishab, the movie is so sensitive. At one point, one could imagine if it wasn't portrayed the right way, the way you did, it would have been offensive to people. You know, you've got to strike that balance by portraying the actual culture and tradition without hurting religious sentiments. How did you manage that balance?
मैनेज करने का कुछ नहीं है उसमें. मतलब मैं एक बिलीवर हूँ, वो एक वैसा एक समाज से, ऐसा एक कम्युनिटी और ऐसा एक मतलब वो एक बिलीवर होके मैं आया हूँ. सो मेरा तो मन में रहता है कि मैं कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होना चाहिए, एक सेंटिमेंट हर्ट नहीं होना चाहिए. लेकिन मैं वो ये सेंटिमेंट हर्ट करने का, नहीं तो उसको मैं क्वेश्चन करने का, ये आइडिया में नहीं आया. ये कहानी वो ये आइडिया में नहीं बताया था मैं. मेरा थॉट है कि इसमें दैट प्योरिटी, दैट एनर्जी में क्या है, दैव को क्या मानते हैं हम लोग, दैव बोले तो क्या है, ये सब एक्सप्लोर करने आया था मैं, सो पॉजिटिवली मैसेज देना था मुझे। So, वो एक आइडिया था। उसके बाद जो दैव नर्तक जो है वो कम्युनिटी का लोग, वो एक टीम मेरे साथ थे। सो पूरे फिल्म मेकिंग प्रोसेस में जो ये क्या क्या कर रहा था मैं दैव कोला का, वो साथ में थे, उन लोगों का गाइडेंस लिया मैं, उसके बाद ही किया था ये सब।
You know, the tribal dancers of Karnataka today are so thankful to you.
No. They are the great.
Rishab Shetty is our pride.
No. We should not say that, क्योंकि उन लोगों का जो जर्नी जनरेशन टू जनरेशन, वो दैव को हम लोग सेवे और चाकरी बोलते हैं, वो सेवा करके आ रहे हैं। इट्स वेरी हार्ड। ऐसा एक कम्युनिटी को हम बहुत उन लोगों का जो रेस्पेक्ट उधर है। So
okay, Karnataka government has decided to give allowance 2,000 rupees to those tribal dancers, to the elderly. I mean, you've not just changed your own life with the film and of course the Kannada fortunes of the Kannada film industry, but also the tribal dancers, you changed their lives.
वो एक करेक्शन बताता हूँ आपको, वो डांस भी नहीं है, वो एक रिचुअल है, वो एक पूजा है। दैव एक शक्ति मानते हैं हम लोग, भगवान जैसा। So वो इट्स नॉट अ परफॉर्मेंस। So it's like that. It's like एक प्रकृति के अंदर का जो एक शक्ति, एक एनर्जी, एक आदमी के अंदर आना, वो एक ब्यूटीफुल प्रोसीजर है। सो दैव का जो ಆಕರ್ಷಣೆ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಅಂತ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ದೈವದ ಆಕರ್ಷಣೆ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸೊಸೈಟಿಲಿ ಒಂದು ಈಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್. ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿರೋಂಥ ಎಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಅದನ್ನೇ ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಥ್ರೂ ಮೈ ಸಿನಿಮಾ. ದೈವದ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪ್ಪರ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ, ಲೋವರ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಇದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಆ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸಹಬಾಳ್ವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಕೋ ಎಕ್ಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ ನಾವು. ಸೊ ಆ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ತುಂಬ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ದ ಥೀಮ್.
So in front of God, there's no caste.
Yeah, definitely.
We're all equals.
We are all equals.
That was your portrayal. You know, but I'd like to ask you quickly on where did you get this inspiration? Did it really help that you come from the same region? You're from coastal Karnataka, from Tulunadu. That's exactly the belt where you come from. And have you always seen them around?
Definitely.
And has it been playing on your mind? What really ran behind your mind before you came out with this script?
See, it's like a journey. मैं बचपन से क्या देख के आया था, वही लेके आने के लिए ट्राई किया। मैं मेरा फिल्म में वही एक्सप्लोर करने के लिए ट्राई किया था। सो इट्स लाइक लोग पूछते थे कितने रिसर्च किए, कुछ भी रिसर्च नहीं किया मैं। जो लास्ट अप्रैल में ये आइडिया मिला, जो 4-5 महीने में हम लोग पूरे स्क्रिप्ट, प्री प्रोडक्शन, सेट डालना, सब कुछ काम करके पैरेलली मेरा एक्शन सीक्वेंस को प्रिपेयर करना, कंबड़ा सीक्वेंस को प्रिपेयर करना, सब 24/7 पैरेलली प्रिपेयर होके सितंबर में शूट किए हम लोगों ने। उसके बाद इस सितंबर में हम लोग रिलीज किए। उसके बाद वो पैन इंडिया खुद बन गया फिल्म। हमने कुछ नहीं किया।
You didn't even think from Kannada.
So one year.
You've dubbed it into how many languages now?
अभी कन्नड़ा मिलके 5। सो अभी तुलु भी रिलीज हो रहा है, वो भी अभी रेडी हो रहा है। सो वो भी ऑडियंस का डिमांड
You come from Tulunadu, of course. Tulu तो बनता है।
सो ये पूछते हैं कि कितना रिसर्च किया। रिसर्च तो मेरा आई एम 39 नाउ, सो ऑलमोस्ट 5-6 स्टैंडर्ड में मैं यक्षगाना ये सब समझ में आने का शुरू हुआ था। उस समय से इधर तक रिसर्च ही है।
I mean, we're so blown away with your performance, both of you. Rishab, a quick word. I know that, you know, the Diwali weekend, there were movies like Mani Ratnam's Ponniyin Selvan. There was Akshay Kumar's, you know, film that was also released. You gave a run for all your money. You know, so now questions asking...
Ponniyin Selvan was a big hit in Tamil Nadu.
Well, it was. Kantara is now a bigger hit, clearly. I'd like to ask you, what's your next step? Is there Bollywood calling, Tollywood calling? Hollywood, you never know.
ये तमिल में एक कॉमेडी है वडीवेलु सर का, तो वो पूरा प्रैक्टिस करते हैं। नेक्स्ट पूछते हैं स्टूडेंट्स, सो वो बोलते हैं नेक्स्ट रेस्ट।
रेस्ट नाउ ऋषभ can't rest. I know Rishab can't rest.
छोटा सा वो 2 महीने का
सप्तमी ऋषभ can rest.
But he needs it.
But he can't, no? No, he's very restless.
I will. यार 6 साल हो गया शादी होके, एक दिन भी टाइम नहीं दिया था मैं मेरा बीवी और बच्चों को। अभी मैं 2 महीने छुट्टी ले रहा हूँ।
You want to tell us a little bit about your family? I mean, you know, what kind of support they've given you, Rishab?
Definitely, they are the backbone. प्रगति की वजह से मेरा ये जर्नी इधर तक मैं आया, और इतने काम करने बहुत मुश्किल होता है। वो भी मेरा साथ इस फिल्म में कॉस्ट्यूम डिज़ाइन भी प्रगति ने किया है। So it's a family film.
Yeah. I mean, the visual extravaganza in the film.
Acted too.
She's acted, yeah?
Even Sir's kids have been.
Oh my God, that is so adorable. You know, but congratulations. Southern cinema making waves across the country today, and you're one of the reasons too.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank you personally for that.
Thank you
Saptami,
so much.
what next for you?
Don't know, let's see, just listening and trying to finalize on a few stories and scripts. Let's see where it will go. And exciting characters come my way, of course I'm going to go up and do it. New learning experiences.
Yeah, so Rishab, as we know, there have been enough and more controversies. There's also a lot of talk about Kantara for the Oscars, which is trending online. Would you want to shout out, maybe to be considered?
No, मतलब वो उनका जो ये है बहुत सारे लोग बोल रहे हैं, मैं भी देख के मैं खुशी हो रहा है मुझे भी. Let's see, मतलब ये सिनेमा इधर तक आया है. It's not in our hand. So किधर जाते हैं देखते हैं.
All right, Rishab, Saptami, thank you very much for giving us such a fabulous cinema, and I wish you all the very best for your future endeavors.
ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯ್ತು, ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯ್ತು. Thank you, Rishab. Thank you, Saptami.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me take you through the top news, the headlines first. Supreme Court upholds 10% quota for poor in the 3-2 judgment. Modi government's caste-free quota move that's been upheld. Poor in general category get reservation. Political ripples over Supreme Court verdict on Garib quota as Modi government welcomes the move to empower the poor. Congress leader makes shocking comment, calls the Supreme Court as casteist. Conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar writes another letter to Delhi LG, alleges involvement of Kejriwal and Kailash Galot, says facing constant threat from Satyendra Jain. Barali politics intensifies as BJP tweets video of crop burning in Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's turf, Sangrur, says Kejriwal forcing farmers to burn stubble. Supreme Court relief for Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Top court allows Soren's plea against High Court order in the mining case. And after backlash over animation and Hindu anger, Adipurush makers delay the release date. Makers hint at mega VFX rehowl to pacify viewers. New release date now on June 16th, 2023. All right, cutting across to Gopal Rai, Delhi Environment Minister, speaking at a press conference. Let's take a listen.
हुआ था, उसमें दिल्ली के अंदर एसेंशियल सर्विसेज, सीएनजी और इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रकों को छोड़ करके बाकी पर प्रतिबंध लगा दिया गया था एंट्री, उसे अब खोल दिया गया है। दिल्ली के अंदर जो छोटे मालवाहक ट्रक्स, एसेंशियल सर्विसेज और सीएनजी इलेक्ट्रिक को छोड़कर जो प्रतिबंधित थे उन्हें भी अब ओपन कर दिया गया है। दिल्ली के अंदर वर्क फ्रॉम होम के जो निर्देश थे, अब आज से फुल कैपेसिटीज में ऑफिसेज में वर्क किया जा रहा है। दिल्ली में फेज 3 में जो कंस्ट्रक्शन डिमोल्यूशन पर बैन था, उसमें फेज 4 में हाईवे, रोड, फ्लाईओवर, ओवरब्रिज, डीजेबी पाइपलाइन, पावर ट्रांसमिशन पर और एक्स्ट्रा बैन लगाया गया था, जिसको खोल दिया गया है। प्राइवेट डिमोल्यूशन और कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम अभी भी बैन रहेगा। साथ ही साथ जो पर्यावरण बस सेवा के तहत एक्स्ट्रा बसों को लगाने का जो निर्देश था, उसके तहत काम होगा और नई बसें हायर की जाएंगी और वो एक्स्ट्रा बसें चलाई जाएंगी फेज 3 के तहत। दिल्ली के अंदर प्राइमरी स्कूल बंद कर दिए गए थे और उसके ऊपर के कक्षाओं के जो ओपन एक्टिविटीज़ थी उसे भी प्रतिबंधित किया गया था। 9 तारीख से प्राइमरी स्कूल भी खोले जाएंगे और जो एक्टिविटी पर प्रतिबंध था उसे भी हटाया जा रहा है। तो अगर फेज 3 और फेज 4 में जो निर्णय है उसको एक बार मैं रिपीट कर दे रहा हूँ। जो ट्रकों की एंट्री पर बैन था उसे खोला जा रहा है। जो 50% वर्क फ्रॉम होम था उसको खोला जा रहा है। जो स्कूल, प्राइमरी स्कूल बंद किए गए थे और उसके ऊपर की जो एक्टिविटीज़ ओपन डोर रोकी गई थी, 9 तारीख से पुनः जो है प्राइमरी स्कूल खोले जा रहे हैं। दिल्ली के अंदर जो छोटे ट्रक होते थे उस पर जो प्रतिबंध लगा था उसे भी खोला जा रहा है। क्या क्या अभी प्रतिबंधित रहेगा फेज 3 के तहत, उसको मैं रिपीट कर दे रहा हूँ। दिल्ली के अंदर जो प्राइवेट कंस्ट्रक्शन और डिमोल्यूशन का जो काम है उस पर प्रतिबंध रहेगा। जिसको छूट रहेगी रेलवे सर्विस, मेट्रो रेल की सर्विस, स्टेशंस के वर्क, एयरपोर्ट, बस टर्मिनल, नेशनल सिक्योरिटी, डिफेंस रिलेटेड एक्टिविटी, प्रोजेक्ट ऑफ नेशनल इम्पोर्टेंस, हॉस्पिटल, हेल्थ केयर फैसिलिटीज़ और लीनियर पब्लिक प्रोजेक्ट्स, ये जो हैं इसको छोड़ करके बाकी कंस्ट्रक्शन डिमोल्यूशन के कामों पर प्रतिबंध जो है वो जारी रहेगा। दिल्ली के अंदर BS 3 पेट्रोल की जो प्राइवेट गाड़ियां हैं, 4 व्हीलर हैं, उन पर भी प्रतिबंध रहेगा फेज 3 के तहत। BS 4 की जो डीजल की गाड़ियां हैं उन पर भी प्रतिबंध रहेगा। तो कुल मिलाकर के दिल्ली में जो फेज 4 के प्रतिबंध थे उसे हटाए जा रहे हैं CAQM के डायरेक्शन के अनुसार। फेज 3 के जो प्रतिबंध थे उनको जारी रखा जाएगा। इस दौरान जो फेज 3 के तहत मैकेनिकल रोड स्वीपिंग, वाटर स्प्रिंकलिंग पे फोकस किया जाएगा और अभी फायर ब्रिगेड की जो सर्विस है जो वाटर स्प्रिंकलिंग के लिए चल रही है उसको जारी रखा जाएगा, जिससे कि जो फेज 3 के जो मेजर्स थे उसको कड़ाई से इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाएगा, जिससे ये कोशिश रहे कि जो प्रदूषण का स्तर घटा है वो न बढ़े। आगे CAQM के डायरेक्शंस के अनुरूप अगर AQI में परिवर्तन होता है तो उसके अनुरूप फिर आगे का निर्णय सरकार लेगी। कोई क्वेश्चन?
BS 4 सर, पेट्रोल और डीजल की जो आपने बात कही वो तो ग्रेप 4 के तहत थी, तो उसी कैसे?
नो
All right, we are shifting our focus to Kerala. We're seeing massive anti-hijab protests in Kerala that's just erupted. Iran-inspired hijab burning that's reported in Kerala. These are the images that we bring to you here, where Kerala women now versus the hijab lobby. Open challenge going out for the radical groups. In Kozhikode, women burn hijab in protest. Kerala women coming out in solidarity with Iran hijab movement come out and burn their hijab as they stand for the women in Iran. This is the first of its kind seen in India, where Muslim women in Kozhikode, in Kerala, who've come out protesting against this atrocity that's been carried out in Iran, this kind of oppression where Iranian women are forced to wear the hijab. Kerala women now in India coming out in solidarity with those women and burning the hijab as they hold placards and standing with the Iran movement against the government enforcing hijab in their country. This is the image coming in from Kerala's Kozhikode, where Kerala women, Muslim women, who have held placards and burning the hijab while they support the women in Iran fighting against the authoritarian regime and forcing hijab on them. Let me cut across to Shibi Mole joining us for more on that. Shibi, are you at the location? Who are these women? Have they fought for the hijab or are they anti-hijab activists in India? What credibility do these women have? Are they Muslim women? Give us a little understanding on what's their background.
Nabila, I'm not at the location. In fact, this incident took place in Kozhikode yesterday morning. So this was a seminar called by the Yuktivadi Sangam of Kerala. In fact, Yuktivadi Sangam is the rational organization which has people from different religions. They organize these seminars every year, and yesterday the seminar took place about free thinking. So they keep organizing these seminars every year about free thinking, and that's when yesterday morning at Kozhikode Town Hall, after the seminar, a lot of lectures took place on various topics and various novels. And after that, the women there, in fact, from what we are understanding from the organizers, it had members from various religions, including Muslim women. We are getting to know that 6 Muslim women from the organization took part in led the protest, and they burned hijab, and also people who had come there as part of the program to witness the program were also taking part in the protest to show solidarity towards the protest that's happening in Iran is what we are getting to know. In fact, in Kerala, as we know, the protest in Iran has been taking place since September, but it's the first time that a protest of this sort has come out from Kerala, and it's come from Kozhikode. We have seen in the past hijab protests happening in Kozhikode on various issues, but this is in solidarity with the protest that's happening in Iran. But something that needs to be noticed here is it was a protest held by the rationalist community, and which include people from various religions. In fact, the women participated were also from various different religions, which it of course was led by Muslim women, but it also had different women from different religions is what we are getting to understand, Nabila.
All right, so 6 women belonging to the Muslim community who are part of this free thinking group. We believe that this is also part of Islamic Free Thinkers Association. So largely Muslim women itself, and Kozhikode, as we know, in Kerala has a dominant Muslim population, and you see largely women in Kozhikode, Muslim women wearing the hijab. So for a bunch of these Muslim women to step out and burn the hijab in support of Iranian women who have been oppressed is a huge statement to make. Has anyone responded to it? Has there been condemnation coming in the way of these women? Because we know that it's predominantly Muslim population in a district like Kozhikode.
Well, not yet, because like I mentioned, it's Muslim women, but they're also from the rationalist organization. So probably that's the reason why nobody has yet come out and said that, they've not made any condemning statement. Like you mentioned, yes, of course, Kozhikode, the Malabar region is popular for Muslim population. It's a Muslim dominant region, and in fact in Kozhikode we have seen earlier also protests regarding hijab, when children were not allowed to enter schools wearing hijab. A lot of protests has taken place, but this, as of now, we have not heard any statement or anything from any pro-Muslim organizations, because yes, it was a Yuktivadi Sangam protest organization that conducted this protest. Yes, we were told by the organizer that a lot of women who had come there to watch the road, not part of the public women, the public who were not a part of this organization, had also joined the protest. That included a lot of Muslim women, is what we are able to understand from the organizer of the seminar, Nabila.
All right, Shibi, this is undoubtedly a massive move coming in from women in Kerala, and I'd like to reiterate yet again, this is coming from the region, this kind of protest where women have stepped out to burn the hijab in support of women in Iran who are being killed. They're literally being killed. In fact, close to 200 women and children have been gunned down by the police officials in Iran because they've stood up to their rights. They've stood up against the authoritarian regime and forcing hijab on them. If they don't wear the hijab, then they're shot down. That's how dire the situation in Iran is. At a time like that, when Iranian women need support from women across the globe, particularly Muslim women, here are a bunch of them coming in from Kozhikode, Kerala, the first of its kind that we're seeing in India, where Muslim women, a bunch of them, as part of this Islamic Free Thinkers group, have come out to burn the hijab in Kerala, in Kozhikode, predominantly a Muslim-dominated district, against any kind of enforcement. In fact, these women, as we know, have endorsed free thinking across stratas and across religions. And Shibi tells us that there are several other women of other religions too, but predominantly we see the ones who are burning the hijab on your visuals there, on the visuals on our screens, are mostly Muslim women who have come out and condemned this enforcement of hijab on women anywhere in the world, particularly Iran. Let me cut across to Zeenat Shaukat Ali, who is joining us, an activist herself. Zeenat, a quick word on what we see here in Kerala. In Kozhikode, we understand that Kozhikode is a Muslim-dominated district in Kerala, and most of them come from conservative families. A bunch of these women have stepped out, formed an association called Islamic Free Thinkers Group, and they've decided to all out support the women in Iran who are being suppressed. They have now burnt the hijab on the streets of Kozhikode as a statement in support of Iran.
I think that, all women all over the world, I'm glad that we are supporting the Iranian women, because I think what has happened with them is condemnable and deplorable, this kind of enforcement and not allowing the freedom of choice which their religion and the Quran gives them. So the whole point is that, I think that this kind of a movement has to cut across the world to support the women of Iran. And I think it was time to hear Indian women's voices resound very loudly in support of any kind of, imposition where their freedom of choice is curtailed. So that's point number one. The point number two I want to make, as far as we in India are concerned, our constitution is one of the best constitutions of the world, and it gives women the right to dress as they choose. With us, the question was regarding a particular school, schools and school uniforms. So I want to clarify on that issue also, but I wholeheartedly support the women of Iran. How many have been killed? They are creating history. They stand alone with their voices, and I think these voices must now resound in the United Nations, where there are so many human rights bodies and women's bodies that take care of these affairs, to take this matter further.
All right, stay with us, Zeenat Shaukat. I'm going to quickly cut across to Deepa Ishwar as well, who's an activist herself. Deepa, we're seeing from your own part of the country, Kerala, women who've come out, mostly Muslim women, burning the hijab in support of Iranian women who are being forced to wear the hijab. This Free Thinkers Islamic group have come out to condemn any kind of radicalization. And here's a classic example where they stand up for Iranian women, a first of its kind in the country.
So I think, while there are institutions and, like colleges, schools, etc., that have their own rules, and, in such situations, we understand why a hijab is not permitted. But hijab in itself is a religious faith, one. Second thing, it's also about, somebody was talking about, it's their choice. It should be the choice of a woman. So what if a woman really wants to wear a hijab? Okay, so it's like, an in any form of extremist movement should be condemned. It's not good for the society. I feel an anti-hijab movement and burning hijab is a totally extremist stand. And I think, it's a part of religion. There could be a lot of religion. I was someone who fought for Sabrimala. And what was the problem with Sabrimala? Young women are not allowed to enter. But me as a woman, I don't want young women to enter. I'm a young woman myself. So, how do you know if a hijab as a religious faith is loved and accepted by a section of women? So, aren't you really hurting their religious sentiments? So, what are you trying to prove? So, I do not think this sort of an attitude or this sort of gestures are doing us any good and it's going to help us. I think extremist attitude should not be there. We should strike a balance and strike a harmony between these kind of things. That's what I think.
So, Deepa, you're saying that burning of the hijab, even if it is by Muslim women in India, even if they were suppressed maybe and they want to break free from it, the fact that there are several other followers who, consider hijab as sacred, this act will be hurting their sentiments?
Were there, present for the event. They wanted to break free from it, but there could be a section of people who loved being in it, who loves the faith behind it, who is so, and it's not being forced to. Why are you forgetting those women? They are also women. So if it's a right to choice, if it's their choice to dress, even wearing a hijab or choosing to wear a hijab should also be allowed. So I do not think this makes any sense to me.
Stay with us, Deepa. Let me cut across to Zeenat, who's also with us. Zeenat, at this point, there's a lot of talk on whether or not this kind of protest that's being launched itself is sensitive or not. We see that you have Muslim women who hold the hijab as sacred. They wear it with much admiration and, with so much faith in the religion, in Islam. And for them, this act will be blasphemous.
You see, I tell you, let us be very clear that the Constitution of India, as I have said before, gives you the permission to dress as you wish. So if you wish to wear the hijab, please go ahead and you wear it. There is nothing to stop you. You want to wear a ghungat or a sari or a salwar or whatever dress you want is permissible under the Constitution of India. So the question where India is concerned does not arise. As far as the protest is concerned, maybe burning of the hijab, it gives a certain kind of a significance and a standing in a particular direction, but a protest per se and a protest per by itself is important to support those women out there. You see, so I think that maybe burning of the hijab may not be the ideal way to express ourselves, because we live in a different hemisphere and in a different atmosphere.
Yeah.
So for us, but as far as the protest is concerned against allowing women in Iran their choice and women cutting across the world to stand up for that. You see, and yes, if you hold hijab as sacred, there's nothing to stop you. And as far as we are concerned, and our entire debate on this hijab issue has also been related to a school uniform, which in a school is a uniform. So we are talking about something completely different.
All right. Zeenat, we got your point. There are two different ideas here. On one hand, this is hijab being enforced in Iran, where women are standing up to it. And then we've seen large-scale protests in Karnataka, visuals on your screens there, where educational institutions decided overnight not to allow the hijab inside schools. So, two different issues fought in two different ways, and images of that coming in from our very own India. Muslim women, on one hand, fighting to wear the hijab in educational institutions. On the other hand, you have some of the Muslim women in Kerala, a bunch of them, who have come out condemning Iran's hijab enforcement, claiming that their human rights are being violated, women are being killed just in the name of hijab. We condemn it, and therefore we burn the hijab in protest. All right, let me cut across to some big news coming in from Uttar Pradesh. Protests have turned ugly in UP's Ambedkar Nagar. Clashes have erupted between cops and women. Cops lathi charge women to disperse crowds, scuffle over black ink on Ambedkar's statue. Locals have protested against the damage that the statue has incurred. Cops now resorting to lathi charge to disperse those crowds. These are images coming in of lathi charge the police has resorted to, especially women that they are chasing away to disperse those crowds. Protests erupted over ink being thrown at Dr. Ambedkar's statue in Uttar Pradesh, in Ambedkar Nagar, where people came out then in large numbers protesting against this defaced statue of Dr. Ambedkar. And as the protests continued there in Ambedkar Nagar, police landed, resorted to lathi charge to shoo away those women who were predominantly protesting. All right, let me cut across to Pawan Kalyan, actor turned politician, who's once again broken the internet, and this time with his stunt where he seemed to have clearly lost the idea between real and real. On your screens here is Pawan Kalyan sitting on top of a moving car, on the roof of a moving car with his security personnel all dangling along the side doors. And we're talking about a fast-moving vehicle, not just his vehicle, but a bunch of those vehicles around that are almost like a convoy following Pawan Kalyan's vehicle, taking the lead. All of them sitting on top of their cars, dangling by the side of the cars and rushing towards a village where Pawan Kalyan wanted to meet some families whose houses were demolished by the government as part of the demolition drive to widen some roads. Now this clip, almost it was planned and completely executed with perfection, where complete drone cameras were used to shoot this clip. This video clip has gone viral on social media, and Janasena Party President Pawan Kalyan was set to visit Ippatham village in Guntur district. That was the purpose of his visit, and clearly now this kind of violation needs to be pulled up. So far, no FIR that's been filed as far as we know. But Pawan Kalyan's convoy there in a heroic style lands at that village where Pawan Kalyan then was forced to walk on foot because his cars were not allowed inside the village. But really, he tries to do good to those villagers by meeting them. But on the contrary, what really happens to this grave violation that Pawan Kalyan indulges in? Chandran joining us on the phone line, India Today's correspondent. Apurva, we know you're tracking this story here. It's happened 2 days ago. Pawan Kalyan, quite a heroic, move this is, where he sits on a fast-moving car with his supporters and his, team members dangling on the side and reaching a village to meet some villagers whose houses were demolished. So this is his political move. His Jan Sena party is trying to make waves and inroads within the state of Andhra Pradesh. And this seems to have caught eyeballs extensively. This video itself has gone largely viral. But the question here is, who is to pull up this man? Pawan Kalyan has gravely violated the law. There seems to be grave traffic violations and multiple layers to this, including that of the usage of drones while shooting this entire act. It's not a movie set. This man actually is a politician now who lands up in a village to meet those families. But yet, no FIR filed against Pawan Kalyan or the likes. Anything that we know that the YSRCP government has done to take action, crack a whip on Pawan Kalyan and his party members?
So that's it, Abhila. The video that has gone viral clearly shows the kind of stunts that were portrayed by Pawan Kalyan and the Jan Sena party as well. In that video clip, you can also see the purpose, in fact, that has been of that visit there of Pawan Kalyan to meet the locals whose houses were demolished for the widening of the road. That entire crux of that meeting has been diminished because of this video going viral as well. In fact, the Pawan Kalyan, that is the Jan Sena party chief, had also come down on the YSRCP government there, where he demanded that why there was several houses there of these people that had been demolished, but on the other side there was a statue of the statue of the YSRCP leader there that was still set in place, and that wasn't taken off for the road widening as stated by the officials, is what he had seen. So
the families are aggrieved, but is this the way that you land up in a village? What example are you setting? Pawan Kalyan has floated his own party. It's been around for at least or close to a decade. But what example is he really setting? He has a huge fan following. Now, this is a grave violation. The fact that he is not following traffic norms, mounting on a fast-moving car, anything could have happened. There could have been a mishap that could have taken place. And then using drone cameras to shoot this entire stretch and sequence. In reality, this, if a common man did, would have been behind bars. What action against Pawan Kalyan? Apurva, anybody taking a strict action against Pawan Kalyan? Is there so moto action that the cops are mulling over taking at least?
Well, that's right, because, this kind of video has clearly gone viral there. In fact, several leaders had also pulled up this video and said about the reckless driving and the kind of, usage of drones and several other important equipment that were done while showcasing this video as well. This is not only one such stunt that had been pulled. In fact, the entire road that was used for the Jan Sena party's president there, Pawan Kalyan, to go inside to that village to meet with the victims of the government demolition drive, in fact, had been stopped as well. The police earlier had stopped Pawan Kalyan's convoy there in Mangalgiri because of all of these regulations and rules that were violated as well. But later on, while meeting the victims of those who were in that demolition drive, Pawan Kalyan stated that, this is unfair on the YSRCP government for such a demolition drive to take place. But on the other side, a slack that is coming in against Pawan Kalyan himself for the kind of, for the kind of drive that he had ensured to meet these leaders. A dangerous stunt that was clearly carried out by the Jan Sena party leader there. But we are seeing that action is pending to be taken.
Well, has there been any response coming in from the YSRCP, Apurva?
We do know that the several YSRCP leaders had called out the Jan Sena party leader's action and the stunts that he had pulled up. In fact, this video that had gone viral, like I rightly mentioned, had completely diverted from the fact that there was a mass demolition that was taking place. This has, in fact, several also called out saying that safety rules, road regulations had been major violations there that had been, carried out by the Jan Sena party leader as well. In fact, several public had also taken to this video asking as to why there hasn't been any action yet taken by the police. We are yet to know more details on the same, but this video that has gone viral definitely has caught eyes of all the public and the politicians as well, all for the wrong reasons.
Filed against this Jan Sena chief, Pavan Kalyan, because if he thinks it's cool, it's not. He may think this is swag, he could keep it for his films, but in reality, where we're looking at a star with responsibility, he has a huge fan following, this is unacceptable. It may look all fancy and extravagant, but wonder what kind of example he's setting and wonder why no action against him or his crew. Let me cut across to this whole planned musical video that Pavan Kalyan and his party members have put out on social media, which has gone hugely viral. One should take good note of Pavan Kalyan using drone cameras. So that's how planned this was extensively to make it look like a huge stunt. But taking you through just a few weeks ago, Pavan Kalyan with chappals in hand, this Jan Sena chief, Pavan Kalyan, has threatened to beat up those who mock him as the package star. In fact, Jagan Mohan Reddy, YSRCP chief, has been trolling, he and his party members have been trolling Pavan Kalyan for allegedly now working hand in glove with the Telugu Desam party in Andhra Pradesh. But at the same time, we also know that Jana Sena and TDP, both of them are looking at an alliance ahead of elections now, upcoming elections. But it appears YSRCP already trolling Pavan Kalyan, calling him a package star. Listen in.
ఈ ప్యాకేజ్ స్టార్ ప్యాకేజ్ అనే సన్నాసిన కొడుకులు ఎవరు చెప్పు తీసుకొడతాను ఒక్కొక్క వైసీపీ నా కొడుకుని చెప్తాను చెప్పు అటు తిప్పి ఇటు తిప్పి పగిలిపోయేలా దవడ వాసిపోయేలా చెప్పు పెట్టి కొడతాను కొడకల్లారా ఒక్కొక్కడికి తమాషాలుగా ఉందా కొడకల్లారా ఇంకొకసారి ప్యాకేజీ గీకేజ్ అంటే చెప్పు తీసుకొని పళ్ళు రాళ్ళ కొడతాను కొడకల్లారా ఒక్కొక్కడికి చెప్తున్నాను.
All right, let's cut across to the Tihar Gate controversy, which is now exploding with each passing day. Conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar continues to put Aam Aadmi Party Delhi mantris in the dock in his third explosive letter within a week's time, which is an extension of the second letter that he's released on Saturday. The conman has claimed that he submitted 50 crore rupees to jail Aap Mantri Satyendra Jain at the behest of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal at Transport Minister Kailash Gehlot's farmhouse. Sukesh Chandrashekhar has further rubbished the defense of Aam Aadmi Party. that he's being used by the BJP for some kind of settlement. Remember, in his earlier letters, Sukesh Chandrashekhar had claimed that he was being constantly threatened by Satyendra Jain through Tihar jail officials, despite him having paid 10 crore rupees as protection money. The conman has further accused Kejriwal of forcing him to pay up 50 crores for a big role in southern states, including that of a Rajya Sabha berth.
Mr. Kejriwal once again plays the victimhood card and tries to skirt the issue. Mr. Kejriwal must tell us that ये कौन से चार यार थे जो मिल रहे थे तिहाड़ में और कर रहे थे भ्रष्टाचार. These 4 years of corruption, Satyendra Jain, Sukesh, Kailash Gehlot and Kejriwal must answer these questions very, very specifically. And today, instead of running away, Mr. Kejriwal must tell us that why doesn't he allow a free and fair probe by asking these ministers to step down.
आप लोगों ने देखा होगा कि जो सत्येंद्र जैन है उनको सारी सुविधाएं मिल रही थी. उनको वहां पर मोबाइल फोन भी मिल रहा था, उनको वहां पर मसाज भी मिल रही थी, उनको वहां पर हर तरह के भोजन का लुत्फ भी वो उठा रहे थे, क्योंकि वो जेल न रहते उनका एक फार्म हाउस बन गया था. ऐसे मंत्री को सबसे पहली डिमांड भारतीय जनता पार्टी की है, इस पूरे मामले पर सीबीआई की जांच होनी चाहिए. दूसरा, ऐसे मंत्री को तुरंत जेल शिफ्ट करके उत्तर प्रदेश या हरियाणा की किसी जेल में पहुंचाना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये सबूतों के साथ भी छेड़छाड़ कर सकते हैं.
All right, on the other side of a short break, the truth behind Leicester violence is now out in the open. No proof of Hindutva or RSS extremism behind the violence. That's what a report says. We're going to take you through details of that on the other side.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
All right, now the truth behind UK's Leicester violence is now out in the open. As per a UK think tank, Henry Jackson Society, there is no proof of Hindutva or RSS extremism behind the violence that took place on 28th of August, right after the India-Pakistan match. The report further states a fake narrative that was peddled to malign Hindus, which forced the community to live in fear. Remember, clashes broke out between two communities in Leicester in the aftermath of India versus Pakistan match on August 28th. And as per this think tank report, masterminds behind the violence may have terror links and that they spread fake news to incite violence and then stir up tensions. In fact, the violence that broke out in Leicester was quite In fact, as from what we know, it was clashes that broke out between two groups, mostly Hindu Muslims, and this went on to prevail tensions across Leicester, especially among the Hindu groups. While the Muslims blame the Hindus for instigating violence, the Hindus blaming the Muslims for instigating violence. Now, the truth behind this Leicester violence is out in the open as per a UK think tank. A group that investigated into this violence that broke out says that there was really no proof of any extremism behind this. No proof of Hindutva or RSS extremism behind the violence. Further reporting that there was fake narrative that was peddled only to malign the Hindus, which has forced the community in Leicester to live in fear. Remember, the clashes broke out between two communities in Leicester in the aftermath of the India-Pakistan match on August 28th. And this think tank report claims that there could be terror links behind the violence that was spread. In fact, there was a lot of fake news that was peddled only to stir up tensions. Let me cut across to Geeta Mohan, joining us live for a little perspective here. Geeta, we know that this violence that broke out in Leicester post the India-Pakistan match had raised several questions on this kind of, communal enmity in parts of Leicester between the Hindu and the Muslim groups. Now, a think tank has investigated into this violence that broke out on that day, claiming that there was no proof to any RSS or Hindutva push behind this entire violence. And this could be done with an intention to malign the Hindus. That's what the think tank group has really said. Why don't you clarify for us a little more on this case?
Well, it is a civil society group, Nabila. Again, we'll have to wait for investigations of the police authorities to know with certainty exactly what really happened. But it does help when the groups try to find details out and see whether if there was any involvement of a particular community. So this is one group that has come out and given their own report on their findings, where they see no malintent or action by the Hindu community over there. But having said that, Nabila, it was still a communal clash. What started it is the question, and the police authorities have been investigating the matter, and they have still not come out with their findings. But this is a significant one, where they're saying that the Hindu community was not involved. Again, it's one think tank that conducted its own research or investigations and has come out with this finding. We do not know what the basis of the findings really are. But again, Leicester and the kind of violence, the kind of communal clashes that Leicester witnessed, Nabila, clearly shows that there is massive polarization in some parts of London and some parts of the United Kingdom. And that's something that Rishi Sunak's government will have to contain, something that the Indian authorities have raised with the UK with a lot of concern.
All right, Geeta, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to continue tracking that story. But coming up on the other side of a short break, I'm going to take you through news on the kind of backlash that the upcoming film Adipurush has already received, and the Hindu anger with Hindu right-wing groups claiming that Adipurush hurts religious sentiments. Now, the movie makers, after being trolled for its substandard VFX, it appears are reworking on the VFX, and they've pushed the release date from Jan to June 16th, 2023. All that and more on the other side.
Ever heard of zombifiers? No, I'm not talking about flesh-eating maniacs. This is a rare phenomenon that is also known as overwintering fires. This occurs mostly in countries like Russia, Canada and Alaska. So what are zombifiers really? Peat fires burn underground and are very difficult to detect. They're also known as zombie fires as they can burn underground and reignite weeks or months later. Climate change is drying peatlands and making them more susceptible to fire. During a fire, burnt trees fall to the ground, igniting the flammable peat in the soil. The embers can continue to burn more than a meter underground for weeks or months, even in winter in certain regions of the world. The embers are fed by peat, a spongy material rich in carbon formed by decomposition of organic matter. They burn underground and return to the surface where in dry and windy conditions they can start a new fire.
All right, now after massive uproar, the movie Adipurush's release date has now been postponed by 6 months. The director of the film, Om Raut, in his note has mentioned that technical teams will be given a little more time to work on the project. The Prabhas Saif Ali Khan starrer film, which was earlier scheduled to release on Jan 12th, 2023, will now grace theatres on 16th June 2023. Defending his film, Raut said that the team is now committed to Sanskriti and history, basically also want to rework a little on the VFX that huge complaints have come in on it being substandard. They need a little more time to make this an immersive experience, says the makers of the film Adipurush. Few right-wing groups, remember, had objected to this objectionable content in the film, moving the Delhi High Court against the makers as well. Many pointed that Saif Ali Khan's look in the film of Ravan looks more like Khilji than Ravan. Adipurush is a 3D film based on Ramayana. 6 months it's now been postponed to for some kind of corrections in the film the filmmakers want to make.
धस जाए ये धरती या चटक जाए आकाश.
An epic history, a glorious tale, a worshipped lord and his story, Ramayana.
आ रहा हूँ मैं, आ रहा हूँ न्याय के 2 पैरों से अन्याय के 10 सर कुचलने.
That's right, Prabhas will bring the much-loved mythological tale to the big screen with his upcoming film Adipurush, but looks like the film has hit yet another roadblock in its journey. Director Om Raut took to social media and confirmed that the film's release has been pushed to June 16th. He shared a statement and we quote, "In order to give a complete visual experience to the viewers, we need to give more time to the team working on the film. We are committed to make a film that India will be proud of. Your support, love and blessings is what keeps us going." Buzz is that the makers have pushed the release date in order to improvise the visual effects and CG work, which was banned online after several social media users pointed out how immature-ish the teaser looked. The film also faced severe backlash as many even criticized the portrayal of characters, especially Ravan, and alleged Om Raut of distorting facts under the garb of creative liberty. Sources further suggest that the makers could also be postponing the film's release in order to avoid a direct box office clash with not just one but 2 films. Chiranjeevi starrer Walter Viraya and Nandamuri Balakrishna starrer Veerasimha Reddy are the 2 major releases during the Sankranti weekend. And since Adipurush would not get enough screens in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, the makers feel avoiding a triple box office clash would be better as Prabhas is considered a huge box office draw in these states. For the unversed, Prabhas will portray the role of Lord Ram in Adipurush, while Kriti Sanon will be seen as Goddess Sita. Sunny Singh, on the other hand, will be seen essaying the role of Lakshman, and Saif Ali Khan will be seen as the menacing Lankesh. The teaser of the film was released at a grand event in Ayodhya, the city of Lord Ram, with a total of 10,000 people in attendance. Prabhas, along with the filmmaker Kriti Sanon, head honcho of T-Series Bhushan Kumar, had flown to the city to attend the teaser launch. A huge 50-feet poster of Adipurush featuring Prabhas was also unveiled. Adipurush has been mounted on a huge budget of 500 crore rupees and will release in several Indian languages including Hindi, Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam and Kannada. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
All right, from what we know, the film Adipurush has already run into much controversy. The matter has now been taken to the Delhi High Court as well, as right-wing Hindu groups claim that there was little respect while making the film and that a lot of it must be changed because it hurts religious sentiments. Let me cut across to India Today's Sudhir Chaudhary, who spoke with the director of the film, Om Raut. Listen in.
सबसे पहले मैं ओम से पूछता हूँ, ओम आपने तो तानाजी जैसी फिल्में बनाई जो दर्शकों ने बड़ी पसंद की थी. हाउ डिड यू गो रॉन्ग विद दिस? और जो ये लगातार आरोप लग रहा है कि आपने रावण के लुक के साथ छेड़छाड़ की है, राम, हनुमान सबके साथ, स्थिति ये आ गई कि अभी जो हमारा जो पौराणिक रावण का जो चरित्र है वो अब हमें अच्छा लगने लगा आपके रावण के सामने.
ये फिल्म में हमने कुछ गलत किया नहीं है. कुछ गलत नज़रिए से कुछ चीज़ें गलत दिख रही हैं लोगों को, उसके ऊपर मैं थोड़ा विश्लेषण देना चाहूँगा. सबसे पहले बात तो ये है कि ये फिल्म निर्माण करने का हमारा जो सबसे बड़ा गोल है, सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ हमारे लिए है कि हम प्रभु राम की गाथा जो है, जो मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम प्रभु राम जो है, उनकी गाथा हम विश्व में सब जगह दिखाना चाहते हैं. हम उनकी सीख जो है, जो हमारे सनातनी विचार हैं, उनको हम युवाओं तक पहुंचाना चाहते हैं. जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन है उनको अगर रामायण की सीख देनी होगी एक फिल्म में तो ये नामुमकिन है.
आपने फिर रंग रूप क्यों बदल दिया पूरा?
मुझे पूरा करने दीजिए. अगर हम इसको इस तरह से पेश करें कि जो हम युवाओं तक पहुंच सके, नई पीढ़ी तक पहुंच सके, तब हम ये नई जनरेशन के साथ बात कर सकते हैं. इसमें कोई भक्ति कम है क्या? तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं. इसमें कोई आर्तता कम है क्या? तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं. इसमें हमारी श्रद्धा बहुत ज़्यादा है. मैं आपको किस तरह से समझाऊं कि हमने इतिहास के साथ, और मैं इसे इतिहास ही कहूँगा, ये हमारा गर्वी इतिहास है, हमने इतिहास को पूर्णता से उसकी पवित्रता रखते हुए ही काम किया है. जो आप रावण की भी बात कर रहे हैं, तो रावण एक दानव है. एक रावण जो है कि वो एक कैसे कह सकते हैं, वो एक क्रूर ये है. तो उसे बहुत बड़ी मूछें और ये सब करके उन्होंने दिखाया था. वो बहुत ही एक वो ज़माने के टाइम का वो एक राक्षसी एक रिप्रेजेंटेशन था, आर्टिस्टिक रिप्रेजेंटेशन था रामानंद सागर सर जी के टाइम पे दूरदर्शन पे जो आया था.
आपका रावण रामानंद सागर के रावण से अलग है.
हमारा रावण जो है, जो आज के ज़माने में जो डिमोनिक है, आज के ज़माने में जो एक राक्षसी, एक क्रूर जो रावण है, जो कि मैं आपको एक सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा. जिसने हमारी सीता मैया का हरण किया, वो रावण है. वो रावण क्रूर है. वो रावण एक बहुत ही ये राक्षस है. तो आज के ज़माने में अगर मेरे आर्टिस्टिक फीलिंग में राक्षस मुझे कैसे दिखता है, तो मुझे राक्षस ऐसे दिखता है. तो इसलिए अगर मैंने आप जो बोल रहे हैं उसका रंग बदला, वो रंग बदला नहीं है. वो रंग उसका वही है, क्योंकि उसका रंग एक पर्टिकुलर किरदार की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, ये पूरे विषय का रंग बहुत ही धार्मिक है.
आपको ऐसा लगता है कि कोई भी फिल्म मेकर एक रेफरेंस पॉइंट लेता है, तो वो रेफरेंस पॉइंट जो हमारा है वो हमारे भारत में हम रामानंद सागर के रामायण को मानते हैं या फिर कैलेंडर में जो चित्र है उसको मानते हैं। तो आपको नहीं लगा कि आपने एक बहुत बड़ा एडवेंचरस एक्सपेरिमेंट कर लिया? इसके पीछे क्या मंशा थी कि जो उसमें एक खिलजी वाला लुक दिखाई दे रहा है?
नो, बिल्कुल भी एडवेंचरस नहीं है। अगर आप रावण की बात करें तो मैं फिर से वही कहना चाहूँगा, रावण मेरे लिए एक हम हर साल रावण दहन करते हैं ना। अगर मैं डिमोनिक की बात करूं, अगर मैं डीमन की बात करूं, अगर मैं कोई राक्षस की बात करूं, असुर की बात करूं, तो मुझे वो आज के ज़माने में मुझे असुर वो दिखता है।
जैसे आपने पुष्पक विमान को,
किसने कहा पुष्पक? सुधीर जी, किसने कहा पुष्पक? किसने कहा पुष्पक? विमान तो हमारा पवित्र है। किसने कहा पुष्पक? उसके लिए फिल्म 95 सेकेंड सर, 95 सेकेंड्स ऑफ द फिल्म हमने क्या दिखाया है? पुष्पक विमान, वो तो मायावी है रावण, वो खुद मायावी है, वो दानव है, वो मायावी है, वो पुष्पक विमान है, किसने बोला?
अब बड़ा सवाल ये है कि क्या आप इस फिल्म में बदलाव करने के लिए तैयार हैं? क्योंकि जो जनता का जो बैकलैश आया है, जो जनता को जो चीज़ें पसंद नहीं आ रही हैं, क्या आप अब अपना जो फाइनल प्रोडक्ट आएगा फिल्म में, क्या उसमें आप उसके हिसाब से बदलाव करेंगे?
या हम सबको सबके आशीर्वाद की बहुत ज़रूरत है। तो जो लोग बोल रहे हैं, जो हम ले रहे हैं, वो हमारे सारे बड़े बुजुर्ग हैं। हम उनका सब कुछ सुन रहे हैं, मैं सब कुछ सुन रहा हूँ, सब कुछ नोट कर रहा हूँ। जो चीज़ें हमारी को करेक्ट है, जो चीज़ों का बदलाव करने की जो बातें कर रहे हैं, जो ऐसी चीज़ सबकी हम नोटिंग कर रहे हैं। एंड जब आप फिल्म देखोगे, जब जनवरी में ये फिल्म रिलीज़ होगी, बहुत टाइम है इसको आने को, जनवरी में जब ये फिल्म रिलीज़ होगी तो मैं किसी को निराश बिल्कुल नहीं करूँगा।
All right, for much more on that, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. I'm going to come back with the top headlines.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me take you through the top news, the headlines first. Supreme Court upholds 10% quota for the poor in a judgment. Modi government's caste-free quota move has been upheld. Poor in general category now get reservation. Political ripples over Supreme Court's verdict on the Garib quota as Modi government welcomes the move to empower the poor. Congress leader makes shocking comments, calls Supreme Court as casteist. Conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar writes another letter to Delhi LG, alleges involvement of Kejriwal and Kailash Gehlot, says facing constant threat from Satyendra Jain. And Parali politics intensifies as the BJP now tweets a video of crop burning in Chief Minister Bhagwant Man's turf. Sangrur says Kejriwal is forcing farmers to burn stubble. And Supreme Court's relief, temporary relief to Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Top court allows Soren's plea against High Court's order in the mining case. And after backlash over animation and Hindu anger over the film Adipurush, the makers now delay the release date. The makers, we believe, hint at a mega VFX rehaul to pacify viewers. New release date now pushed to June 16th, 2023.
न्याय के दो पैरों से अन्याय के 10 सर कुचले।
Some big news coming in from Karnataka as Karnataka Neta and the Congress Neta in Karnataka unit makes a Hindu remark, a rather anti-Hindu remark. Karnataka Neta goes on a comment there saying that the word Hindu does not belong to India. It is being forcibly imposed on us. In his speech in Hindi, he said that the meaning of the word Hindu is dirty. This is precisely what the Congress Neta has said, which has been received as anti-Hindu. Satish Jarkioli speaking at a public event on stage saying that the meaning of the word Hindu is dirty. Listen in.
हिंदू धर्म वो धर्म ये धर्म हिंदू शब्द कहाँ से आ गया है ये हमारा है पर्शियन का है ईरान इराक कजाकिस्तान उज्बेकिस्तान फिर भारत का उधर का क्या संबंध है फिर आपका कैसा होगा ये हिंदू आपका नहीं है फिर आपको इतने उसको ऊपर बिठा के क्यों आप जा रहे हैं हिंदू का जो मीनिंग है वो बहुत गंदी है.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Nagarjun Dwarkanath, who's joining us live for a little more understanding on this. Nagarjun, we see Satish Jarkioli, who makes a statement saying that the word Hindu is being enforced on us. There isn't a word called Hindu in the first place. It was a Persian word, never local to India. It's being forced on us, and the word Hindu itself is the meaning of the word Hindu is dirty. And it comes from Persia and several other countries, never was a local Indian word. So why is it forced on us? This is what Jarkioli says. Give us a little understanding on what prompted him to make that statement and how has it been received?
Satish Jarkioli, working president of the Karnataka Congress, was making this speech in Belgaum in Nipani Taluk on a Ambedkar event is what we are told. Yesterday he was making this while making this speech he said the whole right-wing group keeps talking about Hindu, Hindustan and Hindutva. The word Hindu itself is not local. It came from foreign countries. It's a Persian word. It came from Iran, Kazakhstan, Iraq and other parts of the Middle East. And then it came down to India, and then we embraced it. And this topic needs to be discussed, that is Hindu the word, first of all, Indians, and or is it Persian language? Why are the right-wingers going and embracing something which is not ours? That has to be discussed. And you also went on to say that you have put this word on the top of your head and you're roaming around, and that needs to be discussed is what he's told. But BJP is yet to hit back. Most of the leaders today are in Udupi for the Jansankalp Yatra, but however in the next few hours definitely there'll be post this news, BJP members will also hit back at Satish Jarkioli for making such comments.
Let me quickly cut across to Vinod Bansal joining us on the phone line, VHP leader, for a little more understanding on what the word Hindu really means. Vinod Bansal, here is the Congress Neta Satish Jarkioli in Karnataka, who claims that this whole word Hindu itself is not local to India. It's been coined by the Persians. It's come from somewhere in the Middle East and then trickled down to India. And we have accepted the word Hindu, which means dirty. It does not even have a good meaning. The word Hindu does not even have a good meaning. It was enforced on us by those from the Middle East. So why are we going all frenzy about it? This is what Satish Jarkioli says. Why don't you give us some clarity on what Hindu means and where this word has been derived from?
Actually, this is not a case of research being undertaken by the Congress. This clearly shows the mentality against Hindus. It shows that how much hatred they are containing in the entire party. Actually, the Satish is not this normal work of the Congress. He is the state president. The way they are dealing with the issue is clearly shows their mentality. Actually, आप देखिए कि ये इतने बड़े रिसर्च बन गए कि अब हिंदू शब्द की परिभाषा करने लग गए। एक क्रिश्चियन मिशनरी द्वारा भारत में थोपी गई महिला के कहने पर वो चीजें बेसिकली जो है वो आप हिंदू समाज को बताने लगे कि हिंदू की डेफिनेशन बताई कि ये देश की मतलब दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण स्थिति बन गई क्या? कांग्रेस चूंकि अपना में हिंदुत्व का जब इलेक्शन आते हैं तो मंदिर जाने तो लगती है, लेकिन साथ ही साथ हिंदुओं को गाली देने भी लग जाती है। हम ये कहना चाहते हैं कि हम भारत नहीं है, हिंदू तो ईरान से आया, पर्शिया से आया, इससे आया, उससे आया। अरे इनको सीधा सीधा स्पष्ट करते कि हम हिंदुओं को कुछ मानते नहीं है। इनके तो जो
क्या आप क्लैरिटी दे सकते हो विनोद बंसल जी कि हिंदी का मतलब क्या होता है और वो एक वर्ड कहाँ से आया है?
देखिए वो से आया, कैसे आया, ये तो विद्वानों का मामला है। कोई कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट स्प्रेड नहीं करेगा।
ये प्रेसिडेंट नहीं है, कांग्रेस नेता है। ही इज नॉट द कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ कर्नाटका। जस्ट सम क्लैरिटी हियर, वो नेता है, एमएलए है।
ठीक है, ओके। लेकिन मैं कहता हूँ देखिए ये इस तरह की बातें कह करके सीधा सीधा आप अगर कोई मुस्लिम के भी वो ऐसा ये इनकी हिम्मत नहीं होती। क्रिश्चियनिटी की बात करें तो कहेंगे कोई आपका ये कुरान में ऐसे सब लिखा हुआ है कि पृथ्वी जो है ना वो चपटी है, गोल नहीं है, पृथ्वी गोल है। देखिए ये जो इस तरह की बातें जो अवैज्ञानिक बाकी ग्रंथों में उस पर नहीं बोलेंगे कहीं भी कुछ भी, लेकिन हिंदुत्व पर जरूर क्वेश्चन रेज करेंगे, हिंदू पर जरूर क्वेश्चन रेज करेंगे, बिकॉज दे आर हिटिंग बैक अगेन एंड अगेन द हिंदुत्व और हिंदू आइडियोलॉजी। एक्चुअली आप ये देखिए कि हिंदुत्व है क्या, उसको तो समझो कम से कम। हिंदू शब्द की परिभाषा करने लगे कांग्रेस।
बंसल जी हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए। आई एम गोइंग टू क्विकली कट अक्रॉस टू बीजेपी लीडर एस प्रकाश फ्रॉम कर्नाटका। मिस्टर प्रकाश, हियर इज Satish Jarkioli, who says that the word Hindu has not come from India. It's not local to India. It's come from Persia or somewhere from the Middle East. It was never local to us and it's been enforced on us. Why are we going all fanatic about the word Hindu? The meaning of Hindu itself means dirty. That's what he says. How has the BJP received this?
No, Congress party leaders relish in attacking Hindus, insulting majority community, and now they have an objection even for the word Hindu. So much of hatred from a national political party is very unfortunate. Mr. Satish Jarkioli is not an ordinary worker in the party. He is a very senior leader in the Congress party. He was a former minister and trusted aide of Mr. Siddaramaiah, and making sweeping charges and saying that Hindu word is an abusive word and it is a Persian word. It's so unfortunate and unwarranted controversy is stoking. I hope the Congress party will clarify his stand, or do they believe that whatever the Mr. Satish Garkuli is advocating, they approve of it. The Congress party should clarify it, or else they should apologize for his statement.
All right. From what we see here, it appears that the BJP pushing the Hindutva card, it appears that the Congress is trying to counter it in every level. Is this politics at all? Would you look at this as politics or hurting religious sentiments, Prakash?
Hello.
All right. Stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Tanveer Ahmed, who's of the JDS, joining us on the phone line. Tanveer, Congress are also playing the Hindutva card, but a different game altogether. Here is Satish Jarkioli on a stage claiming that Hindu, the word, was never local to India. It's come from Persia, enforced on us by the people of the Middle East. We have accepted it. And since it's not local, God knows what's the frenzy around this word Hindu. It even means dirty. That's what he says, with BJP saying that this hurts religious sentiments. Your take on that?
So there are two elements to this story. The first and very important, we need to really ask Mr. Jarkioli, is it his statement or ED is asking him to make this statement? First part of it. And second part, Mr. Prakash and likes of him has always chosen that, they were calling themselves as Sanatani, they were talking about as Shashwat Dharma and all. And this discussion about Hindu word is absolutely not new. It is absolutely a statement to really reckon thinking, because we also as students of history heard that this word has derived from Persian language. Any person living behind Himalayas in between Sindhu was called as Hindu. But however, if it is a geographical description, in that way you are also a Hindu, I am also a Hindu. But here, the discussion is absolutely not about the word, but the timing and why exactly Mr. Jarkioli is saying this statement. We all really understand the politics behind Mr. Jarkioli brothers, and especially why BJP is going to keep quiet, because it is the entire game is planned by BJP today. If Satish Jarkioli, Ramesh Jarkioli, or Lalan Jarkioli, if at all they make any statement, it is not the statement which is coming from individuals. It is a statement which is coming from the behest of CBI and ED.
Right. All right, Tanveer, thank you very much. Here, Satish Jarkioli comes from the Congress party. His brother Ramesh Jarkioli has defected to the BJP. He's now part of the BJP. So the Jarkioli brothers have incredible influence in the North Karnataka region. And a comment like this by this Congress Neta hasn't gone down too well with the BJP. All right, cutting across to Andhra Pradesh, actor turned politician Pawan Kalyan yet again breaking the internet with this huge stunt that he pulled off as part of his political strategy to reach a village sitting on a rooftop of a fast-moving car with all his security personnel around dangling on the sides, defying all the laws and the safety rules. Clearly, Pawan Kalyan there trying to make his way into Andhra Pradesh, his political foothold, at a time like this when he's going to meet villagers for a cause that's great. He is meeting those families who have been displaced after their houses were demolished due to road widening project. But the way he arrived at that village, that itself has now raised several questions. I'm going to cut across to that video. If I can ask my producers to play up that video of Pawan Kalyan on the rooftop of a car rushing towards that village. Here's that video that's gone viral on social media. And that's what you see on your television screens with Pawan Kalyan and his party members putting out. They've literally published this video all on social media, making it look like the most heroic arrival, while they've defied all safety precautions and safety norms, road traffic violations, absolutely glaring. And here is Pawan Kalyan thinking that this is cool. He arrives into that village like this, and drone cameras being used. Yet another violation. God knows where they've got permissions to use drone cameras. This is not a film set. Let me remind you, this is real life, clearly Pawan Kalyan and his team members losing the real understanding between real and real. Here is Pawan Kalyan coming to that village sitting on that car on the rooftop with his team members dangling on the sides. And it's not just him, it's also the cars that are following him behind, all of them violating safety protocols. And this Jan Sena party president, Pawan Kalyan, who started his political party, it's been in existence for close to a decade, but hasn't really had the kind of foothold he's wished to have. Pawan Kalyan now reaches that village to meet those locals, and he communicates with them. He walks on foot enters that village on foot because cars were not allowed. So all of that he's done right, but clearly here, as you see on your screens, he's sat on a rooftop sat on the rooftop of a fast-moving car and reached that village, defying all protocols. What kind of example is Pawan Kalyan really trying to set to his huge following? All right, let me quickly cut across to Godiwala Amarnath, who's Andhra Pradesh Minister, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Amarnath, we see Pawan Kalyan openly defying the law, sitting on a rooftop of a car, and fast-moving car, using drones to capture this entire footage as if making it like a grand film scene. You know, this is an absolute defiance of the law. Is there any action that your government is mulling over taking?
See, madam, what Mr. Pawan Kalyan thinks is politics and cinema are both the same. He sees politics also, he sees the politics scenario as a cinema the same, and he wants anything when he comes onto the road to be cinematic. See, what exactly happened in Ippatam, a village in Guntur district, is like we have just removed the encroachments in that Ippatam village. The encroachments which have been made by some of the locals in the village, because where we are doing the road widening and all. We have not demolished any house in that village. We have not demolished any private property in that house, in that village, and anything against the law which has been done, which are the encroachments in the village, have been removed. What exactly Mr. Pawan Kalyan wants to set an example to the people of Andhra Pradesh or to anybody is that he's not against encroachment. He wants people to encroach government land. He wants people to encroach government properties and all. His mindset is like that. And
Amarnath, I'm not going to enter and wade into that topic on the demolition drive. That's part of your government's decision that you all have taken. And the politics may be a lot. I mean, that's something that we will go to on a different day. But at this point, we are looking at the visuals that are on our screens of Pawan Kalyan on top of a car, defying all safety protocols. Has there been suo motu cognizance by your police against this move? What kind of example are you setting if you're going to let go of Pawan Kalyan free for committing this crime?
Just 10 days before this has happened, in Visakhapatnam, they have done the same thing. We have asked the police department, we have asked the department not to encourage this kind of thing. And what he exactly does, he's sitting on the rooftop. Did we ever see a political leader who is running a party doing this kind of gestures in any of the part of the country, in any state? So this is not tolerable, and this is against the law, and the government will definitely take action against this. This is not tolerable, and this is not he's not going to set an example like this to any person in the state. What exactly you have mentioned? Like, is this tolerable or is this acceptable and all? This is definitely not acceptable by any individual, and definitely the government will take action against this.
All right, so no FIR so far. It's happened 2 days ago. God knows what you're waiting for, Mr. Amarnath. All right, we're going to cut across to Pawan Kalyan itself as he arrives into that village with much swag. A few weeks ago as well, Pawan Kalyan taking chappals in his hand, warning all the troll army who has been trolling him hectically, calling him a package star. Pawan Kalyan says, if you're going to troll me and call me a package star, I'm going to beat you with chappals. That's what he said, holding those chappals up in his hand. Jagan Mohan Reddy's YSRCP and Pawan Kalyan's Janasena have been at loggerheads even before elections have arrived, and it appears that Pawan Kalyan's party, Janasena, is all set to go into an alliance with the Telugu Desam party in Andhra Pradesh. And ahead of that, you have Andhra Pradesh's YSRCP, the ruling party, trolling Pawan Kalyan, calling him a package star. Listen in to Pawan's reaction to that.
ఈ ప్యాకేజ్ అనే సన్నాసిన కొడుకులు ఎవరు? చెప్పు తీసి కొడతాను ఒక్కొక్క వైసీపీ నా కొడుకుని చెప్తాను. చెప్పు అటు తిప్పి ఇటు తిప్పి పగిలిపోయేలా దవడ వాచిపోయేలా చెప్పు పెట్టి కొడతాను కొడకల్లారా ఒక్కొక్కడికి. తమాషాలుగా ఉందా కొడకల్లారా? ఇంకొకసారి గీకేజ్ అంటే చెప్పు తీసుకొని పళ్ళు రాళ్ళ కొడతాను కొడకల్లారా ఒక్కొక్కడికి చెప్తున్నాను.
All right, now cutting across to the Tihar gate in Delhi that's exploding with each passing day. Conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar continues to put Aam Aadmi Party Delhi mantris in the dock. In his third letter within a week's time, which is an extension of the second letter that he released on Saturday, the conman has claimed that he submitted 50 crore rupees to jailed AAP mantri Satyendra Jain at the behest of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal at Transport Minister Kailash Gehlot's farmhouse. Sukesh has further rubbished these allegations, claiming that BJP is using Sukesh as a pawn to settle some scores. Remember, in his earlier letter, Sukesh Chandrashekhar had claimed that he was being constantly threatened by Satyendra Jain through Tihar jail officials, despite him having paid 10 crore rupees as protection money. The conman has further accused Kejriwal of forcing him to pay up 50 crores for a big role in southern states, including a Rajya Sabha berth.
Mr. Kejriwal once again plays the victimhood card and tries to skirt the issue. Mr. Kejriwal must tell us that ये कौन से 4 यार थे जो मिल रहे थे तिहाड़ में और कर रहे थे भ्रष्टाचार. These 4 years of corruption, Satyendra Jain, Sukesh, Kailash Gehlot and Kejriwal must answer these questions very, very specifically. And today, instead of running away, Mr. Kejriwal must tell us that why doesn't he allow a free and fair probe by asking these ministers to step down.
आप लोगों ने देखा होगा कि जो सत्येंद्र जैन है उनको सारी सुविधाएं मिल रही थी. उनको वहां पर मोबाइल फोन भी मिल रहा था, उनको वहां पर मसाज भी मिल रही थी, उनको वहां पर हर तरह के भोजन का लुत्फ भी वो उठा रहे थे, क्योंकि वो जेल न रहते उनका एक फार्म हाउस बन गया था. ऐसे मंत्री को सबसे पहली डिमांड भारतीय जनता पार्टी की है, इस पूरे मामले पर सीबीआई की जांच होनी चाहिए. दूसरा, ऐसे मंत्री को तुरंत जेल शिफ्ट करके उत्तर प्रदेश या हरियाणा की किसी जेल में पहुंचाना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये सबूतों के साथ भी छेड़छाड़ कर सकते हैं.
All right, now, conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar has written a letter to Delhi LG VK Saxena claiming that he was threatened by the jail administration after his last letter to the Delhi LG about Satyendra Jain went public. After Delhi Chief Minister has rubbished Sukesh's previous letter, calling him the biggest thug, the jailed conman has now shot another letter spurring the BJP to demand for a thorough probe into these allegations he's made.
India Today's conman Sukesh and Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendra Jain newsbreak has just got bigger. First, the 200 crore extortion racket accused wrote a letter to the Delhi IG claiming that Jain sought protection money from him while he was in Tihar jail. Now Sukesh has shot off another letter, this time to the Delhi Chief Minister. The conman has put direct questions to Arvind Kejriwal. He's asked the Delhi Chief Minister why he allegedly took 50 crore rupees and asked him to bring in 30 people for party positions. Sukesh further questioned why Kejriwal has constantly kept contact with him even after his arrest. India Today questioned the AAP chief on Sukesh's latest letter bomb.
आम आदमी पार्टी के दक्षिण भारत में कोई पोजीशन देने के लिए 50 करोड़ रुपए मैंने दिए। मैं आज कह रहा हूं, मैं और भी पोजीशन देने को आप दिलाती हो तो 50-50 करोड़ दिला दो। मैं कई सारे मतलब हमारी इस तमिलनाडु का कोई अध्यक्ष बनने के लिए 50 करोड़ अगर देने को तैयार है तो यार हम तो बड़े माला माल हो जाएंगे।
Sukesh in his previous letter had alleged that he paid 10 crore rupees to incarcerated AAP minister Satyendra Jain as protection money in jail. Sukesh had also alleged he was promised an important party position in South India. The conman's fresh letter has triggered a new round of political slugfest, with the BJP demanding a thorough probe into the allegations. However, AAP has dismissed these charges, calling Sukesh the BJP star campaigner for the Gujarat polls.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बड़े बड़े नेताओं को सुकेश चंद्रशेखर जैसे महाठग का सहारा लेना पड़ रहा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्टार कैंपेनर कौन है? सुकेश चंद्रशेखर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्टार कैंपेनर है।
किसी भी मुख्यमंत्री पर इस प्रकार का आरोप कि जेल में अपराधियों को शरण दे रहे हैं, उनके लिए सुविधाएं मुहैया करा रहे हैं, और सुकेश चंद्रशेखर तो एक ठग है, लेकिन तिहाड़ में तो आतंकवादी भी बंद है। तो सत्येंद्र जैन और केजरीवाल अगर सुकेश चंद्रशेखर से पैसे ले रहे हैं तो इसका मतलब ये और आतंकवादियों से, देश के दुश्मनों से, उनसे भी पैसे की डील कर रहे होंगे।
हमारा भारतीय जनता पार्टी से यही दो सवाल है कि पहले आप हमें बता दीजिए कि आपके अनुसार क्या सुकेश चंद्रशेखर ठग है या सत्यवादी राजा हरिश्चंद्र है। दूसरा सवाल, क्या सुकेश चंद्रशेखर को तिहाड़ जेल से छुड़वाकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अमित शाह जी और नड्डा जी ज्वाइन कराने वाली।
ऐसा है कि अभी सत्येंद्र जैन नए डॉन बनकर दिल्ली में सामने आए हैं। ये आम आदमी पार्टी का जो पहला गनौना चेहरा था उससे भी भयानक चेहरा सामने दिख रहा है।
The BJP has now leveled bigger allegations, claiming Sukesh and Jain maintain contact with Kejriwal from jail and have demanded the AAP conveners call details.
Sukesh has spoken to Arvind Kejriwal as the Chief Minister and has also said as AK2, the number of Arvind Kejriwal is stored in the phone book of Satyendra Jain, and if AK2 is recorded and there's an extortion racket and money racket operating out of Tihar jail, a strict action needs to be taken.
Not just that, the BJP is also lobbying for the AAP minister to be shifted out of Tihar jail.
ये व्यक्ति खुद जेल मंत्री है, जेल में बैठा है और मुख्यमंत्री को कुछ गलती नहीं दिखाई देती। आप बताइए, दुनिया बताए ना। अरे किसी भी जेल में भेजो, यहाँ नहीं रह सकता, कहीं भी भेजो, काला पानी भेजो भाई।
Between the money laundering case, massage gate, and now this Sukesh salvo, trouble is only mounting for Satyendra Jain and AAP.
All right, that's a wrap on this edition of the Bulletin. On the other side of a short break, I'm going to take you through a quick look at the conversation India Today has had with superstar Yash at the India Today Conclave Mumbai. So stay tuned to watch out.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the cues right across about asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals, it heals.
angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news.
With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Welcome, Yash.
Thank you, sir.
You're looking fresh from all that success, which is only a few months ago. It's just incredible. I remember interviewing you a few months ago when the film was released. And my son caught the video. My son used to live in Karnataka at the time. He knows a bit of Kannada as well. And he said, "You've got Yash on the channel. He's the biggest star at the moment that the film industry has." He says there are taxi drivers and auto rickshaw drivers who are wearing Rocky Bhai t-shirts and saying, "We want to be Rocky Bhai." Did you ever expect in your wildest imagination just how big KGF would become? Or was it something that you were not certain about?
Good evening, everyone. If it doesn't sound arrogant, I really wanted this to happen, and I kind of visualized it every day in my life. I very badly wanted this to happen. So I always tell people, if somebody asks me, "How do you feel?" I said, now I don't have anything to explain, because this day I was living like few years ago, or 5-6 years ago, I was feeling this day, this kind of success. So I've lived this moment back then. So now it doesn't, affect much to me. So I'm thinking ahead now.
We'll come to what you're thinking ahead, but just the scale of what you achieved, just the scale of what happened to a Kannada film, which sort of in every language that it was dubbed into has become a mega hit. Did the scale surprise you at some stage?
Yeah, it is actually, it surprised a lot of people. But the point here is, India is a country which has got huge potential. I feel whatever we are talking, whatever we are celebrating today, is just fraction of what we all can do. So, India today. So today we can celebrate this, but I feel India has much more to offer. That is where we should be looking at, rather than thinking that today there is some miracle happening, but this is long pending thing, I think, which took a lot of time for us to realize that there is potential. If we all come together, the cinema industry can have this kind of capacity. I think for me, I always feel that this is around 5% maximum we have tapped our potential, 5 or 10%. There is much more to do when we look at West, or when we look at the possibilities of cinema itself, entertainment itself. I think a lot more we can expect from this generation.
But you know, when you say just a fraction of what the future holds, you know, until now, the kind of applause, the kind of showstoppers were Hindi cinema or Bollywood. And we are in the city of Bollywood. Along comes a Kannada cinema actor who transforms the entire economics of the industry post-COVID and transforms the image of the angry young man. And it seems as if Southern cinema at the moment in particular has taken over. Whether it's RRR, Bahubali, Pushpa. It seems that the dreams are really being woven down south. What is it about suddenly about South cinema? We'll come to Kannada later, but just South itself, which is changing these dynamics. You're producing blockbuster after blockbuster.
See, I feel it's just that 10 years ago, the dubbing film started coming, or a few years ago, dub film were becoming very popular here. But initially, they all started watching it with different opinion. You know, people used to make fun of South films. It was just like, South ka film, you know, some channel pe aa raha hai, and they were like, ye kya action hai, ud raha hai sab. That's how it started. But eventually, I know they got hooked on to that. You know, they started understanding that art form, and the problem with that was, our films were sold at a bare minimal price, and people used to do bad quality dubbing, and it used to be presented in a bad way with funny names. Sometimes, if I travel here, when I'm traveling to north of India, a lot of people call me with some other names, which I'll be wondering, which name is this? Some people call me, "Hi Rambo sir." I'm like, what is this Rambo? Somebody even told the Great Lion. I said, what is this Great Lion? Then all my old films were dubbed. So people started becoming familiar with our films and our actors. It's just that it was one proper move we wanted to make. It was long pending. I think Rajamouli sir, the credit should go to Rajamouli sir. It's not just KGF or any other film. He started. Before that, I think many people tried. If you have to break a rock, they say it is not just that one break. It's continuous effort. A lot of people have done that. But Bahubali, I think, made an impact. After that, KGF was done with a different intention. Telugu industry had a lot of hits, like Rajamouli sir's Ega, or so many other films had made a mark in Hindi also. But Kannada industry, I think what KGF got into the industry is, our intention of making KGF was not to intimidate. It was to inspire, that anybody with bare minimal budget when compared to other films. KGF 1 was done with a minimal budget, can go out and achieve. That was the thing. And now people have started noticing South films. So they're curious. So whatever is happening in South, it's straight away people are following it, and that's why it's working. Before, it used to have a different kind of budget for us to come and market here. I don't know, for some reason, because of all this digital revolution, people are connected. So it's becoming easier. I think time was right about it, that's all.
But I'm looking at all these wonderful special effects. There you are, larger than life. And the special effects are meant to razzle and dazzle. You're the angry young man who can, kill 1,000 people at one time. Was that the important part also? Just creating this sort of mesmerizing special effects so that you become this larger than life character, Rocky Bhai. Everybody knows you as Rocky Bhai now. Whether you're in the north or south, you're Rocky Bhai. But this kind of larger than life image, was that also very consciously, that's how you wanted to make the film?
Yeah, I think today it's important for us to have an escape from whatever is happening in life. For common man, I think you need to give hope. So, a speech of a successful person or some achiever coming and telling something about his experience, or you talking about personality development may not inspire them. You know, they have their own way of learning things or getting inspired. I think cinema plays a major role. A mass hero will be doing 100 things which might even sound silly to some people or funny to some people, but I think there is some connection between audience and us. So we try to communicate certain things, so they take away all the bad things and they take the good things. At the same time, they get inspired and they imitate us and they go out and get inspired and do certain good things also.
You know, because there was Rajnikant and Tamil films, which for a long time were sort of reaching out to new audiences. Telugu films, as you said, reached out. Malayalam films reached out. But this seems to be the year of the Kannada film. Because even as we speak, Kantara, your new film is not your film, but a Kannada film, is making waves. High praise, and again, a low-budget film that's making a lot of money. What is it in Bangalore, say, Bengaluru's... you know, it seems to be Namma Karnataka is the buzzword at the moment.
Sir, it's also my film, sir. You said it's not my film, but it's my film also. What I believe is, from my industry's perspective, I can tell you something. We needed that attitude shift. That's what I believe.
You needed?
That shift of attitude.
Right.
Sometimes what happens is, it's all about, you know, a lot of people have talent, they have that confidence, all of that is fine. But the moment you come out, when people start judging you and talk about your industry in a certain manner, and you know, it takes a lot of effort to break that perception. That was important. Back home, when I was in the early stages, I noticed certain things where people only used to start with a negative approach. They said, ours is a small industry, we have a lot of limitations, and we can't compete with rest of the industries because their budgets are high, you know, they have bigger markets. And a lot of people used to say that, you know, Kannada industry can never make it. So I had a problem with that, because no industry is big or small. It's about what we do in that industry. So we can make good things. If it becomes big today, see, the whole perception has changed. When people are talking about Kannada industry, they say Kannada industry is rocking. Kannada industry has changed. I think it's about few steps which is important. Like Kannada industry now, everybody is going with that attitude, saying we can do whatever we want to. We can showcase our talent at a national level. So that was important. I think for me, the main agenda was to come out and position our industry in such a way that I still remember when we started KGF, promoting KGF, when we wanted to venture out of Karnataka, not many people in my team believed it. So they all were very confident, they all were very passionate, they wanted to make this happen as a big Kannada film. But when we went out to make it a pan-India film, everybody had inhibitions, everybody had lack of confidence. But what it takes is you should go and just try. You should try, then people are always, I believe audience are not biased. If they like it, any film can become big film, any film can become the biggest grosser. It's just about you have to go and present it.
So language in that sense is not a barrier. Are you, Yash, therefore a Kannada star who's become pan-India, or do you see yourself as a pan-Indian star now who also will do Kannada cinema?
See, I am a Kannadiga. That can't change. But I am also an Indian. See, what is the system here? In our country, we are Indians. So our cultural difference or cultural... we differ from each other. In Karnataka also, there is a Tulu culture. There is a North Karnataka, it is different. Mandya, Mysore, Karnataka is different. But that should be our strength. That should never become our weakness. So my point is, you have to accept that this is one country and the industry should not be divided into North and South. Even today, after, I think people have moved on. They are showing again and again that they have moved on. But still, if somebody is addressing South star, North star, it's not that. It's just about an actor from South. Indian film, an Indian actor who has made something from that part of this country, and everybody is accepting it. That's how it should be treated, according to me.
That's very well put. You are, in that sense, an Indian star above all else. I want to tell the audience, reading your life story, father was a bus driver, and you grew up in Hassan and Mysore. You come from Hassan, you grew up in Mysore. And I was told even after you had achieved some success in cinema, your father continued to drive the bus.
Yeah.
So he remained a bus driver even as his son was creating waves across the,
I had the...
Does he realize how big you've become or not now?
I don't think anything will change for them because, see, my dad told me one thing. I think I had Ramachari, Mr. and Mrs. Ramachari, which was the biggest blockbuster back then. Even then he was working. So his point of view was your respect, people, what kind of respect they give you for your industry is fake. If they are respecting me for, successful star's father, that is like momentary. After a while it can, every Friday you have to go and prove. So he said, let us stay away from it. If we get addicted to it, it becomes very difficult. So he always stayed away. My parents, they hardly attend any film events. I think one or two. That too, because there was somebody from his department, one minister had come once. That time he attended. And they've never come to my shoot. Maybe one or two times for some signature purpose they have come. So that's how it's always been. So back home, even my friends, they all treat me the same way. It's just about you. Your work should give you that respect, and that is what matters. After that, in home or at home or in your life, you have to be that same person. If not, it becomes very difficult for you to think ahead.
Let's come to this character of Rocky Bhai. The way it's designed is to project you as this larger than life anti-est, someone who's taking on the villains of the world. How did you conceptualize it? Because you've given 8 years already to this franchise. You had KGF 1 and now you've got KGF 2. You gave 8 years of your life, you've done virtually nothing else but this role of Rocky Bhai. Give us a sense of how you all decided and how this idea came that this is the film we want to make.
See, Mr. Vijay Kirgandura, Humbale Films, he came to me a few years ago and he had done one film called Nindintale. After that, we both came together and we were discussing about what kind of films we should do. He was also very ambitious. He said, it's okay, don't worry about the budget. We will have to make the biggest film from our industry. So I had that vision. I was also fighting in my own way. He was also trying in his own way. We both came together and then we wanted to make big films for our industry. At that time, we met Prashant Neel. Prashant Neel had directed one film called Ugram. So one of our executive producer called Karthik, he went and approached Prashant. They got Prashant and Vijay sir and both of us, we spoke and Vijay sir told that, would you want to listen to that script? And I heard and I had seen Prashant's work and I'd fallen in love with his work. So I said, yes, we can do. At that time, the script, the kind of thought he came up with was entirely different from what it is today. So the idea was to make a big film. So we didn't know what exactly we were trying to make. The vision was already set. The vision was to make a film which will give everybody a boost. And for us also, I was getting continuously, I was getting that kind of success. So when audience start watching your film in a big number, that success will give you a power, will give you a strength. So that success is not for you to sit and celebrate. That is for you to go out and do bigger things. So that's when we realized, back to back, my films were working and Prashant came up with a script. In fact, he came up with a story where it was periodic and there was one portion of that which was KGF. There was a king who had illegal mining, something like that. Then I said, this itself can become a story. Then he said, really, do you think so? I said, yeah, this itself is interesting. Then he had a couple of scenes, what we have in KGF. So he came up with the entire thing and we started working on it. All of us dedicated at least 6-7 years before we went on floor, I think.
6-7 years before.
2014, no, I think 2014 we started, 2018 we released. So totally till 2020 or 2020, yeah, 22, all of us were doing same. I mean, till this last April. So KGF was such a big journey.
So you've invested 8 years of your life in this KGF journey.
All of us, yeah.
So are you, I mean, when you go to sleep at night, you go to sleep as Yash or as Rocky Bhai?
I think sometimes as an actor, you take certain things from the character and a lot of things you try to express through that character what you believe in. So Rocky is not different from who I am, but situations are different. You know, I may not be a gangster, but my approach or my attitude is aggressive in a positive way. So there are so many essence, so many elements which I can relate to this character, but it doesn't mean I'm Rocky. So I'm not violence.
Let's come to that dialogue. That dialogue which became iconic. Violence, violence, violence. I don't like, I avoid, but violence likes me. I can't avoid. Now I'm going to get you to say it the way you say it as Rocky Bhai. Because that dialogue has become completely iconic. So let's hear the violence dialogue, Yash style.
Violence, violence, violence. I don't like it. I avoid. But violence likes me. I can't avoid.
There is similarly another dialogue which also became iconic, which you can also relate to us. I'll do it in my way, you do it your way. I'm going to do it the very basic way. मेरी दोस्ती लायक कोई यार नहीं, मेरी दोस्ती झेल सके ऐसी कोई तलवार नहीं, बिजनेस करेंगे, offer closes soon. You want to go through it?
I think
you go.
I'll recall. मेरी दोस्ती लायक कोई यार नहीं, मेरी दुश्मनी झेल सके वैसी तलवार नहीं, बिजनेस करेंगे, ऑफर क्लोजेस सून.
You see, these stylized dialogues are very much part, and the way you do it are very much part of this iconography which is now being created around Rocky. I remember Rajnikant ji had the fact, the way he lit the matches. Bachchan Saab also had this booming delivery that, you know, right from Zanjeer made him this iconic figure. Do you believe that is essential to have, that the character must have these elements, that people, whether it's the dialogue or the way you say it, that makes them larger than life for the audience?
Of course, I think if you see, there was a lot of Western films, Sergio Leone films were considered as violent films, and everybody ridiculed it at that time. Nobody took it seriously also. Today it is treated as classic. Because of the stylized thing, people imitated their style. There is certain amount of charm and persona that main character brings it on screens, which people will follow. I think for that generation, that is essential. People, we become some kind of style icons or ambassadors of certain, things. You need actors for those things. And if people connect to it, if they connect to one person because of his style or persona, then that's something which they would want to use in their personal life, and they carry it. So that's important. I think when you come out on screen, you should bring your persona also. If a director comes up with a script, it is not just about script or the way they have written. It's also about what you bring in as an actor will take you ahead, is what I believe.
You know, you are actually a very reclusive star. These are one of the few interviews you're doing. You have come to Mumbai for the first time, if I'm not mistaken, since this fantastic success. It appears at the moment Bollywood needs Yash more than Yash needs Bollywood.
No, I don't believe in Bollywood or anything. As I
You don't believe in Bollywood?
I don't believe in Bollywood, Sandalwood. I don't believe in these woods at all. Once I told, let's burn the woods.
Let's burn the woods.
Yeah. So the point here is, we fought for our respect. We said, let us, please treat us the way every actor is treated in this country. And just because things are working for us, I can't start doing the same thing for others. If I start treating the rest of the people saying, okay, we have surpassed all your things and today we have gone up, South is going up and Bollywood is finishing. All that bullshit I don't believe in. The point here is, let's just do good work. Audience, they don't care whether it is from Bollywood, whether it is from Karnataka, whether it is from any other state. See now the Kantara movie is from Karnataka and it's doing well. It's doing well in Karnataka, it's doing well everywhere. There was a movie called Garuda Gamana Rishab Vahana. It's a very good film, Kannada film, and Charlie 777 was another film from our industry. People watched, but you know, if you promote it well, or with a reputed banner, with a good presentation, it will reach more and more people. So the point here is, I'm nobody. I think every Friday you have to prove. Just because I've done KGF, I can't think that tomorrow I'm the biggest or Bollywood. I'm beyond Bollywood. There is no wood in the first place. So if somebody does a better work, or if somebody does something good here, then definitely people will accept it all over the country, and then the tables will turn, I guess.
So when you came to Mumbai 2017-18 promoting the film initially, what would all those Hindi film distributors tell you?
See, a lot of people didn't know there was a movie called KGF, so we had to tell that, okay, there's a movie called KGF we are making, though it was the biggest film in my state. Everybody were curious because before KGF also, I was a big star there. So my movie, Mr. and Mrs. Ramachari, had a huge collection. So even then, none of the people here knew what is happening in Kannada industry. So they all, okay, Kannada industry. Kitna 5 crore mein film banate, 10 crore mein collection aata hai. So I'm like, no yaar, it's like 50 crores. So the point here is, we were not connected. Nobody was aware of what is happening. And somewhere if, it's all about numbers, sir. Only when numbers are there, people will respect you. That's the biggest validation, according to me. Today, everybody is looking towards Kannada industry because of the number what we created. And then, I think, I can't blame them also. Whoever were not aware of my industry, it's not their fault, but it's an opportunity which we had.
He had a question though, in Kannada. Okay. Because, you can't come here and not tell us some of those iconic dialogues in Kannada. Come on, go for it.
ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಸಂದೇಶ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ಕೂಡ ಇದೇ ಮೂವಿ ಇದು KGF ಇಂದ ಒಂದು ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು?
ಅದು ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ, ಸೇಮ್ ಡೈಲಾಗ್, ವೈಲೆನ್ಸ್.
ಸರಿ, ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರಿಗೆ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಂದಿದ್ರೆ ಇವಾಗ
ಓಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳು, ನನಗೆ ಯಾರ ದೋಸ್ತಿನೂ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ದುಶ್ಮನಿ ಯಾವನು ತಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಆಫರ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸಸ್ ಸೂನ್. Violence, violence, violence.
What's your message to all your fans?
For people who are sitting in small towns, a small town, I think anything can be done. Our country, even in sports or in cinema, it's open. Please, if I can get this kind of number, or if I can be accepted across the country, anybody can be accepted. Please go out, try, give your best. Audience are waiting to, make another big star or another big sports star. Please take that first step, then everything will fall in place. That's all I can say. Thank you.
watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. I'm Shetty joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. The Supreme Court upholds 10% quota for poor in 3-2 judgment. Modi government's caste-free quota move upheld. Poor in general category get reservation. Political ripples over Supreme Court verdict on Garib quota as Modi government welcomes move to empower the poor. Congress leader makes shocking comment, calls Supreme Court casteist. Conman Sukesh writes another letter to Delhi LG, alleges involvement of Kejriwal and Kailash Gehlot, says facing constant threat from Satyendra Jain. Parali politics intensifies as BJP tweets video of crop burning in Chief Minister Man's turf. Sangrur says Kejriwal forcing farmers to burn the stubble. Anti-hijab protests erupt in Kerala's Kozhikode. Women burn hijab on the streets in an Iran-inspired protest. Karnataka Neta goes on a Hindu tirade, says the word Hindu does not belong to India, calls the meaning of the word Hindu dirty.
शब्द कहाँ से आ गया? ये हमारा है. हिंदू का जो मीनिंग है वो बहुत गंदी है.
After backlash over animation and Hindu anger, Adipurush makers delay release date. Makers hint at mega video graphics rehauled to pacify the viewers. New release date is 16 June 2023. Breaking news coming in. A fire has broken out in a high-rise in Dubai's downtown on Monday. No casualties in the fire have been reported so far. It wasn't immediately clear if there were any injuries in the blaze at the apartment building that had been extinguished by the time an Associated Press journalist reached the site. That's what the PTI has been reporting, and that's the... Just look at that building. The entire building is in flames. It's a high-rise building. Black char marks after the fire could be spotted too, spread on the building that's part of a series of towers called 8 Boulevard Walk by Emaar, the state-backed developer in the Emirates. The Skyscraper, it's a part of a tower chain. It's an Emaar building. The fire broke out in this high-rise building, and so far, what reports are coming in, there are no casualties in this fire, but this has taken place in Dubai downtown. We're getting you those visuals of the Emaar building in Dubai. It's not immediately clear if there are any injuries in the blaze in the apartment building, but look at that, it's a high-rise building, and questions really arising as to how do you escape such an high-rise buildings when the fire breaks out, and what are the norms. We'll get you all those details in moments from now. What's the procedure, what's the protocol when a fire like that breaks out in a high-rise building as such. Black char marks after the fire could be spotted. And this building, I'm being told, is near the Burj Khalifa, the very famous Burj Khalifa. It's very close to the Burj Khalifa. The black char marks of the fire could be spotted, spread on the building that's a part of a series of a tower called 8 Boulevard Walk by Emaar. Emaar, remember, is the state-backed developer in the Emirates, very big developer. And for now, what we know is that the fire has broken out. There were burn marks that were spotted. We also know that for now there are no casualties that have been reported, thankfully, but our reporter will be able to get us more details if there have been any kind of casualties reported. And in case there are no casualties, it will be interesting to know what is the fire safety protocol that this building follows. The rest of the world can take a cue from there as well, because look at that. It's an entire building that has gone up in flames, and this is the shocking development that we're reporting at the moment. It's a skyscraper near Burj Khalifa. It's a big fire in Dubai downtown building. Shocking visuals coming in there from Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. A fire broke out in a high-rise building in Dubai's downtown. No casualties so far. It's not immediately clear if there were injuries in the blaze at the apartment building that had been extinguished by the time the press went there. So it was extinguished fast is what we know for the moment. We'll continue getting you more details on the story. Actor politician Pawan Kalyan once again broke the internet. On your screens is Pawan Kalyan sitting on the roof of a moving car with his security personnel and supporters dangling on the sides, defying the law and the safety regulations and rules. The video clip, which is going viral on social media, is from Janasena Party President's visit to Ipatham village in Guntur district. The purpose of Pawan Kalyan's visit was to meet the locals whose houses were reportedly demolished for the widening of the roads. After his convoy reached the village, Pawan Kalyan walked on foot to enter the village and met the victims of the demolition drive as the police did not allow his car. His protest is coming against Andhra's Chief Minister Jagannath Reddy over demolition of homes for the road widening. Abdul Bashir now joins us for the very latest. Abdul, for whatever reason he's doing, perhaps with all good intentions, but how does one justify him taking the law into his own hands, breaking the law and all the safety measures to come out with a rally like that? After all, he's a politician and he is the one supposed to uphold the law of the land. What action is being taken against Pawan Kalyan now? Abdul, can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can you please...
I'm saying that, listen, Pawan Kalyan could have done this for the best of intentions. That's not the point here. The point here is he's a politician. He's supposed to uphold the law of the land. And clearly this video shows that he's flouting the safety norms and the law of the land. What is the action that is being taken against Pawan Kalyan now?
See, as of now, when this incident has taken place on Saturday, when Pawan Kalyan was going towards Ipatham village in Guntur district of Andhra Pradesh to meet the residents of these Ipatham village whose houses were being illegally demolished by the state government, Jagannath Reddy. However, the police had stopped him on his way, citing it as law and order issue. But then Pawan Kalyan had moved in that same vehicle, and then when police had stopped him, he started walking towards his village. So now, right now, police has not come out taking any action against Pawan Kalyan for this incident. But yes, Pawan Kalyan has stated that this is a step taken by the state government for the vested interest after Pawan Kalyan has hosted, the village had hosted a Janasena meeting in the same village in March of this year. So following which the state government has taken action against him, not allowing him to enter the village. Then he started walking from the point where the police has stopped him towards the village. So right now the police have not taken any action or come out with any action against Pawan Kalyan for this incident that has taken place.
All right, we'll wait for the police to go ahead and take action. Questions also arising on the administration, why there has been no action taken against Pawan Kalyan for flouting the law of the land and ignoring safety norms, more importantly. Thanks much, Abdul, for joining us. Continue to be with us right there. A few weeks ago, with chappals in hand, Janasena Chief Pawan Kalyan threatened to beat up those who mock him as the package star. Jharkhand Reddy's YSCRCP has been trolling Pawan Kalyan for allegedly working hand in glove with the Telugu Desam party in Andhra Pradesh. Take a look at all the politics behind this.
ఈ ప్యాకేజ్ స్టార్ ప్యాకేజ్ అనే సన్నాసిన కొడుకులు ఎవరు? చెప్పు తీసి కొడతాను ఒక్కొక్క వైసీపీ నా కొడుకులు చెప్తాను. చెప్పు అటు తిప్పి ఇటు తిప్పి పగిలిపోయేలా దవడ వాచిపోయేలా చెప్పు పెట్టి కొడతాను కొడకల్లారా ఒక్కొక్కడికి. తమాషాలుగా ఉందా కొడకల్లారా? ఇంకొకసారి ప్యాకేజీ గీకేజ్ అంటే తప్పు తీసుకొని పళ్ళు రాలగొడతాను కొడకల్లారా ఒక్కొక్కడికి చెప్తున్నాను.
Well, there's a landmark judgment coming in from the Supreme Court that has upheld the 10% EWS quota, which benefits the poor. The 5-judge bench of the Apex Court voted 3-2 in favor of the reservation. Justice Dinesh Maheshwari, Bela Trivedi and Pardiwala upheld the quota for the poor, while Chief Justice U.U. Lalit and Justice Ravindra Bhatt dissented. The judges supporting the EWS quota contended that it does not breach the basic structure of the Constitution or exceeds 50% quota limit either. Further, the 3 judges observed the reservation provides equal rights to the economically weaker sections. The dissenting judges contended the amendment violates fabric of the social justice.
SLP यहाँ पेंडिंग थी। इलेक्शन के पहले आनंद फानन में 10% आर्थिक आधार पर आरक्षण दिया गया, जिसको आज यहाँ पे मेजॉरिटी व्यू है जस्टिस महेश्वरी के साथ में जस्टिस बेला त्रिवेदी एंड जस्टिस पारदीवाला, इनके व्यू ने अपहेल्ड किया है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट को।
There were 2 fundamental questions before the court. Question 1 was whether on economic criteria alone reservation can be granted in the constitution. So on that, all the 5 judges are agreeing that yes, it can be granted on economic criteria alone. Then there was a second question, and the second question was whether the exclusion of the backward classes, that is SC, STs and OBCs from this EWS, in effect making it a forward class economic reservation, was that constitutional or did that violate basic structure? On the second question, 2 judges, Justice Bhatt speaking for himself and for the Chief Justice, have dissented and said that did violate the basic structure because it violates the anti-discrimination principle because they are the poorest. In fact, factually also the backward classes are the poorest. So even if you take economics as a sole criteria, why exclude the ones who are the most deserving? That's really the argument which we had. That was our argument, and that has been accepted by the 2 judges in toto. Now, the question whether how this will play out in other reservation matters, I think the dissent is a very strong dissent. It espouses a very egalitarian vision of the Constitution. So I think in other reservation matters, it's equally possible that the dissent will have more impact than the majority view today. But of course, as far as the amendment's constitutionality is there,
what about the issue of 50% ceiling limit as such? Because so far, every judgment, every verdict, every opinion has been you cannot cross that 50% limit. Now what happens?
So on the 50%, again, the majority has said that the 50% is not a rule of basic structure because that by itself, 50% by itself envisages exceptions. And if something envisages exceptions in the rule itself, then how can it be form of a basic structure? That's effectively the majority. Justice Bhatt seems to have, at least what he read out in court, seems to have expressed some reservation on that aspect, not a complete disagreement, but some reservation. So that exactly the extent of his reservation on that aspect we'll know when we read all the opinions.
बड़ा स्पष्ट फैसला है। किसी ने गरीबों के विषय के अंदर विचार करने का प्रयास करा। आज गरीबों की सुनवाई हुई है। अब गरीब का बच्चा आरक्षण प्राप्त कर सकेगा नौकरियों के अंदर। आज गरीब का बच्चा डॉक्टर बन सकेगा। आज गरीब का बच्चा इंजीनियर बन सकेगा। आज गरीब का बच्चा ऊंचे पदों पर बैठ जाएगा। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के 3 जजेस का निर्णय आ गया और इस पर मोहर लग गई। अब मिसयूज करने वाला इसको कोई प्रयास कर नहीं सकता।
Anisha will join us to get us more details on what the reservation was as far as the dissenting judges were concerned, who contended the amendment violates fabric of social justice. But we've got the landmark judgment that has come in. The Supreme Court has upheld 10% EWS quota. The 5-judge bench of the Apex Court voted 3-2. So 3 in favor and 2 against in favor of the reservation. Justices Dinesh Maheshwari, Justice Bela Trivedi, Justice Pardiwala upheld the quota for the poor. Chief Justice U.U. Lalit, Justice Ravindra Bhatt dissented. The judges supporting EWS quota contended that it does not breach the basic structure of the Constitution or exceeds the 50% quota limit. There's also a political war that has erupted over the Supreme Court nod to 10% EWS quota. Congress's Udit Raj has made a shocking comment on the apex court. The Congress Neta called Supreme Court casteist and said the judges, including CJ Yu Lalit, who upheld the quota, are of a casteist mind. The Grand Old Party did not back the comments made by Udit Raj, calling them his personal opinion. However, it targeted BJP over the quota. The BJP slammed Udit Raj for his comments and said his comments amount to contempt of court. The Saffron Party has urged Supreme Court to take suo cognizance of this particular matter. Meanwhile, DMK, that opposed the reservation, called it a setback to the 100 years struggle for social justice. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin urge all like-minded organizations to unite to uplift the call for social justice in the entire nation.
I am raising mindset very clearly that how, and if they are citing today the Constitution, that Constitution doesn't bar it, or there is no embargo as per Constitution. Why have they been rejecting all matters of SC, ST, OBC, saying that 50% limit cannot be exceeded? How could it exceeded? Again, I'm reiterating that EWS, I'm in support of EWS, I'm not opposing it. However, the mindset is getting reflected in the judgment.
आज जो भी आरक्षण SC, ST, OBC का चल रहा है, उसको पूरा बरकरार रखा है। लेकिन आज जो ऐसे लोग कि अगर देश में समानता लाने की बात हो, तो ऐसे लोगों को एक फैसला हमारी केंद्र सरकार ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी की लिया था, तो आज इस फैसले पे जिस तरह का एक मोहर लगी है, ये देश में अपने आप में एक सकारात्मक है। संविधान की मूल भावनाओं के लोग सभी को समानता में लाने की।
जब 100 दिन रह गया था 2019 में, चुनाव हार रहे थे, तब क्यों लाए? तो आपकी नीयत गरीबों के साथ नहीं थी, EWS कोटे के साथ नहीं थी, बल्कि इस बात के साथ थी कि चुनाव कैसे लड़ा जाए, वरना तो 5 साल क्यों नहीं लाया। मैं जानना चाहता हूं कि 47 साल की सबसे बड़ी बेरोजगारी जिस सरकार के पास हो, जो आर्मी में, सेना में भी 4 साल के लिए भर्ती करके नौजवानों को बेरोजगार कर रही हो, उसके पास नौकरियां कहाँ हैं? ये तो भाजपा का चुनावी हथकंडा था।
Two judges, distinguished judges, have chosen to give a dissenting view on the overall judgment, shows that the debate will continue in this country. And therefore, for the moment, I can only say that this is now the law of the land. And to dub the Supreme Court as casteist for any reason whatsoever is wholly improper and should not be countenanced.
For the first time in India, women burned the hijab in solidarity with the Iranian women. In Kozhikode, Muslim women belonging to Kerala Yuktivadi Sangam burnt hijabs as a show of solidarity with the ongoing protests regarding the imposition of hijab on women in Iran. 6 Muslim women from the organization led the move to burn hijabs. This is the first such incident of hijab burning reported in India. The activists have raised slogans, displayed placards in solidarity with the Iranian women. Protesters have been raging on. The protests have been raging on in Iran since Mahsa Amini, who's 22, died while being imprisoned by Iran's morality police after being detained for wearing hijab inappropriately. India witnessed a massive pro-hijab stir in Karnataka at the back of the state government's directive that banned the head covering in educational institutions. The hijab ban was upheld by the Karnataka High Court, with the Supreme Court delivering a split verdict in the case on 13th October.
There are institutions and, like colleges, schools, etc., that have their own rules. And, in such situations, we understand why a hijab is not permitted. But hijab in itself is a religious faith, one. Second thing, it's also about, somebody was talking about, it's their choice. It should be the choice of a woman. So what if a woman really wants to wear a hijab? Okay, so it's like, an in any form of extremist movement should be condemned. It's not good for the society. I feel an anti-hijab movement and burning hijab is a totally extremist stand. And I think, it's a part of religion. There could be a lot of religion. I was someone who fought for Sabrimala. And what was the problem with Sabrimala? Young women are not allowed to enter. But me as a woman, I don't want young women to enter. I'm a young woman myself. So, how do you know if a hijab as a religious faith is loved and accepted by a section of women? So aren't you really hurting their religious sentiments? So what are you trying to prove? So I do not think this sort of an attitude or this sort of gestures are doing us any good and it's going to help us. I think extremist attitude should not be there.
Shibamol is now joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram. Shibamol, walk our viewers through all these protests that are taking place at the moment. It is in solidarity with the protests that are taking place in Iran as well. But even these women over here, they don't want to, looks like, wear a hijab, and that should be their choice. What are you picking up from them?
Well, Chaiti, exactly, the hijab protest that we have been seeing in Iran has reached India also. Like in first of its kind, we are seeing a protest in Kerala erupting, which took place yesterday in Kozhikode, yesterday morning. So there's this organization called Yuktivadi Sangam, which is a rationalist organization. So they had a seminar which happens every year. This time it was on the free thinking. So every year they keep organizing these seminars on free thinking. And yesterday many lectures took place on various topics, various literature works. And after that we saw women from the organization coming forward and burning hijab in solidarity with the protest that's happening in Iran. And in fact, when we spoke to the organizers of the Yuktivadi Sangam, they were saying that we thought it's time to raise voice. We had to show solidarity when such a big protest is happening in Iran, and we had to show solidarity, and that's when we thought we'll come forward. And this was, in fact, these women who came forward belonged to various religions, not just Muslim. It was not just Muslim women, but women from different religions, because it was a rationalist organization that has women from various religious background. In fact, the organizers also told that it was led by 6 Muslim women, and also public who had come to attend the program also joined in the protest. And this was their turn. They said that this was their turn to show their protest because they had to do it, is what they're saying. And this is a common. This organization keeps organizing these seminars quite often, but these kind of protests never happen. And this is when yesterday they decided, it took place in Kozhikode's town hall. They were organizing this seminar, and that's when they decided, after the seminar ended, they came out, the Muslim women came forward and they burned hijab.
We're getting us the details right there. We're getting breaking news coming in, cutting straight across to it. Breaking news coming in. BJP slams Congress Neta's anti-Hindu remark. BJP calls Congress Neta's remark provocation. BJP says not Sanyog but vote bank ka udyog. The BJP says they opposed Ram Mandir, linked Gita with jihad. They've hit out at the Congress party. Listen into these reactions that are coming in.
आज फिर से एक बार, क्योंकि तुष्टीकरण का कंपटीशन चल रहा है, एक तरफ है आम आदमी पार्टी जिसके नेता गोपाल इटालिया और राजेंद्र पाल किस प्रकार से हिंदुओं को अपमानित कर रहे थे, मंदिर कथा के बारे में बातें रख रहे थे, फिर है ओवैसी की पार्टी जो बार बार हिंदुओं का अपमान करती है। तो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते और हिंदुओं को दो गाली ताकि मिले वोट बैंक की ताली, इसके चलते आज कांग्रेस पार्टी ने फिर से ऐसा एक बयान दिलवाया है। वैसे तो राहुल गांधी कहते हैं मैं जन्मधारी हिंदू हूं, क्या वो अब कार्रवाई करेंगे सतीश जारकीहोली पर?
All right, this is coming on the back of the development where Congress working president Satish Jarkioli had stoked a row with his remarks on the word Hindu, and now BJP slams the Congress party. BJP has hit out. Let's listen in to give you a context. Listen in to what the Congress leader had said about Hinduism.
हिंदू शब्द कहाँ से आ गया है? ये हमारा है? पर्शियन का है। पर्शियन का है? ईरान, इराक, कजाकिस्तान, उज्बेकिस्तान। फिर भारत का उधर का क्या संबंध है? फिर आपका कैसा होगा हिंदू? आपका नहीं है। फिर आपको इतने उसको ऊपर बिठा के क्यों आप जा रहे हैं? हिंदू का जो मीनिंग है वो बहुत गंदी है।
All right. right, that's it from me, Shetty on this bulletin. For further news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our India Today app. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks for your time. See you in moments from now with the top headlines. But coming up next is a special show.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome once again to the India Today Mumbai Conclave. Is India's democracy in recession? Is India today only a partly free democracy? Are we an elected autocracy? Is India heading towards fascism? These are the epithets that have been used in recent times by the Economist Intelligence Unit, by the Swedish-based think tank VDEM, by Freedom House, and India's democratic rankings in the Economist Intelligence Unit has slipped from 27 to 46. But how valid are these rankings? Is Indian democracy being exposed, or is Indian democracy being unfairly demonized? Joining us now is someone who believes that India deserves better, that India has been unfairly demonized when it comes to democracy rankings. Professor Salvatore Babones is Associate Professor at the University of Sydney, a comparative sociologist with a focus on quantitative cross-national research. And his paper questioning and challenging, or his articles challenging these democracy rankings have created quite a stir. So I'm going to ask you, Professor, to tell us why you believe that all these various rankings suggesting that India in the Modi years is a country where democracy is in recession are actually inaccurate, falsified, and are demonizing democracy in India.
India gets a bum rap in the international rankings. Now, I know that because they provide evidence.
What is a bum rap?
A bum rap is an unfair deal. And I will say not so much India as Indians get an unfair deal in the ranking. After all, it's your democracy. The problem is that all three of these rankings organizations, in the evidence they've provided to substantiate their rankings, that evidence is full of mendacity, it's full of errors, it's full of seemingly intentional misrepresentations, it's full of lapses of editorial oversight. In fact, almost to a number, not one of the bits of evidence adduced in support of the decline in India's democracy rankings since 2014 actually adds up.
So we'll come to that evidence in a moment on the basis of which you suggested that the democracy rankings are unfair. But before that, let's set the record straight. Those who are supporters of Prime Minister Modi are saying Salvatore Babones needs to be embraced by us. He's saying what we've been saying for years. Critics of the Prime Minister are saying, who is this American-based professor in Australia who's never been to India to talk about India's democracy? You want to respond and set that record straight?
And this is my first visit to India. Thank you very much. I am a comparative sociologist, so my work is on international rankings, not on India as such. I've become interested in India because when you look at India in international perspective, in a comparative perspective, India is by far the world's greatest democratic success story. And I say that unreservedly because as a social scientist, if we study democracy, the first thing we see is that there are no poor democracies. There is no country with a GDP per capita of less than $10,000 per year that has a consistent record of democratic elections going back more than a few decades. India stands out as the enormous exception. It's no surprise that rich countries are democracies. All the rich countries are democracies. India is the only poor country that has a well-institutionalized democracy. It's the only post-colonial country to have remained a democracy throughout its entire history, and it's the only well-institutionalized democracy on the Eurasian continent between South Korea and Israel. That makes India a truly exceptional case that drove me to study it.
That's interesting because, you cite the fact that the GDP or the per capita income of Uttar Pradesh is very similar to that of Rwanda. And you ask us to contrast, look at democracy in Rwanda and look at it in Uttar Pradesh. So your basic thesis comes from the fact that a poor country, in your view, is one with, it's an exception, which India is an exception, a poor country, which is a rich democracy.
Statistically, it stands out. And I am a sociologist. My background, though, is as a statistician. Those of you who are engineers, I know engineers are very popular in India, will be surprised to learn I have a Master of Science in Engineering from Johns Hopkins, but it's in applied math. So I can't actually build something. Yes, we have to control for factors like wealth. We have communal, I've read a lot about communal tensions in Uttar Pradesh. I've heard a lot about communal violence in Uttar Pradesh. Compare that to the communal violence in Rwanda or in a Burundi, countries that have similar levels of GDP per capita as Uttar Pradesh, and it's shocking. Compare Bihar to Democratic Republic of the Congo. The Congo is the heart of darkness. It is the archetype of the basket case of a failed state. Well, Bihar has problems. I've read about them. I've never been there. I'd love to learn more about it, but nothing on the scale of the problems in the Congo. And I think that's a testament to the success of India.
Let's then test the empirical evidence that you have suggested is the basis, which you've in a way demolished or attempted to demolish, the empirical evidence cited by these think tanks that have lowered India's democracy rankings. The Economist Intelligence Unit labels India as a flawed democracy characterized by a serious deterioration in the quality of democracy under leader Narendra Modi. Sweden's VDEM says that we are essentially moving towards an electoral autocracy on par with Russia, and Freedom House says we are only partially free with an overall freedom rank of tied 85th in the world. Now, one of the major reasons they cite for this is discrimination against minorities, and they use laws like CAA to suggest, or the abolition of Article 370 to suggest that minorities are under siege. How do you link that to the ranking system?
So let's be clear, as in the last session, when we say minorities, people are really talking about Islam in India.
We're talking about Muslims.
Primarily about Muslims in India. Muslims are severely underrepresented in Indian politics. They're probably severely underrepresented at this conference. How many Muslim speakers are at the conclave? Probably not 15%. Now, there are reasons for that. You don't have to have overt discrimination to see that sort of figure. Muslims in general are poorer than the rest of India. How many poor people are in the audience here? Very few. Right. So if there are lower levels of education, if there are lower levels of income, you would expect lower levels of accomplishment at the level of parliamentary seats. Now, I'm not excusing that. Okay, India should be working harder to be more inclusive for its minority populations, Muslims especially. But the rankings have pointed specifically to this number of a low level of Muslim representation. 5% of Lok Sabha is Muslim. Yet the number of Muslims in the Lok Sabha has increased between 2014 and 2019. Now, we can say it hasn't increased enough.
It's a marginal increase. We are basically, interestingly, in 2009, 5% of the Lok Sabha was Muslim. In 2019, it was also around 5%.
Or we could say there's been a 23% increase in the number of Muslims in Lok Sabha. Look, either way you say it, it can't be used to justify a decline in the rankings between 2014 and 2019. It can be used to justify a low ranking. And if India's ranking had been consistently low on all three of these indices for the last 20 years, I wouldn't have written the paper.
Let's therefore look interestingly at one of the other factors that is cited for India's declining democracy quotient, sedition laws. And the belief that, as many of these think tanks have suggested, sedition is being used to criminalize dissent, and the number of sedition FIRs have increased between 2010 and 2020. Not necessarily 2014, but from 2010 to 2020.
Right. So I know this is very personal for you. I've read your Wikipedia page. But
it is.
but look,
unfortunately, the Supreme Court as of now has struck down sedition, as of today.
But I have to go to the data, not to the personal cases. Now, when I, as a statistician, saw 2010 to 2020, and the text said during the decade 2010 to 2020, immediately it clicked in my head. You know, there are lies, damn lies, in statistics. 2010 to 2020 is not a decade. 2010 to 2019 is a decade, or 2011 to 2020 is a decade. Why those end dates? So I went back to the original data. It turns out if you choose either of those other definitions of a decade, the number of FIRs filed for sedition has fallen. But if you choose specifically the two endpoints,
2010 and
2020, they've risen because 2010 was a low date for sedition. 2020 was a big bump in the numbers, and so you can find a trend. Right. And they found a trend, and I think that's the problem. The fact that you can find a trend should not be driving impartial academic studies of democracy. If a journalist does that, I'll forgive you. But an academic organization, an independent think tank, should not be engaging in that sort of cherry picking.
So what you're saying is the data was being cherry picked. There was the necessary element of academic skepticism which should accompany any such rankings was missing. Am I correct broadly?
The skepticism is the point here, because the organizations doing the rankings picked that number from an activist NGO report. And they didn't say to themselves, should I take the activist NGO at their word, or should I go and just look a little deeper into the numbers? They didn't exercise that editorial oversight.
Let's therefore take a look at one of those other numbers they looked at, that the maximum number of journalists were arrested in India, next only to China, in the last 1 year. And that was used to again suggest that democracy in India and journalism in India is under threat.
So another one that's personal. Here, look, it wasn't journalists.
No, I haven't gone to jail yet. I might.
Well, good, because it was actually journalists killed. So we don't want that at all. We don't want anyone killed. So the number of journalists killed is the largest number in a single country outside China, which sounds dramatic. Until you make the very elementary adjustment, what about per capita? So it turns out that in India, there were 3.5 journalists killed per billion people. That's 3.5 too many. In rest of world, there were 6.3 killed per billion people. In fact, it's safer to be a journalist in India, despite the fact, and I emphasize this again, that India is a relatively poor country. It's safer to be a journalist in India than in rest of world. I mean, on that same note, Press Freedom Index, not covered in my paper, Press Freedom Index now ranks India below Hong Kong. 2022, this is post-security law, post the closing of Apple Daily, the abduction of its publisher, the demolishing of its printing presses. Press Freedom Index, published by Reporters Sans Frontières, rates India below Hong Kong for press freedom. Now, you journalists in India tell me, are you more oppressed than journalists in Hong Kong?
You know, I have always believed that journalists are relatively free in India compared to most parts of the world. When I find, for example, Indian academics going to Qatar or going to Middle Eastern countries and lamenting the fate of journalists in India, I wonder whether they are speaking to the wrong audiences. You know who I'm referring to.
I do, and look, that article was about the accusation that India is a fascist state. And I encourage you, pick up your phone and do a quick Google search. Ask Google, is India a fascist country? Google will tell you yes. Look at it, do it right now. You'll find the first 10 results telling you that India is a fascist country. That's something that should really concern you. That is a danger for India, whatever side you are in politics, whether you think that the current government is fascist or not, you make your own judgment. But that India is now being portrayed as a fascist country in the global media, and that if a student who knows nothing more about India, if a legislator, if a parliamentarian, if a journalist overseas who just has to do one article on India, they're not an expert on India, they have to pen off something, they have 4 hours to make 600 words on India, they Google, is India a fascist country? Google says yes, they click some links, now it's there, now it's in the New York Times, now it's in the Washington Post. That is a problem for India and for Indians.
I'll come to that problem in a moment, what that does to India and India's image and reputation. But Professor Babonis, the fact is much of this is perceptional. If I come across a case, as there have been cases in Uttar Pradesh, where a journalist covering a midday meal scheme and exposing the manner in which the midday meal scheme was run is immediately arrested, or FIRs are filed, or is charged with sedition, I will get a sense that there is something wrong with the Indian state. And that might, in a way, influence my article. I'm a journalist, not an academic. So a journalist will go by live examples. You're then doing data mining to suggest, no, all is well, or it isn't as bad as you're making it out to be. So is part of the problem the fact that maybe from an external perspective, you're looking at data. I live in India, and I'm actually looking internally at what journalists on the ground at times have to go through in different parts of the country to report fairly and honestly. Maybe I expect a higher standard of freedom than what you perhaps look at purely from a data perspective.
Look, I want to be clear. I'm not faulting journalists. I'm not faulting activist NGOs for doing their job. I mean, forgive me, the dharma of an activist NGO is to criticize. That's what they do. That's what their reason for being is. I'm not criticizing individual citizens for what they believe about their own country. I'm criticizing fellow academics who are being, I think I can actually say, mendacious in their evaluations of India, because I went through every bit of evidence adduced, and at every point there was cherry-picking, misrepresentation, failure to exercise editorial oversight. There was hardly anything in the 3 reports that would stand up to scrutiny.
Are you therefore suggesting that these institutes, most of them based in the Western world, are in a way prejudiced because they allow their ideological biases to to influence their better judgment? Are you suggesting that there is this left liberal monopoly in a way over many of these institutes that judge India through the prism of the fact that Narendra Modi, a right-wing nationalist populist leader, is leading India, and thereby tend to, at a way, look at India through the prism of Mr. Modi as the Prime Minister of India?
In a word, no.
In a word, no.
In a word, no. These are not biased organizations that are out to get India. They evaluate democracy in 150 plus countries. Most of the people involved have no particular interest in India. The problem is that all of these rankings are based on surveys. So each of them has the same methodology. They do a survey of intellectuals, journalists, academics who either are based in the country they're studying or who are students of the country from outside. Prominent academics and journalists who cover, in India's case, India. It may be people at Harvard, maybe people at JNU, it may be people in the mainstream media. They survey them and they ask them to report back on the country. It's those reports that are biased. Now, at the level of the organization, there's a lack of editorial oversight. I don't excuse that, but I do understand it. If you're exercising editorial oversight about narratives for 150, 170 countries, that's a lot of oversight to exercise. It's a lot of hard work. But fundamentally, these biases don't creep in because the organizations are anti-India. They creep in because, forgive me, India's intellectual class is anti-India. As a class, not as individuals.
No. India's intellectual class is anti-India, or are you saying that they are anti-Mr. Modi and are conflating the two? Or are you conflating the two?
There is a bit of both. They're certainly anti-BJP, anti-Mr. Modi, as a class, not every individual. But imagine that in a couple years you get a UPA government. Okay. Will they tear down the Ram Mandir? Will they reverse the policies, the very policies that are criticized in these rankings? Will they get rid of the UAPA? Right? So the basis on which the criticisms are made, those bases will probably remain in place. If they do, then the same criticisms will apply to them.
No, but aren't those intellectuals or activists supposed to stand up to the Indian state where, let's say, an individual activist is arrested for his ideological beliefs and denied bail under UAPA, like an Omar Khalid, for example, an activist in the CA agitation, when there are hundreds of Kashmiris who were put in jail once Article 370 was removed? I mean, are these not questions that Indians are entitled? When you turn around and say intellectuals and activists are being anti-India, maybe they are standing for the few spaces that are available to question the government of the day. And that's what is, in my view, India's greatness, that we still allow it to happen, unlike a China or a Hong Kong. Why not celebrate it rather than suggest this is being anti-India? Actually, patriotism, as separate from nationalism perhaps, is actually questioning your government. So the very intellectuals that in a way you're demonizing are actually the intellectuals we should be celebrating, because unlike others, they're at least raising a few red flags.
Yeah. The issue is this tied to the BJP government, or will it continue when that government inevitably, I know people think the BJP will last forever. It won't last forever. There will be a change of power at some point. When that change of power occurs, will there be a recalibration in people's opinions? Or will the demands placed on Congress and the UPA be unrealistic? Will those demands not be fulfilled by that government either? And the question is India a fascist country today? And you know, if you want to raise your hands, I think that's really an outrageous proposition. India has problems. Certainly journalists and activists have absolutely a role to play in calling out those problems. The problem isn't that these journalists may be opposed to the government of the day. The problem isn't that the activists uncover sordid details of law enforcement. The problem is that they allow that to color their overall evaluation of the system.
So in a way, what you're suggesting is that in this era of increasingly polarized politics, it's becoming more and more difficult to have objective rankings on democracy. Am I correct?
Maybe. Maybe you're correct. Look, What I'm suggesting is that people who may have been motivated to criticize Indian democracy because they don't like the outcome that democracy has resulted in are sliding bit by bit towards, instead of criticizing the party they don't like, to criticizing the state they don't like. And that becomes a threat for India. That's the point at which India in the future may face sanctions of the kind that Israel has long been under. India, I mean, why is India so close to Russia? One reason is that India needs that Russian veto on the Security Council. Otherwise, India will be cast in the United Nations as a fascist state. Right? The activism won't stop at India's doors. The demonization of India will continue in the international arena. And that's really what you should be worrying about.
It's interesting you're saying this in a week where your country, the United States, goes to the polls, where the US President Joe Biden goes to the people of the United States this week and says democracy is on, the future of democracy is on the ticket.
On the ballot.
It's on the ballot. The future of democracy is on the ballot, almost as if to suggest that if you vote Republican in the United States, you're being anti-democratic. So it's not as if India is the only country which faces people. Your own US President today is suggesting that those who don't vote for the Democrats are anti-democratic.
A few weeks ago, Joe Biden called 70 million Americans ultra-MAGA extremists and suggested that they were a form of terrorists. Yet all of you read the U.S. news. Many of you probably have New York Times or Wall Street Journal subscriptions. You're very aware of what's happening in the U.S. All journalists, all parliamentarians in India can name the U.S. president, probably the U.S. well, in India, certainly the U.S. Vice President. You may be able to name the Speaker of the House. You probably know 40 or 45 U.S. states. You've visited the U.S. You have relatives in the U.S. You can form your own judgment, regardless of what Joe Biden says. The problem for India is the same is not true of American journalists, of American parliamentarians. I had the head of a think tank in Australia warn me about my India research, sending me a column in the Washington Post saying that India is a fascist country, and saying, well, should I be writing this kind of work? If am I really making a mistake here? And I rolled my eyes and I said, no, that's Rana Ayub. She writes that every month in the Washington Post. You shouldn't. But he doesn't read every column she writes. For him, this was a Washington Post columnist saying it, right? Because that's the only data point a typical leader has. I heard in person a former national security advisor of the United States tell a story about a military coup in India during the Johnson administration. Now, there's never been a military coup in India. If he meant the emergency, that wasn't during the Johnson administration. Yet this profound misunderstanding reaches into the Oval Office. Most of you know more about the United States than the national security advisor of the United States knows about India. And that's the problem.
So are you suggesting to me that this stems primarily out of ignorance or out of malice? And taken that forward, are you suggesting that so-called venerable newspapers like the Washington Post and the New York Times are part of some kind of a sinister conspiracy possibly, or pure ignorance when it comes to India?
Mostly it's ignorance. But it's ignorance compounded by goodwill. Many of the worst things are done by people who mean well. So you have a young Indian journalist, new graduate, Columbia Journalism School, who's very passionate about his or her home country, wants to write articles about it. Just an intern maybe at the New York Times. Well, you give that person the chance. Oh, you write an article. That article gets 800,000 hits. That journalist that's a win, right? Let's get another article from that young budding journalist. So what you have is editors who maybe don't know very much. They take the word. If you have a young, earnest, idealistic new journalist, you take that journalist's word. This is what happened at VDEM. VDEM's ranking of Indian democracy collapsed when, and I don't know the person personally, I don't know her background, I don't want to give the name, but when a young Indian research assistant was brought in to author the India report at VDEM. So it went from being authored collectively by VDEM to they did a special report in India in which the co-author was a young Indian intern. Suddenly, India's democracy rankings collapsed.
In conclusion, ever since you sort of debunked these rankings, has the government of India approached you Professor Babonis, that why don't you become a consultant? The Modi government would like the world to know that India is not a fascist state, that India is not slipping in on the democracy index. You'd be extremely valued. Has the government approached you? Anyone sort of offered you a consultancy?
I'd be thrilled, but so tomorrow I'm traveling to Delhi to visit friends in Delhi, and while I'm there, I'm going to be speaking at the SP Mukherjee Foundation, Research Foundation, the think tank arm of the BJP. They didn't even offer to pay for my hotel. Now, it's my own flight, it's my own hotel. India Today brought me to India. They may applaud what I'm doing, but no, I've not gotten any money for it.
But aren't you then worried as an academic that you will be now labeled, branded as someone who's a Modi bhakt? In case you need a translation for bhakt, it means a devotee. That you become a devotee of the Modi government, and therefore here is Professor Babonis. He's the person we've been looking for.
Look, that's always a risk. I was very careful not to accept any invitations until I got one to India from a very highly reputable journalistic organization, India Today. I did get offers to come to India to speak. I don't know who from. They were a bit mysterious, but I turned them down. This invitation I accepted because I was confident that here we could talk without any hint that there was anything untoward involved. Thank you for the invitation.
And thank you very much for accepting it and in a way giving us your perspective. And the very fact that we have a platform like this here in India is a platform that we are unlikely to see ever in a Beijing or a Shanghai or a Hong Kong, or dare I say most of the countries, some of the countries that are actually being ranked above India on the democracy ranking at the moment. So I guess that in itself is testament to the fact that these rankings need closer interrogation. And I think that's what is the challenge of our times, that don't go by rankings purely by the headline that they offer, but you need a closer audit of just how those rankings are being made. Professor Babonis, thank you very much for joining us, and enjoy your visit to Delhi.
Thank you.
Now that you've announced it here, who knows what other invitations may be on your way while you're there. But thank you very much. You'll be called an anti-national by one side, and the other side might believe that you've sold out. But thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you for the invitation.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. I'm Shetty Narula getting you all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Supreme Court upholds 10% quota for poor in 3:2 judgment. Modi government's caste-free quota move upheld. Poor in general category get reservation now. Political ripples over Supreme Court verdict on Garib quota as Modi government welcomes move to empower the poor. The Congress leader makes a shocking comment called Supreme Court casteist. Conman Sukesh writes another letter to Delhi LG, alleges involvement of Kejriwal and Kailash Gehlot, says facing constant threat from Satyendra Jain. Parali politics intensifies as BJP tweets video of crop burning. In Chief Minister Bhagwan Man's turf, Sangrur says Kejriwal forcing farmers to burn stubble. Anti-hijab protests erupt in Kerala's Kozhikode. Women burn hijab on the streets in an Iran-inspired protest. Karnataka Congress Neta goes on a Hindu tirade, says the word Hindu does not belong to India, calls the meaning of the word Hindu dirty.
हिंदू शब्द कहाँ से आ गया है? ये हमारा है। हिंदू का जो मीनिंग है वो बहुत गंदी है।
After backlash over animation and Hindu anger, Adipurush makers delay the release date. Makers hint at mega videographic rehaul to pacify the viewers. New release date is 16 June 2023. Big breaking news coming in the Delhi liquor scam probe. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's close aide and businessman Dinesh Arora turns approver in this case. Dinesh Arora has said that he is turning approver voluntarily and there is no pressure from the CBI on him, adding that he is ready to give the details linked to the case. An in-camera closed room statement is going to be recorded on 14th November. That's the big breaking news coming in. The heat on Manish Sisodia at the moment. The twist coming in right there is on how the close aide of Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has turned approver in the case. The close aide's name is Dinesh Arora. He's a businessman and rather a very close aide of Delhi Deputy Chief Minister. He has turned approver in the case and he's gone ahead and said that there's no pressure from CBI to turn approver, but he's doing this voluntarily on his own accord. He's ready to give all the details that have been linked to the case, and there's going to be an in-camera closed room statement that is going to be recorded on 14th of November. Getting some reactions coming in. The BJP has reacted to this big development in the liquor probe, saying an accused is allowed to turn approver only when the agency shows all the proof. Listen in.
अगर कोई सीबीआई के सामने अप्रूवर बनता है या कोई भी एजेंसी के सामने अप्रूवर बनता है तो वो तभी बनता है जब उसकी इंक्वायरी में, इन्वेस्टिगेशन में सारे आरोप उसके सामने वो स्वीकार कर लेता है और वो सिद्ध हो जाते हैं। पहले दिनेश अरोड़ा कह रहा था हमने कुछ नहीं किया। जब इन्वेस्टिगेशन में सारी एजेंसी ने उसके सामने सारे सबूत लाके रख दिए और वो बोलने लायक उसके पास में कुछ नहीं बचा तो उसके पास में स्वीकार करने के अलावा कोई चारा ही नहीं था।
Anusha Mathur now joins us live. Anisha, the BJP makes a fair point, going on to say that you are allowed to be an approver only when you have the proof. So does Dinesh Arora, who is a close aide of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, have proof against him, considering he's turned approver? What are you picking up from your sources right there, and how does the AAP react to this?
Well, Shetty, remember, at this stage, before a trial has actually happened, we cannot say who is guilty, who is not guilty, who has evidence and who does not. But at this stage, what we do know is that Dinesh Arora, who was arrested recently along with Sameer Mahendru as part of this liquor excise policy case, and who's said to be a close aide of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, has been allowed to turn approver. The Rouse Avenue Special Court bench of a CBI judge M.K. Nagpal is likely to record his statement on the 14th of November. Now, what also we need to remember is that there's a lot of politics being played about this liquor excise policy scam. The Aam Aadmi Party, of course, has been continuously saying that there is pressurization by the agencies, that there is false allegations by the agencies and the BJP government, while the BJP, of course, has been hitting out at the Aam Aadmi Party.
Anisha, you're absolutely right that there has been a lot of politicking that is going on as far as this case is concerned. And also, nobody can say that one is guilty or not unless the courts say so. And you're right on that count as well. But, you know, let's bring ourselves back to the facts of this case. The facts as they stand, what are they at this point of time?
Well, at this moment, the facts as we know are that Sameer Mahindra and Dinesh Arora are considered to be a close aides and associates of Manish Sisodia. The fact as we know is that they were arrested by the CBI because the CBI believes that they found evidence of money trails going from the businessman to Manish Sisodia and their involvement in creating the liquor policy. The third thing that we do know is that Dinesh Arora has come before the court today, spoken in the open court and said that he is ready to become the approver in this case. He's ready to record his entire statement as he's ready to give the
phone line now. Shehzad, the app says there is pressure from the CBI. How do you respond to that? Because BJP just made a statement that said that, you know, you cannot turn an approver for any case unless and until you have the proof.
You know, whatever the legal process is, that is on one side. But the larger point, Chetty, is only this, that ऐसी कोई जगह नहीं जहाँ आम आदमी पार्टी ने ठगा नहीं. From Tihar ki ठगाई to शराब की लुटाई, this is the real character of the Aam Aadmi Party. And the question today that we are asking is that those specific questions of the Sharab Ghotala, recently an RTI has shown that there has been a loss of 2,500 crores in this policy. The Aam Aadmi Party itself has moved this policy and come back to the old policy. The fact of the matter is that 2.5% commission was increased to 12%. Blacklisted companies, manufacturing companies were allowed to come in. We've seen videos and sting videos of how cash was being collected by middlemen from the Sharab Mafia. And there are several other questions which they need to answer specifically, but each time we ask them specific questions, they go to New York Times, they go to 2024, they say they have a video audio of Operation Lotus which they haven't released yet. They play the victimhood card. Today the question is that if there is innocence on their side, they should go to court of law and prove it. But instead of that, they are trying to protect the corrupt. And
that's a fair point, but optically this doesn't augur well for them. They're saying that, you know, it is the pressure coming in from the CBI, which is why all of this is happening, and the CBI is acting on behest of the ruling party.
This argument has become so stale now. Old wine may be better in a new bottle, but these old arguments don't work. And therefore, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, if he has proved that the CBI or any agency is harassing him, why hasn't Satyendra Jain or the other people like Vijay Nair gotten relief from courts? Why are they still continuing to be in custody of given by courts? So the fact of the matter is that the courts have not given them relief, and this shows that it is some prima facie evidence is available, and therefore courts are not relieving them. And are courts also playing vindictive politics? Is that their answer or their argument?
All right. Thanks, Shehzad, for joining us with that. That's a very important point. Are courts playing politics? The answer is, of course, no. And hence, if the court is recording that particular statement, then we will wait for those developments to take place and wait for court to decide what's true, what's not. In fact, the Tihar Gate controversy is also exploding with each passing day. Conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar continues to put up Delhi mantris in the dock now in his third letter within a week, which is an extension of the second letter he released on Saturday. The conman has claimed that he submitted 50 crore rupees to jailed AAP mantri Satyendra Jain at the behest of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal at Transport Minister Kailash Ghelot's farmhouse. Sukesh further rubbishes the defense of the AAP that he's being used by the BJP for some kind of a settlement. Remember, in his earlier letters, Sukesh claimed that he was being constantly threatened by Satyendra Jain through 3 hard jail officials, despite him having paid 10 crore rupees as protection money. The conman further accused Kejriwal of forcing him to pay 50 crore rupees for a big role in southern states, including a Rajya Sabha seat.
Mr. Kejriwal once again plays the victimhood card and tries to skirt the issue. Mr. Kejriwal must tell us that ये कौन से 4 यार थे जो मिल रहे थे तिहार में और कर रहे थे भ्रष्टाचार. These 4 years of corruption, Satyendra Jain, Sukesh, Kailash Gehlot and Kejriwal must answer these questions very, very specifically. And today, instead of running away, Mr. Kejriwal must tell us that why doesn't he allow a free and fair probe by asking these ministers to step down.
आप लोगों ने देखा होगा कि जो सत्येंद्र जैन है उनको सारी सुविधाएं मिल रही थी, उनको वहां पर मोबाइल फोन भी मिल रहा था, उनको वहां पर मसाज भी मिल रही थी, उनको वहां पर हर तरह के भोजन का लुत्फ भी वो उठा रहे थे, क्योंकि वो जेल न रहते उनका एक फार्म हाउस बन गया था। ऐसे मंत्री को सबसे पहली डिमांड भारतीय जनता पार्टी की है, इस पूरे मामले पर सीबीआई की जांच होनी चाहिए। दूसरा, ऐसे मंत्री को तुरंत जेल शिफ्ट करके उत्तर प्रदेश या हरियाणा की किसी जेल में पहुंचाना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये सबूतों के साथ भी छेड़छाड़ कर सकते हैं।
Moving on, Karnataka Congress Working President Satish Jharkhand has stoked a controversy with his remarks on the word Hindu. Addressing a gathering, the Congress Neta went on a rant saying the word Hindu originates from Persia and people give it much importance to it without knowing the truth about that. The KPCC working chief added that Hindu has no links to India. The real meaning of the word is very dirty. The BJP and Hindu outfits have slammed Jharkhand, saying that his remarks expose the mindset of the Congress party and their hate for Hindu community. Meanwhile, you've got the BJP who has hit out at Congress's anti-Hindu mindset, slamming Karnataka Congress working president Satish Jharkhand. The Saffron clan termed his remark provocation.
हिंदू शब्द कहाँ से आ गया है? ये हमारा है? पर्शियन का है? पर्शियन का है? ईरान, इराक, कजाकिस्तान, उज्बेकिस्तान, फिर भारत का उधर का क्या संबंध है? फिर आपका कैसा होगा हिंदू? आपका नहीं है। फिर आपको इतने उसको ऊपर बिठा के क्यों आप जा रहे हैं? हिंदू का जो मीनिंग है वो बहुत गंदी है।
आज फिर से एक बार, क्योंकि तुष्टिकरण का कंपटीशन चल रहा है, एक तरफ है आम आदमी पार्टी जिसके नेता गोपाल इटालिया और राजेंद्र पाल किस प्रकार से हिंदुओं को अपमानित कर रहे थे, मंदिर कथा के बारे में बातें रख रहे थे, फिर है ओवैसी की पार्टी जो बार बार हिंदुओं का अपमान करती है। तो तुष्टिकरण की राजनीति के चलते और हिंदुओं को दो गाली ताकि मिले वोट बैंक की ताली, इसके चलते आज कांग्रेस पार्टी ने फिर से ऐसा एक बयान दिलवाया है। वैसे तो राहुल गांधी कहते हैं मैं जन्मधारी हिंदू हूं, क्या वो अब कार्रवाई करेंगे सतीश जारकीहोली पर?
It's very unfortunate. Congress party always take pleasure in insulting the majority community in India. It was earlier Siddaramaiah was doing the same. Now his follower, Mr. Satish Jarkioli, who was a responsible former minister, is making a similarly baseless, putting forth baseless argument, saying that Hindu is a Persian word and it means a very abusive word. And this kind of humiliation, they enjoy doing it to Hindus. So the Congress party should clarify whether his statement is Congress official stand or it is his own. Even otherwise, the Congress party should apologize or else should take action against Satish Jarkioli for insulting us.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा हिंदू इज अ वे ऑफ लाइफ, उन्होंने कहा। ये सभी होते हुए भी हिंदू धर्म का बदनाम करने का, इस कॉन्स्पिरेसी का हम खंडन करते हैं। उन्होंने क्षमा मांगना चाहिए। सरकार के हम आग्रह करते हैं उनके ऊपर कठोर कार्रवाई होना चाहिए। उन्होंने हिंदू धर्म का अपमान किया है।
The timing and why exactly Mr. Jarkioli is saying this statement, we all really understand the politics behind Mr. Jarkioli brothers, and especially why BJP is going to keep quiet, because it is the entire game is planned by BJP today. If Satish Jarkioli, Ramesh Jarkioli, or Lalan Jarkioli, if at all they make any statement, it is not the statement which is coming from individuals. It is the statement which is coming from the behest of CBI and ED.
लेकिन मैं कहता हूँ देखिए ये इस तरह की बातें कह करके सीधा सीधा आप अगर कोई मुस्लिम के भी वो ऐसा ये इनकी हिम्मत नहीं होती। क्रिश्चियनिटी की बात करें तो कहेंगे कोई आपका ये कुरान में ऐसे सब लिखा हुआ है कि पृथ्वी जो है ना वो चपटी है, गोल नहीं है, पृथ्वी गोल है। देखिए ये जो इस तरह की बातें जो अवैज्ञानिक बाकी ग्रंथों में उस पर नहीं बोलेंगे कहीं भी कुछ भी, लेकिन हिंदुत्व पर जरूर क्वेश्चन करेंगे, हिंदू पर जरूर क्वेश्चन रेज करेंगे। बिकॉज
big breaking news coming in the Westminster Court. UK has cleared the extradition of arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari. Sanjay Bhandari, an accused arms dealer, is wanted in India on money laundering charges, on tax evasion charges. And the big development and win coming in for India is the fact that the Westminster Court in the United Kingdom has now cleared the extradition of the arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari. Remember, he's a middleman, fugitive arms agent, allegedly has received lots of payments from foreign companies in connection with weapons deal, and it's a big win coming in from India that the Westminster Court has cleared his extradition. So he should be back on his way to the country soon. Manish Pandey will get us more details on this. Do we have Manish with us? All right, Manish will join us in moments from now for all the very latest on this, but it's a win coming in for India. He's a fugitive, Sanjay Bhandari. He's an arms dealer. He's now going to be extradited. He's going to be back in India very soon as the Westminster Court of the United Kingdom has cleared the extradition of arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari. He's an accused arms dealer. He's been wanted in India for a while now on money laundering charges, on tax evasion charges. He's been a middleman and he's a fugitive arms agent. He allegedly has received payments for crores and crores of rupees. The exact amount Manish will be able to tell us from foreign companies. And to jog your memories, this was in connection with a weapons deal that was conducted during the UPA regime. We'll get you more details on this particular case as soon as Manish joins us on this broadcast. But this is a big, big win coming in for India with Sanjay Bhandari going to be extradited soon back to India. Arms dealer accused in money laundering charges and tax evasion charges. Manish, big win coming in for India with Sanjay Bhandari's extradition back to India. The Westminster Court has approved the extradition. And if you could just tell our viewers about a little about the background of all the accusations against Sanjay Bhandari, as well his involvement in receiving payments worth crores of rupees from foreign companies in connection with weapon deals as well. I'm throwing straight across to you for more.
Well, Chetty, we have been given to understand that a hearing was going on before the Westminster Court in UK. This was regarding the extradition of Sanjay Bhandari, who is a wanted accused not only in multiple cases being brought by the Enforcement Directorate, but also by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Now, before the UK court, a presentation was made by the ED officials and the CBI official that why his extradition is necessary. Today, we have been given to understand is that the Westminster Court has decided in the favor of the investigative agency, to be precise, the Indian investigative agencies, Enforcement Directorate and Central Bureau of Investigation, and an extradition has been ordered. Although this is a major win not only for Enforcement Directorate but also for the Indian government, Sanjay Bhandari will have an option of approaching the High Court against the order of Westminster
you made
Court.
that point that this is a big win for the Indian government as well, because Manish, according to the ED, Bhandari has received kickbacks in 2009 petroleum deal, defence deal in 2010 that were used to buy several properties in London, worth £12 million on behalf of Robert Vadra. So he happens to be a close aide of Robert Vadra.
Remember, it has always been, whenever it has come to Sanjay Bhandari, it has always been political in nature, because Sanjay Bhandari is allegedly very close to Robert Vadra. Robert Vadra is brother-in-law of Rahul Gandhi. So everything has been seen in connection with the Gandhi family. And that is why time and again, whenever Sanjay Bhandari has been raided by the Enforcement Directorate, or for that matter, when Robert Vadra has been called in for question for Enforcement Directorate, in multiple cases where Sanjay Bhandari is also a suspect or accused in the case, then it has been a political case in nature. But as far as agencies are concerned, they claim that at least there are two main cases. One is a land deal and second is a petroleum deal in which Sanjay Bhandari is one of the prime accused in the case. So that is why Sanjay Bhandari was wanted by the Indian agencies, especially by the Enforcement Directorate and Central Bureau of Investigation. And now coming as a major win for the agencies, the Westminster Court.
Manish, what are you picking from your sources in the Enforcement Directorate? Once Sanjay Bhandari is extradited into India, will the ED move to seek the custody of Sanjay Bhandari?
Well, Chetty, the process is that when the court decides that a person has to be extradited by the wanted country, in this case by India, then the files are sent to the Home Office of the UK department. Then the final stamp is by the UK department, UK Home Department, and then only a person can be extradited. Now, as far as legal recourse are concerned, remember Sanjay Bhandari will have an option of approaching the High Court also. We have seen in the case of Vijay Mallya that he was also his extradition was ordered by the same Westminster Court, but later he approached the High Court and later he has still not come. There are some pendencies because of which Vijay Mallya is still in UK. So as far as Sanjay Bhandari is concerned, again, he will have an option of approaching the High Court. Whether the High Court hears in favor of Sanjay Bhandari or not, then only it can be decided that when Sanjay Bhandari will come to India. But it's again a long wait for the Indian agencies as far as fugitive Sanjay Bhandari
No,
is concerned.
you've put it in complete perspective for our viewers, Munish, because look at that. As far as Vijay Mallya is also concerned, it's taken a long while to extradite him, and same probably will be the case of Sanjay Bhandari, because you've explained to us the nuances and the protocol that goes into extradition as well. Thank you very much for that breaking story coming in. Moving on to the other story that we're tracking here on India Today is of actor politician Pawan Kalyan, who's once again broken the internet. On your screens is Pawan Kalyan now, sitting on the roof of a moving car. Just look at that, with his security personnel and supporters dangling on all the sides. Just look at that. Does that look like a politician to you? He's defying all the laws and safety rules. In the video clip that has gone viral is from the Janasena party president's visit to Itapam village in Guntur district. The purpose of Pawan Kalyan's visit was to meet the locals whose houses were reportedly demolished for the widening of the roads. But as his convoy reached the village, the police did not allow his car to proceed, and Pawan eventually walked on foot to meet the victims of the demolition drive. His protest is coming against Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy over demolition of homes for road widening.
What Mr. Pawan Kalyan thinks is politics and cinema are both the same. He seems politics also, he sees the politics scenario as a cinema the same, and he wants anything when he comes onto the road to be cinematic. See, what exactly happened in Ipatam, a village in Guntur district, is like we have just removed the encroachments in that Ipatam village. The encroachments which have been made by some of the locals in the village, because where we are doing the road widening and all. We have not demolished any house in that village. We have not demolished any private property in that house, in that village, and anything against the law which has been done, which are the encroachments in the village, have been removed. What exactly Mr. Pawan Kalyan wants to set an example to the people of Andhra Pradesh or to anybody is that he's not against encroachment. He wants people to encroach government land. He wants people to encroach government properties and all. His mindset is like that.
A few weeks ago, with chappals in hand, Janasena Chief Pawan Kalyan threatened to beat up those who mock him as the package star. Jagan Reddy's YSCRCP has been trolling Kalyan for allegedly working hand in glove with Telugu Desam party in Andhra. Here's a look.
ఈ ప్యాకేజ్ స్టార్ ప్యాకేజ్ అనే సన్నాసిన కొడుకులు ఎవరు చెప్పు తీసుకొడతాను ఒక్కొక్క వైసీపీ నా కొడుకుని చెప్తాను చెప్పు అటు తిప్పి ఇటు తిప్పి పగిలిపోయేలా దవడ వాసిపోయేలా చెప్పు పెట్టి కొడతాను కొడకల్లారా ఒక్కొక్కడికి తమాషాలుగా ఉందా కొడకల్లారా ఇంకొకసారి ప్యాకేజీ గీకేజ్ అంటే చెప్పు తీసుకొని పళ్ళు రాలగొడతాను కొడకల్లారా ఒక్కొక్కడికి చెప్తున్నాను.
For the first time in India, women burned the hijab in solidarity with the Iranian women. In Kozhikode, Muslim women belonging to Kerala Yuktivadi Sangam burnt hijabs as a show of solidarity with the ongoing protests regarding the imposition of hijab on women in Iran. 6 Muslim women from the organization led the move to burn the hijabs. This is the first incident of hijab burning reported in India. The activists raised slogans, displayed placards in solidarity with the Iranian women. Protests have been raging on in Iran since Mahsa Amini, 22, died while being imprisoned by Iran's morality police after being detained for wearing her hijab inappropriately. India has witnessed a massive pro-hijab stir in Karnataka, the back of the state government's directive that banned the head covering in educational institutions. The hijab ban was upheld by the Karnataka High Court, with the Supreme Court delivering a split verdict on the case, if you remember, on 13th of October.
So I think while there are institutions and, like colleges, schools, etc., that have their own rules, and, in such situations, we understand why a hijab is not permitted, but hijab in itself is a religious faith, one. Second thing, it's also about, somebody was talking about, it's their choice. It should be the choice of a woman. So what if a woman really wants to wear a hijab? Okay, so it's like, an in any form of extremist movement should be condemned. It's not good for the society. I feel an anti-hijab movement and burning hijab is a totally extremist stand. And I think, it's a part of religion. There could be a lot of religion. I was someone who fought for Sabrimala. And what was the problem at Sabrimala? Young women are not allowed to enter. But me as a woman, I don't want young women to enter. I'm a young woman myself. So, how do you know if a hijab as a religious faith is loved and accepted by a section of women? So aren't you really hurting their religious sentiments? So what are you trying to prove? So I do not think this sort of an attitude or this sort of gestures are doing us any good and it's going to help us. I think extremist attitude should not be there.
All women all over the world, I'm glad that we are supporting the Iranian women, because I think what has happened with them is condemnable and deplorable, this kind of enforcement and not allowing the freedom of choice which their religion and the Quran gives them. It was time to hear Indian women's voices resound very loudly in support of any kind of, imposition where their freedom of choice is curtailed. So that's point number one. The point number two I want to make, as far as we in India are concerned, our constitution is one of the best constitutions of the world, and it gives women the right to dress as they choose. With us, the question was regarding a particular school, particular schools and school uniforms. So I want to clarify on that issue also, but I wholeheartedly support the women of Iran. How many have been killed? They are creating history. They stand alone.
Breaking news just in, Minister uses abusive language against NCP leader and MP Supriya Sule. NCP workers attacked the house of the minister. After that, Agricultural Minister Abdul Sattar, while reacting to allegations of 50 crores to rebel MLAs, used derogatory and abusive language against Supriya Sule. Angry NCP workers staged protests against Sattar at his official residence, which is a bungalow in Mumbai, and rammed into the house premises. They even broke the window panes. Workers have now been detained and taken to the Cuff Parade police station. So that's the latest coming in. Just look at the ruckus that is taking place in South Mumbai right there. Workers detained, taken to the Cuff Parade police station. Angry NCP workers staged a protest against Sattar at his official residence in Mumbai. Rammed into the house premises, broke the window panes as well. Agriculture Minister Abdul Sattar reacted to the allegations of 50 crores to rebel MLAs and used derogatory and abusive language against Sule, and then the NCP workers reacted in this fashion. We'll continue to keep a close watch on this story and get you more reactions as we go along the way. For now, we're slipping to a very short commercial break. When we return, Supreme Court upholds 10% quota for poor and 3-2 judgment. Modi government's caste-free quota move upheld. Poor in general category get a reservation.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Watching India Today.
In a landmark judgment, the Supreme Court has upheld the 10% EWS quota, a flagship move of the Modi government to benefit the poor. The 5-judge bench of the Apex Court voted 3-2 in favor of the reservation. Justices Dinesh Maheshwari, Justice Bela Trivedi, Justice Pardiwala upheld the quota for the poor, while Chief Justice UU Lalit and Justice Ravindra Bhatt dissented. The judges supporting the EWS quota contended that it does not breach the basic structure of Constitution or exceeds the 50% quota limit. Further, the 3 judges observed the reservation provides equal rights to economically weaker sections. The dissenting judges, I beg your pardon, contended that the amendment violates the fabric of social justice.
SLP यहाँ पेंडिंग थी। इलेक्शन के पहले आनंद फानन में 10% आर्थिक आधार पर आरक्षण दिया गया, जिसको आज यहाँ पे मेजॉरिटी व्यू है जस्टिस महेश्वरी के साथ में जस्टिस बेला त्रिवेदी एंड जस्टिस पारदीवाला, इनके व्यू ने अपहेल्ड किया है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट को।
There were 2 fundamental questions before the court. Question 1 was whether on economic criteria alone reservation can be granted in the constitution. So on that, all the 5 judges are agreeing that yes, it can be granted on economic criteria alone. Then there was a second question, and the second question was whether the exclusion of the backward classes, that is SC, STs and OBCs from this EWS, in effect making it a forward class economic reservation, was that constitutional or did that violate basic structure? On the second question, 2 judges, Justice Bhatt speaking for himself and for the Chief Justice, have dissented and said that did violate the basic structure because it violates the anti-discrimination principle because they are the poorest. In fact, factually also the backward classes are the poorest. So even if you take economics as a sole criteria, why exclude the ones who are the most deserving? That's really the argument which we had put That was our argument, and that has been accepted by the two judges in toto. Now, the question whether how this will play out in other reservation matters, I think Justice, the dissent is a very strong dissent. It espouses a very egalitarian vision of the Constitution. So I think in other reservation matters, it's equally possible that the dissent will have more impact than the majority view today. But of course, as far as the amendments constitutionality is there,
what about the issue of 50% ceiling limit as such? Because so far, every judgment, every verdict, every opinion has been you cannot cross that 50% limit. Now what happens?
So on the 50%, again, the majority has said that the 50% is not a rule of basic structure, because that by itself, 50% by itself envisages exceptions. And if something envisages exceptions in the rule itself, then how can it be form of a basic structure? That's effectively the majority. Justice Bhatt seems to have, at least what he read out in court, seems to have expressed some reservation on that aspect, not a complete disagreement, but some reservation. So that exactly the extent of his reservation on that aspect we'll know when we read all the opinions.
बड़ा स्पष्ट फैसला है। किसी ने गरीबों के विषय के अंदर विचार करने का प्रयास करा। आज गरीबों की सुनवाई हुई है। अब गरीब का बच्चा आरक्षण प्राप्त कर सकेगा नौकरियों के अंदर। आज गरीब का बच्चा डॉक्टर बन सकेगा। आज गरीब का बच्चा इंजीनियर बन सकेगा। आज गरीब का बच्चा ऊंचे पदों पर बैठ जाएगा। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के 3 जजेस का निर्णय आ गया और इस पर मोहर लग गई। अब मिसयूज करने वाला इसको कोई प्रयास कर नहीं सकता।
Massive political war is erupted over Supreme Court nod to 10% EWS quota. Congress's Udit Raj has made a shocking comment on the apex court. The Congress Neta called Supreme Court casteist and said the judges, including CJI UU Lalit, who upheld the quota, are of casteist mindset. The Grand Old Party did not back the comments made by Udit Raj, calling them his personal opinion. However, it targeted BJP over the quota. The BJP has slammed Udit Raj for his comments and said his comments amount to contempt of court. The Saffron Party also urged Supreme Court to take suo motu cognizance of this particular matter. Meanwhile, DMK, which opposed the reservation, called it a setback to the 100-year struggle for social justice. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin urged all like-minded organizations to unite to uplift the call for social justice in the entire nation.
I am raising myself very clearly that how, and if they are citing today the Constitution, that Constitution doesn't bar it, or there is no embargo as per Constitution. Why have they been rejecting all matters of SC, ST, OBC, saying that 50% limit cannot be exceeded? How could it exceeded? Again, I am reiterating that EWS, I am in support of EWS, I am not opposing it. However, the mindset is getting reflected in the judgment.
आज जो भी आरक्षण SC, ST, OBC का चल रहा है उसको पूरा बरकरार रखा है, लेकिन आज जो ऐसे लोग कि अगर देश में समानता लाने की बात हो तो ऐसे लोगों को एक फैसला हमारी केंद्र सरकार ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी की लिया था, तो आज इस फैसले पे जिस तरह का एक मोहर लगी है ये देश में अपने आप में एक सकारात्मक है और संविधान की मूल भावनाओं के अनुरूप सभी को समानता में लाने की।
जब 100 दिन रह गया था 2019 में, चुनाव हार रहे थे, तब क्यों लाए? तो आपकी नीयत गरीबों के साथ नहीं थी, EWS कोटे के साथ नहीं थी, बल्कि इस बात के साथ थी कि चुनाव कैसे लड़ा जाए, वरना तो 5 साल क्यों नहीं लाया। मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि 47 साल की सबसे बड़ी बेरोजगारी जिस सरकार के पास हो, जो आर्मी में, सेना में भी 4 साल के लिए भर्ती करके नौजवानों को बेरोजगार कर रही हो, उसके पास नौकरियां कहाँ हैं? ये तो भाजपा का चुनावी हथकंडा था।
Two judges, distinguished judges, have chosen to give a dissenting view on the overall judgment, shows that the debate will continue in this country. And therefore, for the moment, I can only say that this is now the law of the land. And to dub the Supreme Court as casteist for any reason whatsoever is wholly improper and should not be countenanced.
Slipping into a break. When we return after backlash over animation and Hindu anger, Adipurush makers delay the release date. Makers hint at mega video graphics or VFX rehaul to pacify the viewers. New release date now is 16th June 2023.
You are watching India Today.
Is China more equipped than the US in the race of nuclear weapons? Unlike the previous battles in history, China this time will not stop its military campaigns against the US, which is backing Taiwan. In fact, the US had predicted that China would attack Taiwan. Pentagon released a report in November 2021 saying that China could have 700 deliverable nuclear warheads by 2027 and could top 1,000 by 2030. On the contrary, the US has 3,750 nuclear warheads and has no plans to increase this. In 2003, the US had a total of 10,000 nuclear warheads. As it is clear that China is using its military drills on Taiwan, the US predicted last year that China is expanding the number of its land, sea, and air military and nuclear platforms. Today, it is using its power against Taiwan through land, water, and air. China is building a nuclear triad like US and Russia. Satellite photographs of new nuclear missile silos in western China are also out. The Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Wang Wenbing said, and I quote, "The report released by the US Department of Defense, like previous similar reports, ignores facts and is full of prejudice." He added that Washington was using the report to hype up talk of the China nuclear threat and describe the United States as the world's largest source of nuclear threat. This leaves us with a question. If the US is concerned about its deterrence power, then why is it helping Taiwan against China?
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. After massive uproar, Adipurush release date has been postponed by 6 months. The director of the film, Om Raut, in his note mentioned that the technical teams will have to be given more time to work on the project. The Prabhas and Saif Ali Khan star that was earlier scheduled to release on 12th of Jan 2023 is now going to be gracing the theatres on 16 June 2023. Defending the film, Raut said the team is committed to Sanskriti and to history. He's also said that the team needs more time in order to give a complete visual experience to the viewers, hinting at a mega VFX or video effects rehaul to placate the viewers. This comes after Adipurush's massive backlash over the video graphics. The teaser was mercilessly trolled for the poor animation, poor visual effects. Few right-wing groups also objected to the objectionable content, according to them, in the film and moved the Delhi High Court against the makers and actors of the film. Many pointed out that Saif Ali Khan's Ravan avatar looks like Khilji. Director Om Raut's Adipurush is a 3D film based on Ramayana.
This film was supposed to arrive on the 12th of January initially, if you all know. And on the 25th of Jan, there was Pathan, Shah Rukh Khan's film, and there was hardly any breathing space, 13 days. And a film like Adipurush with a budget like that would definitely require a longer run time or screen time at the cinema hall. So I guess this is a better time. Well, of course, there's no holiday on the 16th of January, but on the 16th of June. But the fact is that there are not many big films that are coming in that particular period. Of course, there's Shah Rukh Khan's film on the 2nd of June, but this is on the 16th of June, 2 weeks after Shah Rukh Khan's film. And on 23rd, there is Dream Girl 2, which is Ayushmann Khurrana, and on the 29th June is Satya Prem Ki Katha, which is Kartik Aaryan. So they are not, of course, they are big stars, I'm not denying that, but there is enough breathing space for Adipurush to, if at all it works, to complete the business.
Mega exclusive with Kantara Craze taking internet by the storm. There's an exclusive with the cast of Kantara. Here's a look.
What a success, from the film that was made at a budget of 16 crores to what it is today. We hear global connection, 300 crores, your Hindi release itself, 50 crores. So we're looking at a whopping 1,300% jump from what you spent to what you earned. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman spoke about this as an ideal business, model. How would you look at that?
मतलब नो रिएक्शन क्या बोलूँ मैं मतलब बहुत not only audience, celebrities, politicians, journalists, सब लोग इतना एक अप्रिसिएशन दे रहे हैं, तो देख के बहुत खुशी होता है. और जो कंपैरिजन्स जो बजट के बारे में हम लोग तो नंबर नहीं बताते और लास्ट में पूरे कलेक्शन के बाद हम बड़े फिल्म्स will reveal officially.
Yeah, it's closing into 500 crores, and I know that there's been a series of southern films, and one thought at one point that this is just a fad, you know, this south spice and this excitement will go down very quickly, and then from nowhere came Kantara. We were all caught by surprise.
अच्छा रहता है सरप्राइज देने का अच्छा रहता है और ये सब ऑडियंस की वजह से वो लोग इतने अभी भी जो हमारा जो प्रमोशंस कुछ नहीं है मतलब वो लोग अभी वर्ड ऑफ माउथ इतना स्प्रेड कर रहा है मतलब हम आज हमारा पीआर टीम हमको इंडिया गेट लेके आके उधर फोटोशूट कर रहे थे उधर भी बहुत सारे नॉर्थ इंडियन लोग फिल्म देखा है वो लोगों ने इधर भी होटल में भी बहुत सारे लोग रिकग्नाइज कर रहे हैं मेरा थोड़ा ऑन स्क्रीन और ऑफ स्क्रीन का थोड़ा अलग रहता है मतलब उधर कुछ अलग दिखता हूँ so
हैंडसम दिखते हो ऑन और ऑफ स्क्रीन
अच्छा थैंक यू
ठीक लगते हो
थैंक यू so तो इतना रिकग्निशन और इतना अप्रिशिएट कर रहे हैं बहुत एक
And here is a wrap of all that's trending on Twitter today. Elon Musk has made new comments and taken new decisions. Let's bring you all of those. In the latest, Elon Musk took to Twitter to declare that social media platform needs to become by far the most accurate source of information about the world. He said that is our mission. Talking of free speech, Musk also tweeted, "My commitment to free speech extends even to not banning the account following my plane, even though that is a direct personal safety risk." And after Friday's mass layoffs, Twitter has now asked some fired workers to come back. Reports suggest that some of those who are being asked to return were laid off by mistake. Others were let go before the management realized that their work and experience may be necessary to build the new features that Elon Musk envisions. Supermodel Gigi Hadid has quit Twitter after Elon Musk's takeover. Gigi took to Instagram to share with her fans that she has deactivated her Twitter account. The 27-year-old supermodel called the social media platform a cesspool of hate and bigotry and declared that it's a place she does not want to be a part of. Twitter has permanently suspended the account of actor and comic Kathy Griffin for engaging in impersonation after she changed her display name to Elon Musk. She had also asked people to support the Democratic candidates in the US midterm elections. Well, the wedding season is here. It's sit in, and here's to the bold, not so ordinary, atypical Gen Z brides. They don't usually wear red, but they carry out different kind of looks for their wedding, whether it is the pantsuit or draping saris differently, going with scantier and plunging necklines and blouses. Here is the rise of the sexy bride. Take a look.
The Gen Z bride is a lot more experimental. She does not typically do a red, but looks for different ways to express her individuality. Whether it is colors like black and white that are not your typical Indian wedding colors, or plunging blouses, or draping the sari different, or wearing a pantsuit for her own fairas, she experiments.
It just became very corporate in the past. Now pantsuits have become something that are a sense of freedom because it's all oversized. The jackets for women are very oversized. They're wearing it without anything underneath, so this is also very empowering.
What we're seeing is brides wearing these beautiful power suits with these pants, and maybe they're in like red, maybe they are basically with like sort of work on it. They're actually saying no to just having to wear that red lehenga with the red chunni, etc. And they are saying hi to like basically genderless style.
Corset blouses are a raging trend.
So this year, And this season specifically, we've seen that the necklines have become very daring. And so they've also become quite scanty.
So we're actually seeing brides wearing these beautiful corsets with their lehengas, with their saris, and just kind of owning their own bodies, you know, and just being sexy on their biggest stage.
A big fashion statement is that of a pantsuit bride. Right from Sukesh to Payal Khandwala to Gaurav Gupta, the designers have tapped into the mindset of the Gen Z bride.
With so much happening on social media and there's so much more access to what is happening around the world, I think they have become a lot more fiercer in their thoughts. They have their own individuality, I feel.
They're fun-loving. They want not very heavy in weight. They want it to be responsible fashion, and they want it fun.
In fact, some of them are choosing to go with saris. The catch here is that the saris are draped differently, making a bold statement of individuality. From pre-drapes to sari with a belt, jacket over saris, palla drape to a swimsuit sari. Go ahead and experiment with your style.
We're seeing now, it is so many beautiful ways, so many cool, interesting ways to be wearing your sari. One is with a belt. It just kind of cinches in your waist, makes it all sit in a much leaner way. Number two is with a little jacket, which you can either wear on top, even the swimsuit sari, right? Where you actually wear a bathing costume underneath your basically sari. And what we're seeing is that everyone's wearing beautiful sequin saris, and they look very, very 90s Bollywood, but also quite nice and quite glamorous.
There is also a crafts revival, and do not be shy of the brocades, kanjivarams, banarsis, fabrics of the bygone era, as they are back with a contemporary twist. In New Delhi, with inputs from Vaishnavika Harwar, Shetty for India Today.
We're slipping to a very short commercial break. News for the hearing impaired on the other side. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Is Salman Khan's life in danger? Salman Khan and his father were sent threatening letters. It threatened to do a Moosewala, a reference to the singer who was murdered in Punjab earlier this year. Following this, the Mumbai police arrested multiple gangsters from Lawrence Bishnoi's gang, many of whom confessed to targeting Salman. Salman had been given regular police protection that got upgraded to Y+ security cover now. But what does that mean? Under the Y+ security cover, 5 personnel, a CRPF commander and 4 constables will be stationed at his residence. 6 personal security officers will be deployed with him on a rotational basis in 3 shifts. This means that 2 officers will be with him at all times. Investigations in Mumbai, Punjab and Delhi have uncovered in the last few months that gangsters Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldie Broad had planned to kill Salman Khan in Mumbai. Reports suggest that gangsters attempted twice, once outside his Bandra home during his birthday celebration in 2017 and once at his Panvel farmhouse in 2018. Even Anupam Kher was given security cover after he received threats following the release of his film The Kashmir Files. And Akshay Kumar was granted security based on social media threats over his nationality. Their security has also been upgraded to X category security. This is India's 5th critical security level, and its protection cover comprises 2 security professionals, both of whom are armed police officers. It is offered to several people around the country by a single personal security officer.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Supreme Court upholds 10% quota for poor in 3-2 judgment. Modi government's caste-free quota move upheld. Poor in general category get reservation. Political ripples over Supreme Court verdict on Garib quota. As Modi government welcomes the move to empower the poor, Congress leader makes a shocking comment, called Supreme Court casteist. Conman Sukesh writes another letter to Delhi LG that mentioned involvement of Kejriwal and Kailash Khelot. In his third letter to the Delhi LG, Conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar has alleged that he's receiving severe threat to his life from AAP Minister Satendra Jain. He has also sought a CBI probe in this matter. The air quality in Delhi NCR is currently hovering between very poor to severe category. The poisonous air continues to pose a host of health hazards. Meanwhile, Parali politics has intensified. The BJP tweeted a video of crop burning in Chief Minister Bhagwant Man's turf, Sangrur, alleging that Kejriwal is forcing farmers to burn stubble. Adipurush makers delay the release date. The makers hint at mega video graphics rehaul to pacify viewers. Going by the latest announcement, Adipurush will grace the theatre on 16th of June 2023. This comes months after the teaser was unveiled. The teaser was mercilessly trolled for its poor animation and visual effects.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Pawan Kalyan's Top Gear stunt. Superstar's viral law violation. Pavan roars, Jagan scoffs. Filmy car ride a taunt to the Andhra Chief Minister. Superstar flashpoint in Andhra is our top focus on 5 Live.
So why did superstar Pawan Kalyan get on top of the roof of a car, cruise down that highway like a film star, breaking many traffic violations and laws of the land, and he's still not in any trouble. What is the politics that Pavan Kalyan is playing, and why is the Jagan Reddy government simply scoffing at him? That's my big focus here. On 5 Live also, has the Rahul Yatra simply failed to have any impact in the state of Telangana? That and much more coming up on 5 Live. First, the headlines. Supreme Court upholds 10% quota for the poor in 3:2 judgment. Modi government's caste-free quota move upheld. Politics over quota explodes. Congress leader makes shocking comment, calls Supreme Court casteist. Big twist in Liquorgate probe. Manish Sisodia's aide Dinesh Arora says he's ready to turn approver. Says he's ready to provide all information linked to the alleged Liquorgate scam. Conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar writes another letter to the Delhi Lieutenant Governor, alleges involvement of Chief Minister Kejriwal and Kailash Gehlot, says facing constant threat from Minister Satyendra Jain, who's also in Tihar jail. Anti-hijab protests erupt in Kerala's Kozhikode. Women burn hijab on streets in an Iran-inspired protest. Karnataka Congress Neta goes on a Hindu tirade, says the word Hindu doesn't belong to India, calls the meaning of the word Hindu dirty.
हिंदू शब्द कहाँ से आ गया है? ये हमारा है। हिंदू का जो मीनिंग है वो बहुत गंदी है।
Viewer, the images you're about to see are not from some film set. They are not from some trailer of some upcoming blockbuster movie. These are images from Pavan Kalyan, the superstar actor turned politician's drive towards a part of Guntur in Andhra Pradesh where he wanted to express solidarity with people whose houses had been demolished for the construction of, among other things, this particular road. Accompanied with music, made viral on social media, these images have captured a lot of attention because they really are evocative. He is a film star and this looks like a film trailer of some kind, but the superstar clearly appears to be breaking the law and no action has been taken against him. He's broken the internet while breaking the law. On your screens, the man is Pavan Kalyan. To most in this country, he needs no introduction. He's a superstar actor. He's the brother of superstar actor Chiranjeevi. And here he is on your screens, sitting on the roof of a luxury car, moving at pretty high speed with his security personnel, supporters, cavalcade, dangling on the sides, defying all traffic and road rules as well as safety norms. This video clip, which has gone viral expectedly, is from the Janasena Party's president's visit to the Ippatam village, which is in Andhra Pradesh's Guntur district. The purpose of Pavan Kalyan's visit in this superstar style was to meet locals in Guntur whose houses were reportedly demolished by the Jagan Reddy government for the widening of those roads, the very roads that this superstar politician is cruising down. But as the convoy of Pavan Kalyan reached the village, the police did not allow his car to proceed, and Pavan Kalyan eventually walked on foot to meet the victims of this demolition drive. His protest, sitting on top of a luxury car and cruising down a highway no less, comes against Andhra Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy over the demolition of homes for the widening of those roads in Guntur district of Andhra Pradesh. And it now represents the latest flashpoint between two high-profile individuals. Remember, Pavan Kalyan has been trying to scale up his personal and political profile for many, many weeks now, with many of his antics, many of his events going super viral because of what he chooses to do. So these images have gone super viral locally. On India Today, we noticed them yesterday. and we decided we need to give it a little bit of prominence because this is in the state of Andhra Pradesh. This is a superstar actor who is also an influencer, but seen here to be indulging in an act that is violative of the law, even though what he may have been doing may have very much simply been part of politics. So the question we're asking is, politics and imagery and optics and events aside, why hasn't Pavan Kalyan been booked? Isn't this a violation of the law? Nothing has been booked against him. No FIR has been filed. So we're wondering, what is stopping the Jagan Reddy government from taking some kind of action and setting an example? Gudivada Amarnath, who is a senior leader of Jagan Reddy's government, he's Minister for IT and Industries in the state of Andhra Pradesh, joins me live on this story. Minister Amarnath, thank you for your time here on 5 Live. All of us have seen these images of Pavan Kalyan sitting on top of a car. I do not know how many different laws have been violated, sir, in this one viral video. Why hasn't the police booked Pavan Kalyan? What is it waiting for?
See, it's not like we are against what he has done and all. It's like booking the case. We have already ordered our police department to take necessary action regarding the situation, what he has done on the roads. See, it's not a political. He thinks it's not. It's a cinematic kind of a thing. It's a real life. It's not. It's a real life thing. No, it's not a real life one.
Yeah.
Pavan Kalyan is a person who is into cinema. He's a cinema hero who is into politics right now, and he sees politics as cinema as if it is in cinema. He's sitting on a car, waving or sitting like he's sitting on a chair somewhere in a room. So he's traveling on a highway, national highway. He has his drone on his top, shooting him while he's traveling on the national highway and all. We have already ordered our police department. See, if we book a case against him, they call it as a political vendetta. See, we don't want that to be a politicalized or something like that, but we have already asked our police department.
Minister Amarnath, I understand that, political vendetta, all these things are part and parcel of politics. But as a government, this kind of thing is dangerous. He's an influencer. He has millions of lakhs and millions of followers and supporters and fans, etc. This kind of thing, doesn't it set the wrong example? And by not acting with alacrity, your government seems to give the impression that you're a little scared of taking harsh action because you will be giving him some kind of sympathy factor, which is what he wants.
You see, he is a person who is leading a party in Andhra Pradesh.
Yeah.
He has contested in the election in 2009. He has contested for almost 130 seats out of 175. Yeah. He didn't even win his own seat in Andhra Pradesh. He is the one who won only one seat in the assembly in 2019 election. See, why are we scared of him? We don't need to be scared of that kind of a person. And one more thing is that why did he come into that village on that day? He's just into that village to say that the people who have encroached the roads, the people who have encroached the government lands need to be retained. They don't need to be demolished. We didn't even demolish even one single house in that village. We have just only removed the encroachments which are on the road. So for that he has come for an politicalized issue, and when we have not given him permission to enter that village. And he said, even if you give me permission or not, I'll go by walk. I'll enter into the village. I'll do this a political thing. He comes out of the village. He sits on top of the car. He comes on the national highway with a drone flying on him. See, any leader in India, we have a lot of political parties, national political parties. We have a lot of regional political parties. We never ever seen there are a lot of cinema heroes who have launched political parties, who have come into power in many situations and all. But we have never seen a political leader or a party leader sitting on top of a car.
But Minister, the thing is it not true that Pavan Kalyan in some ways has, it is fair when you say that, he has not won any seats, etc., and we are not scared of him. But, at the end of the day, anything can happen in politics. But I am asking you, because just a few weeks ago, your leader, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, had responded to some of the things that Pavan Kalyan had said. In fact, to quote Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy, he said, some people are coming on television sets, picking up sandals and using filthy words. It is sad to see such a state of affairs and call them leaders. We are witnessing how the adopted son speaks the lines his adopted father gave, obviously in reference to Chandrababu Naidu. Is that what the pain point here is, sir? The fact that Pavan Kalyan is in cahoots with the Telugu Desam Party leader, Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, that is what is, the main issue here.
See, there is no doubt that he is an adopted son of Chandrababu Naidu as a political leader. We never called him a political leader, and his party is not a political party. It's a cinema party. It's a movie party. He sees politics as a cinema. So he doesn't want to. He never does serious political actions. He never does political activity. He doesn't have political strategies. He doesn't have political system or an agenda. Any political.
So you're saying he's not a threat at all. You're saying he's not a threat at all, sir. Because he seems to have big crowds everywhere he goes.
We are a party with 51% in 2009.
Yeah.
He is a party with just 5% in 2019. So we in 2019 we got 51%. He's just 5%. He's just 10% of us. Why do we need to be scared of him?
Okay,
and he
fair
doesn't
enough.
even have. He couldn't even win his own seat. He contested in 2 assembly constituencies in the state, and he couldn't even win even one seat. He contested for 130 seats. He wins only 1 seat. We don't need to be. See, he's just working for Chandrababu Naidu. He wants his political party or his party men who is back of him to support Chandrababu Naidu.
Okay.
He wants the negative vote of the government, anti-incumbency of the government not to be splitted. It has to go to one particular person. That has to go to Chandrababu Naidu. It's his party's policy.
Okay.
So, he is just working for Telugu Desam Party and doesn't have any political policy or agenda for his own political party.
Understood. Okay. Thank you for giving us your time, Minister Amarnath, on the entire Pavan Kalyan viral video. We'll have to see where it goes. We've invited Pavan Kalyan to have his say as well. Today he declined. Perhaps in the next few days you'll see him right here on 5 Live or elsewhere on India Today. We'd like to get you, of course, both sides. I want to bring in Abdul Bashir, my colleague in Hyderabad, who's been tracking both Andhra and Telangana, of course, but he's stationed in Hyderabad right now and watching this story very closely. Abdul, any action? The Minister Amarnath says, we have asked the police to investigate, etc., etc. The law violation is there on their screen. The government says, we are not scared of Pavan Kalyan. He is the adopted son of Chandrababu Naidu. He is no threat to us. Is Pavan Kalyan a threat or is he not a threat?
See, absolutely, Shiv, like you have mentioned, that the police has not yet taken any action. Few minutes ago, I spoke to the SP, Bapatla, who is the concerned officer to this incident. He has denied any action till now. In this incident, it's been 2 days. However, we've seen that Pavan Kalyan, who has been into the news regarding his aggressiveness till now, has come in a filmy style on Saturday. We've seen previously he was aggressive on his statement that was given by the YSCRCP, calling him as they have called him as a poster star. For that, the Pavan Kalyan has showed his slippers in a party meeting. That was the aggression that he has showed. Then now, when the police has stopped him from entering the Epatam village, he had clearly, we have seen that in a filmy style, he has got onto the car, sitting casually, and then the whole convoy is moving along with the followers. However, he has met the villagers during this protest that he has called for. He has met the villagers. More than 53 houses are said to be raised off in the incident here in the Epatam village, where the sympathizers, where now Pavan Kalyan has alleged that this is a vendetta by the state government for his meeting that the villagers have organized in the march.
We've invited Pavan Kalyan. He's refused, at least to be on our channel at this point of time. Hopefully, he'll find some time soon and take our questions as well, because there are some questions that Power Star will need to answer as well. Abdul, thanks very much. Keep tracking that story. We'll keep coming back to you. Now, let's shift from Andhra Pradesh to neighboring Telangana, the state that is carved out by a Congress-led government in 2013. But boy, is the Congress having one disaster after another in this state. Despite nearly 15 days of a yatra in Telangana, the Congress has been completely decimated in the high-stakes Munugode bypoll that reached a verdict this weekend. The BJP's emergence as a strong opponent to the ruling TRS in Telangana has pushed the grand old party to a humiliating third place in that constituency, which it won handsomely in 2018. And all this while Rahul Gandhi was in Telangana, even though he says he wasn't campaigning. Take a look.
He has spent well over 10 days in Telangana. His yatra, a high-voltage focal point for his party. And yet, in the high-profile Munugode bypoll that reached a result over the weekend, Rahul's Congress was wiped out, with the party's candidate even losing her deposit. This in a seat that the Congress had won handsomely in 2018. The Munugode seat was a fiercely fought victory for the ruling TRS that Rahul, remember, had butted heads with just a few days ago.
Seeing an overwhelming support for the TRS party and the leadership of Honorable KCR Garu, the Munugode election result, which was a high-pitched result where opposition parties were levelling uncalled for allegations on the TRS party, people have rejected all of them.
And despite a narrow defeat, the BJP's performance will be a massive vindication for the Saffron Party, since it firmly displaces the Congress as the opposition. The only contender with nothing to celebrate is the Congress. The party has mounted a staunch defense, blaming money and muscle power for the humiliating verdict. While it's true that Congress leaders repeatedly insist that Rahul's yatra is not linked to any election,
we are a political party. Of course, we have political objectives in mind. But this yatra has been started not just keeping the state elections or the 2024 Lok Sabha elections in mind. It's a yatra to transform the public discourse. It's a yatra to bring the Congress closer to voices on the ground.
But what does it say about the Rahul Sena that the very state in which Rahul Gandhi spent nearly 2 weeks in the run-up has so contemptuously dismissed his candidate? The Munugode disaster was only one of several bypoll debacles for the Congress party over the weekend. Does this mean the National Yatra is having zero resonance locally or nationally? There is no doubt that Rahul's National March is drawing crowds, lighting up social media and making headlines. But is the bypoll verdict an umpteenth wake-up call for the country's oldest party? Bureau Report, India Today.
And joining me live now from Telangana, in fact, is Manikam Tagore. He's a Congress Member of Parliament in the Lok Sabha and also the man who is in charge. He is the in charge for the state of Telangana. And therefore, what has happened in Munugode reflects on what the Congress party at large has done as well. But also, he will be questioned for this loss because it is his responsibility in part. But what about Rahul Gandhi and his yatra is the question I want to ask first to Mr. Manikam Tagore. Sir, who do you blame? Right off the bat, I'd like to ask you, who do you blame for this pretty embarrassing defeat in Munugode constituency? It was a constituency which your party had won pretty impressively in 2018, and now it's been reduced to an embarrassing number 3. Your candidate has lost their deposit.
No, Telangana's by-elections for the past 4 or 5 by-elections in Telangana has been full of misuse of complete government machinery and the power and the money power. Money is being spent in crores, and it's becoming a model of like in Tamil Nadu, when earlier it was called as Tirumangalam formula. It is becoming Telangana is becoming a different kind of formula where money is being spent in crores. Liquor has been used in a much bigger way than expected. Therefore, it is influencing in a very, very big way. And in Munugod also, we were able to see that thing. Hundreds of 200 plus crores, we were being told that 200 plus crores TRS spent for each voter. They gave 5,000 rupees. BJP spent matching it with 150 crores and with 4,000 rupees per vote. And the Congress party, we don't have that money. Therefore, we were not able to. We don't believe in that politics also. Therefore, we are not able to match the money power. The victory is for a note and for money power.
While you do blame money power and resources, etc., Mr. Tagore, what about the fact that, your most popular leader, arguably, Rahul Gandhi, was in Telangana for the last nearly a fortnight, leading, this very high spectacle Bharat Jodo Yatra. I'm sure the people in Munugod would have seen the pictures of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, been able to get the messages that Rahul Gandhi was sending out repeatedly while in Telangana. Did the Yatra have zero impact in Munugod? How can you separate the two things, sir?
No, we have to understand it. By-elections are fought on money and liquor in one part of the Telangana. Mr. Gandhi has been traveling in the northern and the western part of Telangana, and the elections is going on in the southern part of Telangana, the one constituency. Congress party has put up its candidate. We had put the honest candidate, and we had put the candidate is being respected in a very big way. And she has fought earlier also. She's from a traditional Congress family. Therefore, we all thought that Congress parties, the formula of honesty and humble Congress leader be fielded. And around our leaders were, because Bharat Jodo Yatra is in the two parts, as I told to you, there's been traveling, and we had been, all the leaders has been concentrated. We had divided our workforce into, some people has been sent to Munugod and they continued their work, and some of them was in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Bharat Jodo Yatra's main campaign is about brotherhood and affection and injustice towards those people who are in the bottom of the pyramid. Therefore, it is not an election-oriented yatra. It's unfair to compare with the Bharat Jodo or to a by-election. By-election, it is money, liquor, all other kind of things which is being used. Bharat Jodo is it's a completely different method, and we can't compare with both the things, elections, by-election and the yatra.
Mr. Tagore, I respect the fact that the Congress and you repeatedly say that this has the yatra had nothing to do with elections, and I personally think that the yatra is a very good idea, in terms of consolidating, the organization base and sending out a message, etc. But that aside, can you really distance the yatra from electoral results? It's not like voters out there are immune to, the Bharat Jodo Yatra. They're seeing what's happening. It's not like they are looking at Rahul Gandhi's message and saying, no, he is not asking for my vote, so I'm not going to vote for the Congress. So in that sense, was the Yatra, some kind of a distraction for the Telangana Congress, because all your leaders had to go and help Rahul Gandhi on his Yatra, be with him there, attend to the leadership, as it were, on this Yatra, and they, left the campaign empty. Nobody was there to do the real work of winning an election.
No, Yatra is it's a one-time affair for Congress, because the Bharat Jodo Yatra is not going to come back again, because Telangana Congress, it is going to be the historic moment for Congress party in the ground level. Therefore, we all know that the Yatra was decided earlier. After that, the election commission under election commissioners are becoming the outsourced the agency of the BJP organization itself. But they set the dates for the schedule of over the phone call of Mr. Amit Shah only. So they had put these by-elections in the time when we are having our Yatra. Our Yatra dates has been announced. After that only they announced the assembly elections. And therefore our forces has been diverted, and our majority of workforce was in the Yatra only, and we had deputed our senior leaders, few of the senior leaders campaigned vigorously in the by-election seat. But it is the money power which has defeated us. And the BJP candidate who had switched over from Congress party, Mr. Rajgopal Reddy, has been a contractor, and he has got huge contracts of in the coal mining also. It's been reported, and he has also accepted that it is 18,000 crores of the coal mine contracts. He got it from the central government through in Jharkhand. So it's all known that this much money has been involved, and we were completely into a different time where we were concentrating on our Bharat Jodo Yatra, because that is lifetime only once it is going to be there for Telangana Congress.
Well, Manikam Tagore, you roll with it. You are a serving member of parliament, so you have your own base. So I can imagine what it's like to be there in Telangana right now during this particular loss. It is your charge, but the collective responsibility of the Congress, hopefully, will be invoked here, and not just your role in this particular defeat. I wish you all the best. I know you're a fine politician, and thank you for joining me here on 5 Live. Thank you, sir. And on the other side, you don't want to miss this, folks, because it's been one of the most viral videos so far this year. And it features a person called Professor Salvatore Babones. He was at the India Today conclave, and the video of his session has become one of the most watched, liked and shared videos of 2022. I'm going to show you a bit of it, and guess what? I've invited him back into the studio because he has lit the internet up like nothing else this year. You'll see why when you come back.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Black holes. Did you ever worry that Earth could get sucked into one of them? Black holes do have a massive gravitational pull that allows it to swallow anything that gets in its way. Let's find out more about them. Black holes have been lurking in the galaxies for billions of years. The most powerful known forces in the universe, their gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape from them. They're actually packed full of space matter, so they're not really holes. There are at least two types of black holes. Stellar mass black holes form when a huge star, more than 10 times bigger than our sun, burns up all its fuel and collapses in on itself. Scientists say there could be billions in our galaxy, the Milky Way alone. They grow by gobbling up other stars or merging with other black holes to become a supermassive black hole, millions to billions of times bigger than the sun. Humans can't even see black holes, but we can observe their effect on matter close by. When normal stars are sucked in, they accelerate and heat up, emitting X-rays which are detected by orbiting space telescopes.
Kamal Haasan in a way is the elephant in the room. When you got married to him, or when you first started a relationship with him, I remember the film magazine would always brand you as the other woman. And it couldn't have been easy. You left Mumbai, moved to Chennai, gave up your successful film career. On hindsight, any regrets?
Of course not.
Of course not.
I'm not asking you. I'm posing and saying, of course not.
No, not at all. You know, basically, I always say this. If given a chance once, twice, thrice, 4 times also, I would live my life exactly the way I have lived it. Everything is good at a point, Rajdeep. Things go bad later. Otherwise, I would not have got up, left everything and gone. So, no regrets.
Presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion Bade Aaram Se. Powered by Ashirwad Shubh Chakki Aata, Raho Char Kadam Aage.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Now, as a viewer of India Today, I'm sure you've already seen this video. And the person I'm about to introduce you to doesn't really need an introduction because his talk at the India Today conclave has become one of the most viewed, shared, liked, talked about video clips so far this year. I haven't seen anything like it. He's a sociologist. His name is Professor Salvatore Babonis. And his session at the India Today conclave over the weekend has become such a viral talking point that I thought it would probably be best to first show you what happened at the conclave, and then I've got a little surprise for you on the other side. First, take a look at this clip that's completely lit up social media and the internet.
Are you therefore suggesting that these institutes, most of them based in the Western world, are in a way prejudiced because they allow their ideological biases to influence their better judgment? Are you suggesting that there is this left liberal monopoly in a way over many of these institutes that judge India through the prism of the fact that Narendra Modi, a right-wing nationalist populist leader, is leading India, and thereby tend to, at a way, look at India through the prism of Mr. Modi as the Prime Minister of India?
In a word, no.
In a word, no.
In a word, no. These are not biased organizations that are out to get India. They evaluate democracy in 150 plus countries. Most of the people involved have no particular interest in India. The problem is that all of these rankings are based on surveys. So each of them has the same methodology. They do a survey of intellectuals, journalists, academics who either are based in the country they're studying or who are students of the country from outside. Prominent academics and journalists who cover, in India's case, India. It may be people at Harvard, maybe people at JNU, it may be people in the mainstream media. They survey them and they ask them to report back on the country. It's those reports that are biased. Now, at the level of the organization, there's a lack of editorial oversight. I don't excuse that, but I do understand it. If you're exercising editorial oversight about narratives for 150, 170 countries, that's a lot of oversight to exercise. It's a lot of hard work. But fundamentally, these biases don't creep in because the organizations are anti-India. They creep in because, forgive me, India's intellectual class is anti-India. As a class, not as individuals.
No. India's intellectual class is anti-India, or are you saying that they are anti-Mr. Modi and are conflating the two? Or are you conflating the two?
There is a bit of both. They're certainly anti-BJP, anti-Mr. Modi. As a class, not every individual. But
and what else but to bring Professor Babonis back into the studio, because in the couple of days since that viral session in Mumbai at the India Today conclave, he's gone viral. He's gotten a huge number of messages. He's become something of an internet celebrity here in India. Everyone's talking about him. The clip from the India Today conclave has gone viral on messaging apps, on Facebook Messenger, on WhatsApp. I myself received that same little video clip from as many as 5 or 6 different relatives from different continents around the world. So that's the kind of virality that one little comment, that one little session has achieved. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce back here on India Today, Professor Salvatore Babonis. Sir, really good to see you back here. You know, one of the first things you did after that entire session was you flew to Delhi, and then for some reason you flew straight to Khan Market. And you were in that picture which we've got on our screen saying, does this make me part of the Khan Market gang? What did you mean by that? That was very cheeky, very tongue-in-cheek. What did you mean by that? You appear to know who you had triggered by your comment about intellectuals.
Look, thank you for having me on the program. And my first thing I did in Delhi was go see India Gate. Yeah. The very second thing was go to the Khan Market. I had to buy books, and everyone told me Bari Sons was the place to buy books, and I bought a half a dozen books on Indian democracy. While I was there, of course, I've heard this phrase Khan Market gang repeated endlessly. And the truth is, I wasn't trolling the Khan Market gang. I was trolling my many new followers on Twitter. I appreciate all of you. You've been very kind to me. But when people say, Salvatore, you have to, thank you for taking on the Khan Market gang, I wanted to remind them, I'm a member of this gang. I'm a liberal international intellectual whose first priority in Delhi is to go visit a bookstore. Yeah. So I'm fully part of that gang.
Yeah, I know you've received a lot of rude comments. You know, there have been some sober things that have been said in response to you. The word triggered comes to mind immediately because you trended for a while on that day. Lots of people, have said things like, who is this guy? This white guy who's come in from the outside to lecture us and tell us about our intellectual class. How did you feel when you heard about that? There was one tweet, for instance, from a senior journalist, Madhavan Narayanan, who said, who is Salvatore Babonis? Why is he important? Why should his opinion or perspective matter over mine or yours?
Well, until 2 days ago, I made it a point of pride to answer every single tweet directed at me. For the last 2 days, that's simply been impossible. But many times I've had that comment, who are you? I've simply got that simple phrase, and I've said, look, I'm an academic, a sociologist, a comparative sociologist who is studying Indian democracy in comparison to other countries. I'm not an expert on India, I'm an expert on the rankings. Anyone can look me up. I have a strong publication record. You can read my books. My last book was named Best on Politics 2018 by the Wall Street Journal. That focused on American democracy. And this next book I'm working on now will focus on Indian democracy.
Why do you think people reacted in this manner? Why did people, you think, take it personally? The tweet that I just read out, Professor, that was pretty much similar to how many people reacted. Do you think people took this personally? Who is this guy? Why is he lecturing us?
I don't know how you
Or did it just, hit where it hurt?
I don't know how you found the negative tweets because I have been unable to keep up with all of the positive
The adulation,
tweets. And it's been, it's very heartfelt. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Look, it's perfectly reasonable for people to feel, how can someone come in from outside and give us this lecture? After all, I'm writing about people who've come in from outside to give you a lecture on India's democracy rankings. So I'm very aware of that, and I'm very sensitive to the thought that I might be taking sides, so to speak, in Indian politics when I've just written a paper about the problem of Indian intellectuals using the rankings to fight their own battles here at home. I don't want to be on any side, and I've been gratified that I've received a lot of positive feedback from people on all sides of Indian politics, and not just supporters of the BJP or Narendra Modi. I'm thrilled that I'm talking to you here on India Today, not on a government TV channel, but on a proudly independent TV channel. This is the place where I'd like to be having this discussion.
The fact that you called the intellectual class anti-India, that one line has gone viral, Professor. But the session itself was more nuanced. You took more questions. There were other things that you actually said. Do you think it's unfair that people have just focused on that one line, or do you stand by it and you say that, no, that is what I meant. That's exactly what I stand by?
Oh, I stand by it. India's intellectual class is, I think, at heart, or I can't say at heart, let me say that again. India's intellectual class in its public persona is anti-India. In its public persona, in its heart, I'm sure they're very proud patriots. But when they go out into the public arena to talk about India, they're not highlighting, well, they're certainly not highlighting India's accomplishments, but